we can learn to reach a space of consciousness where we can all come together in a harmonious way, regardless of how different our ideas are, regardless of how different our experiences are, and regardless of if we have gripes against each other or against anything right now. We're all tired because we've been through a long journey to get here, so everybody's edgy anyway. This exercise will help to harmonize us if you participate with the exercise and just follow the energy movements and let yourself be taken to a little different space than your consciousness is in right now. Let yourself start to feel a little better. We will be able to, as a group, share the information we're going to share in a much more open way. You will be more receptive. You will be able to hold higher frequency. When I speak to you in groups of teaching, you hear words, but you are also getting the frequency of energy behind these words. It is that frequency, more than the words themselves, that will teach you. If you have energy that is disharmonic in your energy field, while I speak, that will form a barrier. Well, you won't get the frequency as much. So the cognition you could come away with won't be there as much. So we try to harmonize the fields first in any group. This works very well with any group of people, by the way. You can do it in any situation. So this exercise, you can participate in it, and also put a little part of yourself over here and call it mentor. Let your mentor part of your consciousness try to remember some of the easy steps of this exercise so you can use it. You can use it between you and your spouse, you and your neighbor, you and your bus partner, or you and whatever group of people you are dealing with. So this is an exercise that if you make a little mental note to just pay attention to the basic moves, you can take and use on your own as well to create harmony within the biofields that will assist in creating harmony between personalities. Okay, and with that, I will leave it with Marianne.
Thank you, Anna. All right, so we're going to do two different exercises, but they're all kind of accomplish the same thing. One is a centering exercise, so we're going to start with that as an individual centering exercise. And when we're all centered, we're going to do an exercise that involves group mind and developing a group consciousness. So let's just close our eyes for a few moments. Let's just take a few deep breaths. And let's make these breaths clearing breaths. Taking all the tension that's collected throughout the day and just releasing them. Just releasing them through the breath. Our journey began with the breath. And release. Inhale. And just release. Just letting it go. Okay, let's imagine if we can in our mind's eye, and if we can't get the image, just tell ourselves it's happening or just feel it happening. Not all of us image. Just imagine now a gold line forming in the center of your solar plexus in your navel area. It's a vertical line going up and down, forming right now the area of your solar plexus. And let's extend this gold line to the 14th chakra, 36 inches above the head. And let the line extend down, out your body, down to the earth's core. So now we have a line going from our 14th chakra above our head, down to the earth's core. It's our Hora line, it's our life force. Let's look at the life line now. Let's take a look at it. The line when we're centered should be comfortably taut. If your line is broken or not straight, just take a few moments and allow the breath to correct it. Breathing in. Allow it to become centered. The line becomes straight. Comfortably taut. We no longer need to keep our attention focused on the line. It'll stay there, and it'll stay centered. In your mind's eye now, imagine if you can a silver disc. Silver disc above your head, allowing that disc to spin in a direction and at a speed that's comfortable for you. A silver disc forming about 36 inches above your head. Project your consciousness into that disc at this moment. Again, any direction, any speed that's comfortable for you is exactly right. Now, let's imagine that each of our discs are moving to the center of the room. And our individual discs are now forming one unified disc. One large unified disc. Into that disc is going our focused, our centered consciousness. And now we're becoming one. Becoming one group focused on the purpose that we came here to do. And we'll just leave that disc up there spinning with our focused aim and purpose contained in it. And again, focusing our attention very much connected to that center disc, back to our own consciousness, the own disc above our heads. Turning our attention to our golden line in the center of our being, vertical, straight, taut. How that comes to us.
Thank you, Mary. We're all in a little bit of a slower mood than we were before. I'm going to keep you there for a second before I go into reflection. And I'm just going to do a little bit of extra energy work that will help to bring the unified field together. When we create a disc of group energy as such, we're not losing our individuation. We are keeping our own discs, our own consciousness station, but we are also participating in a larger station of consciousness. So you do not have to be afraid of merging your consciousness with the group, for you will not lose your sentience and your individuated identity. When we speak of the teachings of the law of one, we speak of the one collective made of many, many individuated parts, and both are equal and all are important. So it is not about losing one's identity into a collective identity, which would be the sacrifice of freedom. It is instead, in freedom, combining your own energies in cooperation with others. So while we are in this space, imagining a great glowing disc of blue-silver light spinning above the heads, about halfway up in the middle of the room, in the air, a disc of consciousness that we are all connected to. If during the process of the lecture we begin to feel any kind of disharmonic or distraction feelings or reactionary feelings to the information being given, For a moment, imagine the disc, for it will stay there. We have created it and it will stay there. Knowing that our attention is still keeping it there, and if you forget it, I will keep it there. You can reach your consciousness back up into the disc so you can begin to understand and harmonize a little more with the information that's being given. So just for a moment, while we come back into the focus of our normal consciousness, in the center of the group disc, halfway up in the middle of the room, imagine a large blue flame of light, looking like a gas flame, a blue flame. And if we would now just gently move our consciousness from inside the large disc into the blue flame, we are raising our consciousness into the fifth dimensional frequencies, which the color translation is blue. We will move our consciousness into the blue flame for a moment. Try to feel the flame around you as if you are sitting with your body in the middle of a blue flame of light. Try to begin sensing the fifth dimensional frequencies running through you. Feel them touching your cells and making them vibrate. Feel the movement within your body accelerating just a little. And now we will bring our consciousness back down from the group mandala that we just created. But we will keep our own small blue flame with us. And as we participate in this lecture, let us keep the blue flame surrounding us. Try to remember it there in your field. You are creating a thought form. A thought form is an energy form made of scalar waves. You are creating a reality when you visualize the blue flame around you. You are surrounding yourself with fifth dimensional frequency, which will assist you in reaching fifth dimensional consciousness on a conscious embodied level. Now I'd ask you to open your eyes and just take a cleansing breath. Inhale and exhale. And as you exhale, let all the frustrations and fatigues of the trip and the day and everything else just go down into the earth, down out of your body, and feel the lightness come. From the head down, feel just the lightness come. It weighs less, your cells weigh less. You're getting rid of all the heavier energy right now. So the heavy energy has no space in these discussions. We will bring it down at the bottom of the feet, down into the earth's core, and the earth will transmute it for us into a higher frequency. So we're not damaging the earth by sending it these things to transmute for us. I am looking now at the group energy field. The group energy field, from what it was before when we walked in, looks quite a bit different. I'll briefly explain how different it looks by explaining what it looked like before when you all came in. We all have this disk of energy that sits atop our heads. It's the visual translation through the inner psyche of a station of consciousness. You will find when you begin to activate your fourth DNA strand and to begin to get fourth dimensional perception, you will begin to see these things in people's energy fields, sometimes with your physical eyes, other times with your eyes closed more clearly. When you see these things, you are beginning to see the extended anatomy of the human body, because we have 15 dimensions worth of anatomy, and we've been taught about only 3. When I come into a group, I first notice where the mandalas are sitting on their head. The mandalas are a collection of scalar waves that are formed through the operation of the chakras. When those mandalas are in their usual state, you can take any group of people and you will have some up here, some down here, some over slanted. They will be all over the place. It's just showing the slant of the person's consciousness. You will notice the people that go into higher consciousness, their discs are higher. That is the translation of that information through. Thank you for sitting in. Sure. That would be the translation, how the psyche translates in the body the information of the energy fields. When we came in here, everybody's was all over the place, and a lot of them were throwing red sparks. Red sparks in an energy field usually indicate a couple of things: pain, agitation, or anger. And as we go through, particularly in a tour experience, where we're being dragged from one place to the other, and it's like being herded like a bunch of cattle, that can create a lot of fatigue. Our fields are bumping against each other, they're bumping against other people's, particularly in that museum where we were wall-to-wall people. That I had to move out of that space to come where I could give this lecture to you. So Now that we've done the exercise, and a lot of people, it will take you a lot more than 5 minutes of this exercise to calm yourself down and to get out of the funk. But at least the little bit of time we spent has done a tremendous thing for the fields. They're not all harmonious and all stable. They're not perfect because everybody still has their little uncomfortablenesses with them. But they are at about an average high D3 just going into the D4 range, which means you'll be able to perceive information that's coming in on a frequency of high D3 or D4. What I'm going to do simply with my fields, and eventually people who are training with us in Kathara healing and those kind of things, you will learn how to take a group and do these things with them. You will learn that when you're speaking to a group, you are transmitting on a certain frequency band, just like radios and TVs. You will learn that by seeing the mandalas, you can modulate where you're coming from to where they're coming from so they understand you better. What I'm going to do now, and what I'm going to do with my higher parts moving energy through me, is create a transmission of energy that some of you may feel, some of you may not feel, that will simply bring all of your discs up to a very similar level that will be about 4.2 dimensionally speaking. That means the fourth dimension, the second subfrequency band. All right. This will give us an average mean where I can aim my communications. And as we move through this lecture, I will progressively and gently move it upwards. Some of you will hit a stop point, and that's when you'll start to go, what's she talking about? You'll start to get a little bit of losing track of it. That means you hit a spot in your DNA that can't translate higher than that frequency. And that's okay, because when we're working with these frequencies, we're stimulating the DNA into higher activation so we can begin to process into the body and into the embodied consciousness more higher information. So there was I give you a little insight into what I am doing up here as I'm speaking to you. I'm speaking, I'm sharing information, but I am also transmitting as I go, and I'm transmitting consciously. I am knowing what I'm aiming for. I'm sensing the fields as I go and saying, whoa, this side of the room is dropping. Let's try to angle it a little different. These are some of the things you can all grow to do. It's not that I'm, some huge special person. You are all huge special people. Now, in this lecture, there's some of you who know me better than others, who have been to my workshops and have heard little bits about who I am, and some of you have seen my books. There's not an average consensus of, now, what exactly is Anahese? I would like for you to understand that. I will solidify all of those concepts so you begin to understand who I am. There are things that I have not released in even the workshops that I will release with this group because it's a very special group of people as far as who I am. Now, who I am has been very insignificant in terms of my teachings here. And I have tried repeatedly to emphasize it's not who I am that's important. It's what I am teaching that's important. In all my workshops, I try to diffuse the attention from me. I'm not a guru. I'm not here to be a guru. All right? I'm not here to do anything except show you what the capacity you have inside of yourself is and more. So I've tried to not say too much about who Anahese is and not get too much into it. But there comes a time when it's necessary to give some of that information so you do understand what we're dealing with. Now, if this was simply a healing workshop on a personal level, I would not need to let you know who Anahese really is. I would simply just do my thing and teach you the things so you can go and find out more about who you are. Because we are doing planetary grid work of one of the most advanced levels on the planet, it is important for you to understand a little bit of who I am and what I represent in the higher dimensions. So you perhaps can realize first, I do know what I'm speaking about. And that even though I try to disguise it and I try to hide it well so people don't fixate on it, I do speak with authority. I'm a representative of the Syrian Council. I will explain to you how I became that. I have been that for many, many centuries, actually. So I will walk you through a little bit about my history. Some people know me as E.T. contactee person. I'm more than a contactee. I'm one of them, but I'm obviously very human, too. So I'm not some E.T. that beamed down and was helping to take over the world. I'm not one of those. As you work with our teachings, you will all discover you are all ETs walking around in human bodies because human bodies are ET bodies. All right? Some of us have more affiliation to certain groups of the stellar races than others, but we are all conglomerations of consciousness and energetic coding that reflects in the DNA as far as our stellar race heritage. The only difference between me and you is that I've worked with a program that has allowed my DNA strands to activate at a little bit higher level. It's a program I'm bringing to you so you can do the same. Because of that activation, I'm on usually about a standard D6, 6-strand activation, which means usually my consciousness is stationed in D6, and I have to pull it down, particularly when driving a car, so I don't do things like crash into things down here. It's a level of consciousness every one of you possess, and higher. But because our race has been fixated into a pattern of 3-strand activation in the DNA, we have become fixated in a 3-dimensional reality field, and we forgot the rest of ourselves. I'm remembering the rest of who I am and the other portions of myself that are off in other time vectors doing different things, simply because my strands are activating. And you can experience this too. On this trip, this particular trip, you are going to experience, those of you who want to participate, you will experience energy transmissions and activations of dormant things in your DNA, your chakras, your kundalini, that will begin to bring in those parts of yourself that live in those strands. Because those strands and the consciousness they hold is not dormant. Your ability to perceive it is dormant. The strands aren't plugged in to the operational coding in the body, but the consciousness is still there always. Now, when I explain a little bit of who I am, it'll make more sense if you know these things about DNA and consciousness and their connection. Otherwise, you'll think I'm a total flake, because I will use reference points like, yes, the last time I was in Egypt was 2,000 years ago. This is exciting for me. It's a homecoming. And I drop things like this because I'm so used to being in that station of consciousness, and some people, especially that haven't followed the teachers guide, look at me like, what did she just say? You haven't been here 2,000 years. What are you talking about, you flake? This is how a lot of people coming from the 3D perspective will look at me. I do know what I'm talking about, and I do know a lot of who I am, and I know why. So when I tell you some of the things about me, it's not that I have a big ego. In fact, I have very little ego. It's not a bad ego for me. It's about knowing who I am, being grateful for the fact that I can walking around down here, because that's not a real common thing. We've been taught to repress our consciousness. We've been taught to not remember. So I'm extremely grateful for those in higher levels of reality that have given me the teachings that I could wake up. And I'm still waking up. There's still more parts of me. If I average on a D6 consciousness, there's also the other 3/6 that you can fit in there. You can be a 12-dimensional consciousness walking around in a human body. All right? They only move D12 frequency through me when we're doing certain exercises. It's like leaving the lights on all the time when you don't need them on. So I average just keeping my voltage at about a D6 level. When I'm speaking to you, you are getting D6 frequency coming in, being stepped down into that early D4 zone. So it reaches your strands. It will progressively bring you up and start stimulating your 6th DNA strand. Now, when it gets into who am I, sometimes I have to look. As far as I can go back for who I really am and say, well, 3 million years ago, I was here and did this and did that. You don't need a chronology of my last 3 billion years on the planet. And believe me, you're all as old as I am. Because old is a time concept. And time is an illusionary concept that's created by the scalar wave positions of what's called morphogenetic fields, the light sound patterns that consciousness forms on to enter and experience a holographic experience of manifestation. This is what we're all doing. We just forgot it a long time ago. We seem to think that this is us now. We forgot that, no, hey, we just entered this. We entered dimensionalization as a consciousness in order to experience space, time, matter, objectification, and individuation of identity. So if we can just touch base a little bit with the fact that, there's a part of me that I am that I forgot, that I extend way beyond here, you'll be able to understand when I talk about my affiliations and things that I'm not trying to pull an ego trip on you and say that I'm somebody, follow me, I'm a guru. I don't want to be a guru. Too much responsibility for how your life turns out. And I can't promise you I could make it turn out well. So I want you to hold your own power always. I also want you to know that you all have affiliations like I will discuss about me. You all have families of consciousness. You all have connections with stellar races. This is stored information. It's stored in your body and in your morphogenetic field. And we're going to try to activate some of that through this trip. So you begin to shake that loose and begin to get the pictures of who you were in other space-time places. Now, I will talk a little bit about a couple of incarnations that I've had. I won't talk extensively about it, just 2 reference points because they're the most recent. Most of my incarnational heritage on Earth goes back between 600,000 years ago and 200,000 years ago. So I'm like an old-timer. My most recent and most important to the work that I'm doing now involve the Christ period, around 2,000 years ago, and they involve the Akhenaten period with Pharaoh Akhenaten. That was about 1,300 years ago, I believe, about 3,000 years ago, 13 BC. It's not that who I was that important in those. It was what I was doing there. Because what I was doing there is what I'm doing here. I was teaching ascension. I was teaching advanced Merkaba mechanics. And that's what I teach now. Now, when I was here 2,000 years ago, and that was the last time I was here fully embodied, I did a couple other things since then called overshadow, which means you hang out in somebody's D4 field, but you don't incarnate with them. You just serve as their guide and whisper things in their ears. And they think they're nuts for a while, and then they eventually realize there's somebody else there teaching them. The last time I was fully manifest in my own incarnation was in a woman named Miriam's period. That was during the Christ period. And that's an iffy period, because most people don't know exactly when the Christ period was. Well, I know a gentleman that was called Jeshua Melchizedek. He was born in 12 BC. He was my half-brother. He, in the books, that those of you who have read the books, is known as Jeshua 12, because there was another one that they named the same thing that was called Jeshua 9. The 12 and the 9 referred to the level of consciousness that was embodied within those beings, the level of DNA strand activity. Jeshua 12 had the full 12-strand activity, which is the full expansion level of a human form. You go beyond that, you turn into light. You turn back into scalar waves. You can't hold a manifest form anymore. Our Christ stories were true stories, but they got twisted along the lines. And the meat of the stories, the truth and the reality and the importance of the stories, was lost. It was twisted and taken out. There are 12 missing books to the Bible, for example, that taught ascension mechanics, that taught about the two Jeshuas and the differences between them. These things were hidden from us. The things I know about this period, I know because I was there. And I was not there as some lofty, queen princess person. I was there as an albino woman who everybody used to pick on and throw stones at because they thought I was the devil's child incarnate because I had no coloring in my skin and straight white hair and eyes that you could almost see through. I spent most of my time running around in a brown cloak trying to hide who I was from the general populace because they were not very nice in those days if you looked different than they did. But at night, I was a different person. At night, I was with my family. They were Essenes. We were an Essene family that was in direct contact with one of the Elohim families. The Elohim are a family of consciousness in etheric matter density, which is what we call harmonic 3. We have our harmonic system we have 15 dimensions broken down into 5 harmonics. So harmonic 1 is D1, 2, 3. Harmonic 2 is D4, 5, 6. Harmonic 3 is D7, 8, 9. The Elohim, as far as manifest beings, started with the etheric matter density. And they create races and lineages down here. We were part of one of the Elohim families. And I have to qualify this because some of the Elohim families, long time ago, before humans were even created, got themselves in lots of trouble and decided they wanted to be the creator gods and that they were going to sever themselves from everything and create their own little worlds. There are fallen Elohim and those who retain their direct connection to Source. We are of a family that calls itself the Elohai because we retained our complete connection to Source. That means 15 dimensions plus 3 non-dimensionalized levels beyond that into what's called the God Seed, which is the first individuation point from Source. And it is a collective, it is a cosmic family of consciousness and breaks itself down progressively into individuation forms. So when I speak of Elohim, some people have heard some bad stuff about Elohim. They're probably right. We're not those Elohim, okay? We're not against them. They're just like prodigal children that eventually will learn not to create discord within the family. Now, most humans don't realize it, but the Elohim families are the base DNA code for all of the human lineages. So even if you don't like Elohim, you're still a part of it. You don't have to accept that. Eventually you come to these understandings. But a lot of people these days are getting communications from Elohim. When they start to open a channel or start to do spiritual work, they will get something that says, I'm Elohim, or I'm associated with Elohim. If you get one of those guys that's saying, I'm Elohim, we're your creators, you follow us, you're dealing with the prodigal children. Because the Elohim families that are coming from the true places will not put themselves up as an authority over your head. They will not say, follow us blindly. They will not tell you that they are your creator gods. They may have been the base imprint of consciousness that your consciousness individuated through, but they will not make a point of that. They're not trying to put themselves above you in the sense of, we're more important than you, so you follow us. This is a trick that's used by the fallen Elohim to deceive us. And the fallen Elohim are behind what has happened to this race. It was a war in the family, you could call it. And for a long, long time, some of the negative Elohim families that decided humans were just something, some of them decided that was a bad creation to begin with, let's just let them self-terminate. Others decided, well, they're okay, but let's cap the revolution. They used to have 12 strands, let's make sure they never get that powerful again. And then there's the Elohai families that said, excuse me, we disagree. Yes, there were mistakes made. Look at the Elohim family itself, there were mistakes made there. Human evolution was meant to be 12-strand. We were meant to have 12 strands of DNA, 12 embodied levels of consciousness, and after that point, we were able to transmute completely out of matter and go back into what's called ascended mastery, which is outer space-time matter. It's out of the time matrix. The other Elohim families do not want humans to ever be able to do that again without them controlling the process. The Elohai families that I represent trust you enough to know that if you are given appropriate education and you are given the knowledge of how things work together, and also the importance of learning how to work together as a collective, because we're all connected, you can take responsibility for your own evolution and realize that bringing this information back is a gift. Being in a human body this time around, I'm extremely grateful for the Elohai families, because I would be as lost as anyone else. They're bringing the truth back. They're teaching you ascension mechanics, what the structure of your 15-dimensional identity is, so you can reclaim the imprint of what you once were as an avatar consciousness. You were all avatars once, you still are. You just had that severed genetically. In our programs, you will find a way to give that back to yourself. You will find a way to open up your higher levels of consciousness so they can begin to be your guide. You don't need me. I'm just introducing the stuff. I will just bring the program here. Now, the Elohai family that I'm a part of is called the Emerald Order. The Emerald Order of the Oraphim is what it's most often known as. The Oraphim were a group of consciousness that once we came from the higher harmonics, once we came out of etheric matter density, it was time to densify a little bit more into a more solid form. The Elohim families of the Elohai created races in the Lyran system. They created a founding race that all other races of manifest beings in the lower harmonics. I'm going to change this. I'm just going to wait a minute since you guys are getting these tapes. I'm going to take a second so he can change it so you get a good tape, because when they change them and they keep going, you lose information. Okay, back on. All right. Now, the Oraphim represent the first hominid form, which means first human-like form, bipedal arms, 2 legs, that kind of thing. It was the first imprint for any form, including the stellar races, that carried hominid form within our time matrix. Now, there are other 15-dimensional systems that we're not a part of right now. They have different life forms. They have different groups that created the life forms there. But in our 15-dimensional matrix, the Emerald Order, the Elohai family, that was responsible for seeding this particular universal system, created in the Lyran star system on harmonic 4 and then down into 3, created a hominid form that was called the Anahazi. All right? The Anahazi race, and that sounds similar to Anunnaki, but it's not. They're related, and I'll explain that in a little bit. So we'll talk a lot about Anunnaki these days because they're giving us a real problem. But the Anahazi were the pure Lyran imprint for a hominid body pattern. Now, in harmonic 3 and 4, long ago, before the human as we know it imprint was formed, there were problems within some of the Anahazi families, and some of them, it can be compared to inbreeding, but you're not dealing with the gene codes the way you are here. You're dealing with morphogenetic fields and the codings of their electrotonal patterns of those. This is how creation actually takes place. Well, in the Lyran system, the families of the Anahazi, the Elohistic families of the Anahazi, some of them were creating different race strains by combining codes in different ways, by combining themselves in different ways. Some of them ended up in what's called code convolution, which means after a certain point of putting the same electromagnetic pattern together over and over and over and over again, you distort the original imprint. And that distorts the consciousness that's associated with it. That's how we ended up with fallen Elohim. Now, the Anahazi strains were the ones that did not have distortion. They were the ones that retained the original pattern. The original pattern of manifestation is extremely important. It's an electrotonal pattern made of sound, light, electricity that filters right down into what you're made of here in physicality. The imprint that you came in on, that electrotonal imprint that you came into the time matrix on, is the only way you can get back out of the time matrix. This is something they don't teach you in most religious teachings for the last 10,000 years. They don't teach you anything about it because nobody that's been teaching you in the last 10,000 years wants you to know how to get back out. It's important. Every one of us has a level of ascended master consciousness that never left those spaces. But we've been severed from it because we have broken the electromagnetic signals that take our consciousness up into those patterns. Now, the Anahazi have a very sacred commitment. A particular group of them, the Emerald Order Anahazi, have a very sacred commitment. They saw what was happening with the Lyran races and with the races that they created, and they knew major fragmentation was taking place. So a group of them agreed, a few families of the Elohai agreed, that they would retain always the pure coding. They would hold it for the rest of them, because as they kept combining and recombining and fragmenting their original ascension codes, you would call them, because they allow you to ascend dimensionally and expand into the center and out of the time matrix. They made a commitment to holding that pattern for all of the races. So whenever the polarity dramas and the learning that was taking place in the time matrix got finished, the imprint to get back out would still be there. That was the purpose of the Emerald Order. There are Elohistic families that are not part of the Emerald Order because they do other things. But the Emerald Order was a commitment to making sure that everything in this time matrix had available to it when its time was right the codes that would get it back out of the illusion of dimensionalization. So the group that I represent and that I am an active member of and have been since the beginning times is the Anahazi. But when you combine Anahazi down one harmonic into harmonic 2 into a hominid form, you get an Orifeme. An Orifeme is the Anahazi imprint with 11 other interstellar codings put into it. It's what we call the first human form, the Turanisium. And that's what the books explain about. We kind of pick up there with the history of it. We don't go up into the higher harmonics. The Turanisium of Tara in harmonic 2 that were created 560 million years ago took the Anahazi imprint and put 11 other smaller imprints of the stellar races into it because it was giving all of them a new form to evolve through to get those codes back. The human race itself was created as a vessel through which consciousness could reassemble itself because it had lost its ability to do that. We were created as a gift to the interstellar races, but the way we've been treated, it's hard to, they don't look at it that way, some of them. The Orifeme of the Emerald Order ended up going into the Sirius star system, in the Sirius. So they're considered a Sirian race line, but they're really Lyran Sirian. They ended up moving from the Lyra systems into the Sirian systems to get away from the Lyran wars, because there were wars there. I mean, planets literally being vaporized and that kind of thing. They got involved with Tara, the planet that we all came from, which is this planet in its next harmonic. They got involved with Tara 560 million years ago to create the human. It's a hybrid form. It's all of the other ET base strains put into the Anahazi imprint. That's our Orifeme. The Orifeme, the first ones that were created, didn't take interstellar consciousness to begin that form. They took the pattern of interstellar consciousness and they birthed into the time matrix from the ascended master levels, from the God seed levels, Melchizedek cloister family consciousness, to give a base seed consciousness that the others could evolve through. We're all connected to that consciousness. Some more so than others. Some were consciousness. If you were part of the family of consciousness that was on that particular burst of energy that came into the time matrix, that came in specifically to put consciousness into the Orifeme bodies, that's a particular soul group. It's called the Paradise Sons. They're mentioned in J.J. Hurtak's material, I believe, and in various different places the Paradise Sons have popped up. they were the Orpheum that carried the pure coding directly from source. They carried something called the Akkadic and Polaric and Triadic coding. These codings are not just the 15-dimensional codings. They are electrotonal patterns and scalar grids that go with 3 levels of non-dimensionalized matter that are expansion points beyond the 15 dimensions before you expand fully into the oneness of source. So they carry the full codes of ascended mastery. And there are other consciousness that has birthed into the Taurinicium pattern, the Orpheum pattern ever since then. But when you're dealing with Emerald Order, you are dealing with ones who have made a commitment long ago to give to you and keep alive for you the imprint of how your consciousness got in here, so you can reassemble that imprint to get out. At this point, the way our race has developed, with all the interference from some of the other Elohim families, most people don't even realize there's any other place to be. Most people in our sciences teach us we came from perhaps pond scum, and then perhaps fish, and then perhaps apes. There's a lot of holes missing in this theory, by the way. I try to make them happy by saying, well, yes, perhaps we did start in the oceans, but not here. Maybe another ocean, in harmonic 4, which is the pre-matter densities of liquid light. Yes, we had our origins there. We need to look farther. We need to remember who we are. For what we're doing here today, it's important to understand a little bit about the Orpheum. And that's why I'm revealing that part of my identity. If I told you my whole name, actually it'd probably take a half an hour. No. See, as we go up the dimensional scales, we realize something. And you won't realize it until you start doing it. Humans are not single vector consciousness. I'll explain what single vector consciousness is. Single vector consciousness is the ability to perceive one line of time at a time, one lifetime at a time, one sequence of events. Time doesn't work that way. Time is more like space. It's scalar grids that all exist at once, and we move our consciousness through them. Now, a single vector consciousness is something that has third strand activity or less. It can only see one harmonic, so it can only see one linear progression of time at one time. This is where people say, well, I had reincarnations, I was that, and now I'm this. It isn't exactly that. We do have incarnations, reincarnations sort of. They're all happening right now at the same time. Time is all happening at the same time. Each one of us has right now various parts of ourselves in different body patterns, in different stations in space-time. As we move through the exercises that we're going to do through the weekend and the activations or through this week, we're going to try to recapture some of our multi-vector consciousness, because that is the true nature of our heritage. You go into a shrink today and start talking about multi-anything, and they throw labels on it and try to give you drugs for it. That's because they don't understand how the human psyche works, because they don't understand the human soul or what's above it. It's a paradigm that's going to be outgrown before too many generations, because it's a paradigm that does not work. It takes the life force and the understanding right away from humans. They'll put you in a wacky ward if you start talking about a soul and you start talking about remembering who you were 2,000 years ago. It's not you that has the problem. It's their paradigm. And the sooner we can realize that, the sooner we'll be empowered to say, you know, who even cares what they think anymore? I'm just going. I'm going to learn what I can learn. You can learn to become multi-vector consciousness, which means you can learn to perceive more than 3 dimensions at once, which means you will perceive more than one time vector at once. When you go into soul integration, your soul is your harmonic 2 part of yourself. That's your strand 4, 5, and 6 activity. 4, 5, and 6 holds the consciousness of your soul, and above that you have an oversoul, and above that you have an avatar, and above that you have a rishi, and then 3 levels of ascended mastery. So you got lots of self up there to integrate. We start integrating our soul matrix. Our perception of time will change. We will start to understand what it means that, yeah, I'm back there, and I'm over there, and I'm up there, I'm here all at the same time. You will begin to realize that you can walk around in multiple bodies and be aware of it. When you're focused in one, particularly with the gene code limitations here, it'll first start as little glimpses, little movies that run, that you find yourself in another life experience, and it'll seem like it may be happening before or maybe in the future. The only difference of past and future is the vibrational range, the frequency. Those that are lower in frequency than what you are right now will be perceived as your past. Those that are higher in frequency would be higher time bands that you are moving into as a consciousness. and what you perceive there exists as a potentiality that you as a consciousness may experience. And there are many different probable versions of it. So your future is not fixed. It's fixed within a certain framework that you set for yourself before you came in here. But you still have ability to move within that space that you set for yourself. So we're going to go from being single vector consciousness to multi-vector consciousness. When I talk about myself as having an incarnation as a woman named Miriam that helped with the ascension practices of Jeshua 12. Jeshua 12 was the real Jesus. And I usually try to not let the Jeshua 9 people feel left out. But the Jeshua 9 crew was sent in by the Middle Council Elohim, who had decided they weren't going to uphold the Emerald Covenant. They weren't going to assist humans to fully evolve. They were going to cap their evolution. They're not bad guys, but with friends like that, who needs enemies? They mean well, but they have not overcome a fear of what the potential damage humans can do when they have that power, because they remember what we did on Tara, because we all have some affiliation with what happened 560 million years ago and 550 million years ago when we almost blew up the planet. Most of us down here are here for two purposes. One, because we were trapped in that drama and ended up down here and we had to re-evolve. Or two, because at some point in the game, we decided to come in as a rescue mission to try to help the others. But there are things about the human lineage, about the Paradise Sons, that other of the stellar families don't like, and part of the Elohim don't like them. Some look at them as a cosmic virus that they would just like to extinguish. Others look at them as rowdy children that always have to be contained. And only the ones that are really, really, really good and know how to piss up and brown nose really well are going to be the ones that are allowed into higher evolution. Maybe they're right. But even if they are, it's still not fair. If this race is going to get into higher evolution and make a mess and blow up planets, there's a law of allowance in the Ascended Master levels. That, no, it's not the right thing, but it's permitted as part of the growing experience. If the Ascension teachings are given back to this race, and they abuse them, like they did in the Atlantean periods and many other periods before that, where they enslave each other with them, or where they attempt to take over planetary systems with them, they will get back. You will get back what you put out. You will be given the knowledge that will give you power if you work with it. But only you can make the choice to use that power within the law of one that acknowledges that you're part of this whole universal scheme, and therefore your behavior and your attitudes must include even your worst of worst enemies. They are still part of that collective, and they may not recognize that, so you need to. That doesn't mean you let them walk on you, but it means you need to get yourself to the point where you're not walked on, where your strength and your power are yours. Then you become a healing force for the rest, because you realize ultimately we are all out of the same consciousness. Many people choose to call that God. You can look at God as a large scalar disk. You could say it's in the sky, but they're only relatives terms that have to do with dimensionalization. Consciousness is what it's all about. The manifestations of the illusion are things that consciousness does to play with itself, to teach itself things, to experience individuation. We are all manifestations of the consciousness of God. Even the negative people that try to hurt other people, they are still manifestations of the consciousness of God. The more you become aware of that concept, that you and them and everything else are manifestations of the consciousness of God, you will become aware that there are no sides. You will become aware that to pick up arms against someone else is picking up arms against yourself. You will become aware that for things to be good in your existence, you need to help make them good in others' existence. The people that understand that we are all from one consciousness the least are those who harm others the most. There are forces all the way up to D12 that have those problems. That's why we're here today. Many people, particularly the New Age movement, think that everything is light and love, and it is. But when you're in a polarity drama, there's a few more twists to that game. You have polarity issues from 12th dimension on down because of the way the energies are structured. And this isn't a lecture on cheontic science, so I won't go into part of K, part of Chi, part of Cum, scalar grids, and how they're formed, but that's there too. and that's part of our teachings. If we can realize, see, I'm not a big bad person up here saying, oh, they're bad guys and we're good guys. It's not about good and bad value judgments. It's about what effects will certain attitudes and behaviors have on the evolution of the planet and the people on it. Everybody up there and everybody down here has some agenda. That agenda will either be good for this race as far as returning it to its original 12-strand pattern, or it will be not good for its race. So when I talk about the good guys and the bad guys, I love them all. But because many, many eons ago, when I came into the time matrix, I chose to honor the Emerald Covenant, which said humans have the right to evolve, re-evolve, to be what they once were. They have a right to be equal to the Elohim of the other families. In fact, once humans are fully evolved, they will be superior to the ones who decided to sever themselves from the collective, as far as the Elohims go. Because the Elohim who chose to disengage from their higher Elohistic families have only, some of them have an 11-strand DNA-wise potential, which means they can embody 11 dimensions of consciousness. Many of them, the darkest ones, we call them the dark Elohim, were only able to hold 10 dimensions of consciousness because they severed their 8th dimensional connection and their 12th dimensional connection so they could have their freedom. They imprisoned themselves when they did that. They're stuck in time, and they don't have a source anymore, a complete infinite supply of energy coming through from their higher connections. They have to feed on other things in the time matrix. This is where our whole story is for eons back, of the dark side and the light side. It's all about the Elohim family fights. And we have been pawns in those fights for eons. This is the time, this is rare information that you're not even going to hear mostly in the New Age movement. A lot of those people get mad at me because I talk about the negative things too. Excuse me, if you're in a polarity drama, it helps to know you need to watch your back sometimes. Yes, you can enter Christ consciousness. And I'll tell you, Christ was very much aware of the fights in the Elohim families. That used to be part of the Bible. They told how different families came down and interbred with humans and mutated them. They were called the Nephilim. They talked about how there were feudings among the angels. They called them angels. You can call them angels, you can call them ETs. They're beings from higher consciousness. Not all ETs are angels, and not all angels are ETs, and not all angels are good guys. This is some of the stuff we need to realize when we start to get spiritual. If we can put away the old terms of angels, gods, things that people like go down on their knees and worship, and realize an angel is nothing more than a consciousness from D6 through D9. Archangels are about D9 through D11. Then you have avatars, then you have rishi. They're not the highest echelon of things. Yet, when they communicate here, and most of the ones that like to communicate here are the ones that want to mess with your head, they want to get you into their paradigm, into their agenda. Some of them are trying to help raise humans just to hear. Some are trying to really just suck energy off humans. And others are representatives of the Elohai families that want to help you to get all the way back up to what you were. So when you're dealing with angels or anything else you might talk to out there, you need to do it carefully. You need to ask intelligent questions, not just, an angel appeared to me, I've had my epiphany, I surrender my life to this angel and it will lead me home. Don't bet on it. You might, if you're fortunate and you have coding in your own DNA that has brought to you a higher frequency being, then very possibly that angel will help you. But if there are things in the DNA, which we all have, because of mutations that have been done here, that are bringing in some lower frequency patterns that you're not aware of or in control of, you could bring in something equivalent to what we call the Antichrist. And the Antichrist is simply the thing that would do the opposite of getting you to be an avatar. Okay? There are ways to understand our dramas here that really need to be updated from the way they have been spoken about for centuries and centuries. In the Melchizedek cloister, we welcome everybody's religious perspective. We're not against anybody's. We're not even saying yours is good and yours is bad. We're simply saying it comes down to objectives. It comes down to agenda, cause and effect. This group of beliefs, this group of ideas, and the actions you will take because of them will create a result. Now, if the result is that you want to be a human that's controlled and that doesn't have access to your original imprint, well, by all means, follow one of these. We're not value judging it. You make that value judgment for yourself. So we're not into the polarizing things. We're not trying to get you to say, oh, there's good and there's evil and that whole bunch of nonsense that's been shoved down our throats through Christianity a lot and through Judaism and really any religion. They've taught you about the dark and the light. And a lot of times, they don't teach you any knowledge in between. They just say you have to stand in the light, or if you don't stand in the light, it's going to get you. They don't give you a way to understand the polarities in yourselves in the universe. They simply give you a bunch of dogma to follow and somebody in the middle hierarchies to kiss up to. And I'm talking in contemporary terms here. I've always done that. Whatever time period I was put in, I was a little bit of a rebel and a radical, and I don't like, and for centuries I've seen this, particularly here, I don't like higher beings. Yeah, so you're higher, so you know more. Does a college professor go in to talk to a group of kindergartners saying, get down on your knees and worship me, I'm a college professor? No, he goes in there as a human being, knowing he has a level of consciousness that they haven't developed yet, and simply says, okay, how can I best help them to get to the next level? This is where I'm coming from. But unfortunately, many of the Elohim families, even some of the good ones, are still into the pat me on the back, I'm important. Okay? They're still learning. Just because you may be D6 or D7 or D9 consciousness does not mean you're perfect. They still have egos, believe it or not, some of them. They say, I'm in perfect service, and if you're saying, I'm a perfect being and you're not, and you have to follow me, there's something wrong with that picture. And you'll get that a lot. You're going to be open into higher consciousness with the exercises that we're doing, with the activations that are happening. You need to be aware of this stuff. Anybody pulls an attitude on you, I don't care if they're on this planet, I don't care where they come from. Reference is necessary, yes. Now, if a child in that kindergarten class goes off and is, being obnoxious to the professor, and the professor's trying to teach them something that would help them, and the kid's like off the wall, he's getting everybody laughing, he's, just disrupting the group. That is not appropriate behavior either. And that some of us have to learn that stuff, get our own egos out of the way. You're important, so what? I'm important, so what? You're important, so what? Importance is not important. What is important is the fact that we all have a capacity to evolve into something wonderful. Because we are something wonderful. We've just been disconnected from that wonder. The faster we realize, and if we can use that college professor going into the kindergarten class as a criteria of how we conduct ourselves, okay? We'll very quickly get through a lot of nonsense about ego versus non-ego within ourselves. Put yourself in both roles. Sometimes you will be that kindergartner, and you will be approached by beings that have more knowledge than you do right now. You're not expected to get down on your knees and grovel. I don't care what the religions tell you. That is not necessary. That was an Anunnaki thing. They liked that. They wanted humans to grovel. They put themselves up as our pseudo-gods. So we would follow, so we would never reach our potential, and they could always hold our power and use us as breeders' tool. In the same fashion, if you're in the student role, respect your teachers. Your teachers aren't always right on everything. Don't expect them to be. But have enough respect for the fact that they care enough to teach you something. Just shut up your mind. Stop arguing. You don't have to agree with everything they say. Whoever they are, me, the next person, whatever. Every human being here, at the same time, plays teacher and student. You can learn from every person. I will learn from each of you. You will learn from me. You will learn from each other. Even the worst being in the world that looks like the most undeveloped spiritual person can be a vessel for truth to come through. And the quicker you get that, the quicker you won't be trapped in the illusion. I've had bag ladies come up to me on the street and look me in the eye. Just look at me. Like, do you know I'm a master in here? Yeah. Are you beyond just seeing the illusion? Right. Can you sense it? And I would. And I would telepathically, okay, what is it you want me to do here? I acknowledge. If you can realize it's not the package somebody comes in that determines what level of consciousness they're coming from, you'll be protected on a lot of fronts. You won't be overly impressed by people who are overly impressed with themselves. You don't have to wear white robes and a bald head and walk around going om all day long to be a spiritual master. I don't call myself a spiritual master when I speak. I could. I've ascended. I am considered an ascended master. Guess what? That's not important. We are all ascended masters on some level. there's a little energy trick to that, where you have to come into the time matrix, work your way back up and reassemble yourself, pop out again, then come back. Then you can carry the 3 levels of coding that go with the 3 levels of the energy matrix beyond that. That's what a real ascended master is, one who made it all the way back up and then came back in to carry those codes so they could ground the consciousness of those levels and make it available while embodied so it could be transmitted. All right? It's not that a lot of these ascended masters groups that you hear about, they're D5 consciousness. They're soul level beings. They're ascended, yeah, they made it out of harmonic 1. Great, I'm proud of you. But stop pretending you're the most informed thing in the universe, is my message to them. You don't have to be impressed by ascended masters. Respect is always due. I don't want any more respect from you than you're going to give to each other. If you could realize, I represent a level of consciousness to you. It is a very high level of consciousness, yes, but it's something you have too. When you treat each other with whatever you treat each other, if you begin to recognize, I am looking at a face of God, no matter how ugly that face might be, or how obnoxious it might be being at the time. Because a lot of times when people are in your face and really bugging you, and you know they're wrong, you know you're right, you're more spiritual, you got it all in order. You know, your I's are dotted, your T's are crossed, you are right in this situation. Sometimes it doesn't matter either. Sometimes we set up dramas in our lives to teach us things where a face of God, another glorious ascended master being that forgot they were an ascended master, will come up to you and be the most obnoxious, insulting, unspiritual, stupid person you ever met. And you'll just not be able to get through them. Part of this game is to realize it's a game. It's a game consciousness plays. You both agreed to this exchange, whether you forgot or they forgot. They are giving you a gift. They are teaching you something about yourself and your reaction patterns that if you change, you will gain more mastery over yourself. They're called petty tyrants. They'll be in your face and drive you crazy. Sometimes they're not so petty. There have been whole periods in history where one race was suppressed by another, and they played petty tyrant that way, where a whole race would be a petty tyrant to another. But what the race that was on the other end of it learned was to carry itself with dignity anyway. It learned to not be sucked into the illusion, because the illusion sucked. It didn't have anything there for them. They learned to reach higher. They learned to draw their power from inside. So when you're confronted with petty tyrants, those petty tyrants are there to teach you to hold your power better. They're there to teach you not to let your buttons be pressed. Situations that annoy the heck out of you, which I won't mention any, but we could so far on this trip. These are meant to help you see where you need to shift your energy a little in your reaction patterns. So you are in control. You are acting, not reacting. When we react, we're not choosing. We're letting the choice be made by patterns we don't control right now. The more we choose to act instead of react, the more empowered we are. This is part of what we teach. I will get to the grid mechanics we're going to do, because we need to cover this. And the funny thing is, in the old days, and if we were going by protocol, and if we hadn't had to throw all the books out at this point, because it's an emergency situation on this planet, there would have been about 25 years of training of smaller personal handle your stuff before you ever got to be a part of something that involved grid mechanics to this level. There's no time for that now. But it doesn't matter, because most of you that were drawn to this trip already did that in other lifetimes. You have it in your cellular memory somewhere. You've had this training. You learned to hold your power, and oftentimes you were leaders teaching others how to do it. This is in there. There was a frequency broadcast for this trip. That's how we do everything. It's all frequency. Who comes to my workshops, they're not there by accident. They might think they are. But it's a frequency. If you have the receptors for that frequency, you feel drawn to that frequency. The people who came here because they responded to a frequency that was cast, and it was a master's level frequency. We couldn't afford on this trip to have babies and neophytes. We love them too. But this trip required the ability to hold energy at a higher level than most people on this planet are capable of. That's why it was a small trip. It was a limited trip comparatively. I mean, if I could have angled this in a way and promoted it in a way, if it was like a promotional thing that I even cared about, it would have been very interesting to word it differently, where we're drawn in like, 300 people. I don't want 300 people here. We don't need 300 people here. We need a small group of people who are committed to higher consciousness and who have the incarnational resume, whether they know it or not, to be able to hold these frequencies. And if you are in this room, you qualify. It's special that you're here. You are here because you responded to a calling, and you might not even consciously know what that is. Some people said, well, I don't even know why I'm here, I knew I had to be. So there's a reason. It goes back to Lyra, and we'll talk more about the history of the races when I get into the lecture entitled that. We're going to get into the history of Giza, and way back before Giza. Giza's been important even before those pyramids were there. Before it was called Giza, before it was called Kemp, before it was called anything. That was a very important piece of land because of the energy on it. We're going to fix something just in the nick of time that was broken a long time ago. There's a period in our third seeding history. We're part of the third seeding. And we'll touch a little bit on 1 and 2, and it's also discussed in the Mente. We're going to get into our third seeding history in the history part that we're going to cover tomorrow, I believe. There was something that happened in this third seeding history in a period of time that I have not seen anybody produce a material on. I've seen people pull in Atlantean cellular memory and Lemurian and that kind of stuff. And that's good. They're going back maybe 5,000 years. Some of them are going back even 15, 20,000. The period of time I'm talking about is a period of the cloister races, before the root races were even put in on the third seeding. That goes back 600,000 years. There was something done in a period called the Temple Wars. There were 3 different sets of wars. And one of them were the Lyran Wars. They were the Elohim Wars that started in the Lyran star system between the Elohim families. There were planets. They're different than we consider planets here. They're planets of liquid light. They're energy fields that consciousness lives within in the Lyran star systems and harmonic 4. Because of code convolution that I mentioned a little bit earlier within the strains of the Lyran races, there became factions within the Elohim families. There were certain planets that you can call them planets because they are planets, but our definition of a planet here is a solid thing. They're not solid things up there, and neither are these. These just appear to be because we're perceiving them from one dimension above. I won't get into that right now. But anyway, they're planets legitimately just as much as these are here, but they're made of a substance we would perceive as liquid light. This planet here, planet Earth, has a lineup, just like every one of your identities has a lineup going up the dimensional scale. You have your incarnate self down here, harmonic 1. You have your soul self in harmonic 2. You have your oversoul self in harmonic 3. You have... I usually don't do this, but I know you guys want the tapes. So I hope you don't mind, but I want you to have good tapes on this. Okay, we left off on harmonic 3 and the oversoul. On harmonic 4, you have an avatar level of identity. On harmonic 5, you have a rishi. That takes care of your 15-dimensional parts as far as consciousness goes. The planet has these 2. Every planet is a huge collective of consciousness that actually we're a part of. We're immersed within the planet's morphogenetic field as smaller morphogenetic fields. This planet has in harmonic 2 what you would call the soul level. In harmonic 3, it's over soul level. They're imprints of morphogenetic fields that are composed of scalar waves. And we can understand ourselves a little better by understanding planets in the terms of scalar waves and scalar wave grids. We work this way too. We could understand our planet better by understanding that, hey, we have these scalar wave grids. They're stations that hold our consciousness. We're conscious. Our planet's conscious too. It's an entity that is evolving, and we are a part of its evolution. Now, just like we can have problems in our lineup of higher identity, where if the electromagnetic codings and the scalar arrangements of the different levels of our scalar grids that hold our consciousness get distorted, you can't plug them in anymore. So you can't access those levels of consciousness, which means you can't ascend, because you have to bring in those levels of consciousness together to progressively dimensionally ascend and expand back out of the time matrix. Same thing with the planet. There are things called ascension planets, and there are things called non-ascension planets. A non-ascension planet is a planet that on one of those harmonic levels, it has its electromagnetic coding in the scalar grids messed up, where it cannot plug into its next level. About 249,000 years ago, there was an agreement made to fix something that happened 669,000 years ago. 669,000 years ago, we had the Lyran Wars. And what happened in the Lyran Wars was some of the Elohim, Anahazi, that severed their connection to Source and became the Anunnaki, had a stronghold on a planetary body called Vega. There were several other planetary bodies in that system, One of them was called Avion. Another was called Aramatena. Each of those planetary bodies have their filter down as far as densification and matter down in the lower harmonics. What we see as identify as the star Vega is the planetary energy field in harmonic 4 was where the Anunnaki started. Okay. Now, the Anahazi, the ones that kept their coding to source, were primarily residing within the energy field of Aramatena. Aramatena was the avatar level of the planetary logos for Gaia in harmonic 3, Tara in harmonic 2, and what became Earth in harmonic 1. It is our level 4 scalar grid for this planet, and that was severed from its level 3 scalar grid of this planet during the Lyran Wars. The Emerald Order came in and tried to reestablish that connection 210,000 years ago. They made a covenant to do this 248,000 years ago. It was called the Emerald Covenant, a promise to everything evolving on this planet to make this place an ascension planet again, which means the planetary logos and the consciousness that ended up incarnate on this planet would have the ability to undergo full ascension back out of the levels of matter density. We have gross matter down here in harmonic 1. We have semi-etheric matter, which is still solid, but not quite as, in harmonic 2. We have etheric matter density in harmonic 3. We have pre-matter density in harmonic 4, and we have pure waveform in harmonic 5. And after that point, you can top out the dimensionalization completely. Goes for planets, goes for people, and everything in between. When I say restore the ascension imprint, I'm referring to that group of 5 harmonics of electrotonal scalar patterns that have to reassemble themselves into their original imprint to expand out of time. When I say we have to restore the 4th harmonic pattern of the scalar grid of this planet, reattach it to its 3rd harmonic. Its 3rd harmonic is Gaia. In the New Age movement, you hear a lot about Tara's here, Gaia's here. What is it? Tara, Gaia, what is this place anyway? They're all referring to Earth. What nobody seems to be teaching anybody here is about the 5 harmonics. And it's not going to make one iota of sense to you unless you understand that. They're levels of expansion. Earth, Tara, Gaia, Aramatena. And for the last 669,000 years, Aramatena imprint has been not available to this planet, which means the full 12 dimensions of consciousness and the full 12 dimensions of frequency that were intended to be part of this planet and the people on this planet were not available. You cannot, as a consciousness, fully embody 12 dimensions of consciousness if, at that time that you're here, 12 dimensions are blocked out of the grids of the planet. Unless you happen to make some very special avatar agreements. There's some angles that can be taken. Joshua 12 did that. There were some angles that were taken to override the problem the Earth grid had. The problem was it could not integrate its harmonic 4 level of frequency. This is why things like stargates haven't opened in so long. Because when you try to open stargates, when there's blockages in the grids, planets blow up in things. We wonder why people don't visit us from the skies anymore. Well, they do. They recently started again. It all has to do with scalar grid mechanics. Your consciousness has to do with scalar grid mechanics. The way the planet evolves has to do with scalar grid mechanics. What the Emerald Order has returned to do this time, and there's going to be a book coming out before too long called Return of the Emerald Order. And I'm not talking about just me. I'm just kind of like one of the first announcers. There's 150,000 of them coming, called Indigo Children. We'll get more into that in the Indigo workshops, and we're giving some workshops in New York City on indigos. The important thing for us to know is what we were called together to do here in Egypt. We were called to Egypt because where the Great Pyramid sits is the 4th chakra of the planet. The planet has 7 primary chakras. It also has its morphogenetic chakras, 8 through 15. Just like when you're learning to use your own chakra system, chakras 1 through 7. They're the ones you first have to learn how to deal with. We're dealing with a planet that has chakras, like we do. We're in Giza because chakra number 4 is located beneath that pyramid. And chakra number 4 is not there because the pyramid's there. The pyramid's there because chakra 4 is there. There are many other things on that site before that because chakra 4 is there. Chakra 4 on the planet and on you is the 4th dimensional frequency chakra. It leads to the astral level, D4. That's the point where the harmonics begin to cross over each other. We have harmonic 1 here, dimensions 1, 2, and 3. We have the next harmonic, dimensions 4, 5, and 6. So the 4th dimension, the 4th chakra, the 4th planetary vortex are all keyed to D4, the beginning of harmonic 2. It's a place where things from one harmonic can come through to this harmonic. So it's always been used as an interdimensional teleport station in one form or another when it was able to be activated. We've been called here too because this vortex is about to open on 5/5/2000, May 5th. That vortex is going to open for the first time in 210,216 years. It's going to fully open. That's just the beginning. We're entering a cycle of time that's been foretold and hinted at for many thousands of years now, but never scientifically put because they didn't have the terminology that we use now. So this is a translation into contemporary terms of what we have been being prepared for through some of the religious stuff. Some of the religious stuff originally told us exactly what was happening. That's all been thrown in the trash. When the Anunnaki came in here, several thousand years ago, several thousand years before that, they have been using this place as a petri dish for many, many thousands of years. If they had not, the teachings were given here, but they were destroyed, of what it would mean to go through a cycle like this. They knew it was going to be in this time frame because you calculate time through vibrational resonance. It's a repeating cycle of vibration. How vibration raises and then slows and then goes back through that cycle again. That would be a cycle of time. If you translate time in terms of vibrational resonance, you can take that and plug it into any calendar system to get accurate dating. This is how the Guardian Alliance uses their dating systems. When they get the dates that are in the books, as far as the vortices opening and the movements of things we're going through now, they are doing it on vibrational science. It's not a calculation of numbers in the same way that our sciences use numbers. It's an energy field relationship. So they're very accurate compared to what other things are. The Mayan calendar pulled some of the dates. I've been told we're misinterpreting some of the dating on the Mayan calendar, that actually the Mayan calendar was very accurate if it had been interpreted correctly since then. What has been being foretold here is something called a stellar activations cycle. I've taught some of this in some of the other workshops, so there's more detail on it. But in a stellar activation cycle, stargates open. Stargates are not just portals. Stargates are areas of frequency within planetary cores that connect on a vertical axis through the harmonics. Portals connect horizontally and can take you within the same time continuum into various places. They also connect diagonally, and on the diagonals you can connect with other diagonals from the harmonic above, and it's the long way through in other harmonics. When stargates open, they make direct vertical openings between harmonic universes, where things from one harmonic universe can visit others. In Earth's core, there's something called the Halls of Amenti. The Halls of Amenti are an artificial structure of stargates. There was a cataclysm on Terra 550 million years ago that blew out the natural stargates. The whole Amenti rescue mission that got us seated down here in the first place was the creation of a new set of stargates that would allow this planet to evolve back into its original pattern and allow us to evolve. We've been sitting on a treasure ever since we've been here. And this is one of the big things. The interstellar races that try to control here did not want us to know. They do not want us to know we have stargates. They do not want us to know they're real or that they work or how to use them especially. Stargates, because they have that vertical axis that can go interharmonic very quickly and easily. If you're on the negative side and your idea is to create dominion in as many systems as you can, they're very special because you don't have to go the long way through systems. You can zap right through and just infiltrate very quickly. The Amenti stargates are very special because they connect through harmonic 2 and into harmonic 3 and all the way up to harmonic 5. But harmonic 3 in Gaia, in the center of our planet called Gaia, there's a connection to a planet called Mintaka in the Orion star system. Mintaka is connected to what's called metagalactic core, or the center point of D8, where consciousness enters and leaves our time matrix. It is the gateway to the energy matrix of non-dimensionalization and the gateway to other 15-dimensional time matrices. So if you're hell-bent on taking over systems, you're going to want those babies, because they're the ones that are going to get you out of your own little neighborhood and into the universes that exist beyond. The Mintaka stargates have been under extremely high security since the beginning of life forms in this time matrix because of that factor. It's so the people and beings in this time matrix don't get a chance to mess with the evolution of beings in other time matrices, and they don't get to mess with us. So as far as top-line security, Mintaka is it. There have been many planetary systems lost just in defense of making sure that the Mintaka portal stayed under Guardian control. Because if they are not, it has horrid consequences, not for just this time matrix, but for others. Amente, the halls of Amente, were created to allow this race and this planet to re-evolve. They also created a security risk because they connected to the Mintaka portals. Because of that, there were seals put on, but only under certain conditions could those babies open. There were artificial seals put on them, and that's what we're going to begin releasing. The only ones that can release those seals are the Emerald Order. Why? Because we were contracted long ago when Amente was created. We're responsible if it goes bad. And the last time these gates opened, it went horrible. And a lot of us that are coming in as Emerald Order or Aphim they carry a guilt thing with them. If only we did this, or if only we got there a little faster. The last time the Stargates opened was 210,216 years ago. We got invaded by a race called the Nephidim that we'll talk about more tomorrow when we get into the race histories. They invaded our temples, the temples that were used to do the energy mechanics that allowed the seals to release and such. The final seal was not permitted to release because it would have allowed them. They had begun to invade the halls of Mente. And we were not permitted to release the final seal. If you do not release the security system seals on the Mente halls, the Stargates, when they go into an opening cycle, it will put the planet into pole reversal. It's not a joke. It's very fast. It's very final. I'm not here to preach doom and gloom and pole reversal. We're here, the Guardian Alliance, the Emerald Order, to stop it from happening. Because if we don't, the other groups involved with this planet would dearly love to see it happen. Because it would release a lot of the real estate for their control. And the few human groups that did survive, they could be the saviors for. And they could put themselves up as little demigods again. And they could raise you the way they want to. The Elohai family that I represent is very, very disgusted at this point. Because all of the other family members that claim to, we're not on the dark side, we really care about human evolution, we just like to make it go a little slower, let's maybe hybridize them with the Anunnaki a little bit more to make sure they don't have the 12-strand potential. These guys are terrified of you getting your 12-strand back because you'll be equal to them and then you're going to realize what was done to you and you're not going to be happy with them. If they were trying to help, they would be trying to help stop the pending pole reversal here, rather than some of them are teaching you how to deal with it after the fact. Or they're just simply trying to teach you, planet Earth is going to turn into a star and raise into the fourth dimension and poof, we all go into light. Yeah, poof. You know? I mean, yes, the planet will evolve into the fourth dimensional frequencies and then higher. But it's not supposed to be done by a poof, because if that poof happens, it's not what is being presented. And the Galactic Federation, by the way, is the one telling us that this is going to happen. They used to be part of our group. They used to be part of the High Council Elohai. And they decided that we got sick of the mess of human evolution here. We'll help certain strains, but we think they'd be better off being hybridized with the Anunnaki strains, the Anu Melchizedeks in particular. We'll help them to develop 11 strands, not the 12. And of course, at the same time, by hybridizing those two groups, it will give the Anunnaki the 12-strand potential while it dilutes it in us. Not exactly fair. They were kicked out of the Emerald Order councils because of that. They're doing ascension trainings these days. They're not bad guys. They will help some of the race get through this. You're better off dealing with them than going through. If we are not successful in the grid work we do, there's a very strong possibility we will be facing, if not simply extreme weather conditions, we could be facing something we don't have to even worry about because it'll happen so fast we won't even remember. This doesn't have to happen. That's what our plan is here for. First of all, the Emerald Order people that have the DNA coding, the Akkadic level coding, that will release those seals on the halls of Amenti. We just have to release those seals. They're going to be released. That's what we're doing, this group here. Now, I have the Akkadic coding because I'm what's considered an Eckhart. That means Ascended Master Level 3. I accomplished it in Miriam's lifetime. We use the teachings we're bringing to you. I use them to get there. And I'm very grateful for those teachings because they work. It doesn't matter to me what words you put on what I am. It helps to understand that I carry the Akkadic codes and that not everybody carries that in any one lifetime. You're all capable of doing it and getting them. But in this lifetime, I happen to have, I'm one of 3 people on the planet that carries the full set of Akkadic codes. There's 3 of us of the Emerald Order that are Ekkhars here. And we carry the Akkadic level codes that will allow the release of the Stargate seals. We're going to release the Seal of Orion this time. It's the first seal. It's the 8th dimensional frequency seal. But we're releasing the first part of it because this releases in 3 pieces. The Orion seal, keyed to D8, is the first one that gets released. In 2009, we have to work on the Andromeda seal. And these other 2 we don't have to do on site. They can be done remote. We're doing manual override on the grids right now. That's why we had to be on site to run the frequencies. It can be done remote, but it's not as strong. Now, in 2009, we'll have the Andromeda seal released. And in 2012, in order to usher in the opening of the Halls of Amenti, we'll release the Lyran seal. That Lyran seal cannot release if the planetary grid of Aramatena is not restored, because it carries the 12-dimensional frequencies. You have to be able to pull those 12-dimensional frequencies into the grid. With the Seal of Orion, there is the primary part of it that releases now. There is a small part of it that releases with the Andromeda seal and a small part that releases with the Lyran seal, because that's the part that releases the galactic core thing. You can get to D8, but you're not going to get through the center of that time matrix and into others, or full ascension, while that last little piece of those seals is not. It's a security system that was built to make sure if anything tried to infiltrate these stargates, and if Earth was under the control of forces that were not meant to be in control of this planet. This was supposed to be the humans' planet. We were appointed as guardians of the whole thing. The Anhazi, the Orifim, going into the Turnicium, going into the human. We were created to be guardians of this particular planetary body all the way up. If something else was in possession of this planet, it was kind of like a recycling system. If the time period came when those gates were due to open, and those seals weren't lifted because there was not a DNA coding keyed to them, it would naturally go into pole reversal. Kind of like a dog shaking fleas off his back. If there was something on this planet that didn't belong in control of this planet, pole reversal clear it.
Which happened already.
Yes, it has. It's happened numerous times. I hope to be able to get across to you the sincerity of what I'm talking about here. It's not little business we're dealing with. It's not one of those New Age groups that, or even one of the Christian groups that are like, doom is coming, Armageddon's happening, that you have to, call God Jehovah and you'll be saved, that kind of thing. We're not one of these groups. You don't have to believe a darn thing I say. It doesn't really matter to me. I'm not going to tell you, if you don't believe my way, you're damned, we're your salvation. No. I am not your salvation. You are your salvation. But with that knowledge, you're not going to get very far. So we're bringing you knowledge. If you want to help in the energy work that's being done here, it'll have its rewards for you, because it will activate simultaneously the same things in you. It will activate your Kundalini spirals progressively, not all at once, blow up. You will be doing a service for this race. You and the group that will decide to come to Peru, whoever they may be. Because there are 2 sites we have to recode before 2003. It's this one, and what we're doing is releasing the seals, but we're also doing something else. There are people among us, probably most of us, that fit into the Orifim category. They haven't told me for certain that every last one of you is an Orifim, but they're hinting at it. You guys have DNA that is keyed to the grid, to the Earth grid. It's keyed to the Terran grid and the Gaian grid, and it's keyed to the grid of Aramatena. by running frequency through your biofields, it's called drop-in codes, you will be able to take the little piece of coding of Aramatena pattern that you had and put it back in. Progressively. The Aramatena pattern was preserved by a group of Orifim under the direction of the Amarota Orifim, who agreed to carry that imprint, that electromagnetic imprint, in little tiny pieces as a soul group. And when the time came to reset the pattern, they would each put in their little tiny piece and reassemble the pattern of the whole. This is what we're beginning to do. Each of you have something special within your dormant DNA imprint that will begin to activate 12-dimensional coding and consciousness within you, but it will also bring back a piece of the 12th dimensional field of the planet. It will begin to reset the shield of Aramatena, the harmonic 4 scalar grid of the planet. It's very simple. When we do the ceremonies that we're calling ceremonies in the pyramid, there's not a better word for them, that they're activations, really. The people who feel inclined to do so will be asked to come up, and if everything goes well, we'll be doing this in the sarcophagus. There will be a transmission of energy just run through you, and it's a simple burst of D12 frequency from some of the higher families of consciousness that I work with. They'll just run a little bit, nanosecond burst of it through. It'll release the coding. And in an electromagnetic spiral, the coding that you carry as an individual will be put into the earth core, into the morphogenetic field of the halls of Amente. You'll be adding your piece. Those who feel drawn to that, do so. Those who feel, this isn't for me, that's okay. It doesn't have to be. It's not a judgment thing. If you see, 5 people sitting over there, well, you don't really want to do this, I mean, with a little more information about these teachings, because you're getting it like the crash course here, it might make a little more sense. If there's some people that really feel that they're not ready to do that, that's okay. There's no judgment intended at all. This is between you and Source. If you feel drawn to participating and coming up and saying, okay, I will allow whatever coding I might have to be put in. If it's needed, there you go. The ceremonies don't take long. They're transmissions of energy. Some will feel them if you're more sensitized. You'll feel a bit of energy running through you. They won't do you any harm. And they won't be given without permission. There'll be certain group energy transmissions that are given to help you accelerate as far as activating your Kundalini and getting your Ka activated. Your Ka, by the way, happens to be your 15-dimensional light body. The rest of your anatomy you forgot you had. As we progressively activate it, it's those scalar grids that I keep talking about. You have 5 scalar grids that hold those 5 harmonics of consciousness. The process of ascension is progressively merging them together, which progressively activates 12 strands of DNA and progressively de-densifies your matter and pops you out of here. It doesn't work that fast, but sometimes it does. I did it as Miriam. I blew myself out of here so fast, I didn't even get to see the scenery on the way out. That's one of the reasons I decided to come back. I chose to come back this time. There was a few things that I felt very responsible for, which was the fact that 210,000 years ago, when I was leading the team that came in to reset the grids, and it went to a total mess, and there was pole shift, and a bunch of us got stuck down here in the incarnational cycles. I came back for that reason, because I felt very badly, and I'm a Virgo, and I think even when I'm not a Virgo, I have a Virgo imprint, where if I didn't do something right the first time, well, darn it, I'm going to do it again. I came back for a number of reasons, and a lot of them, by the way, just pulled my little flames off my forehead. No, I'm not Hindu. These were to remind myself, and so I could say this to you, that little symbols that I'm choosing to perceive from my unified vision of the third eye. You have the left and right side of the brains coming together. You have one of them going out each eye this way. The unified perception of the higher dimensional realities. That's where I had these little dots on my forehead. If any of you feel like wearing dots, I'll understand. Probably most people out there won't, but it doesn't matter. What we're going to do in the energy exercises isn't that hard. I mean, if we came in here and gave you like a 60-page manual and you have to learn this by tomorrow, good luck. It's not going to work that way. There is the exercise that was provided along with the itinerary sheet. Now, I do this thing so fast that I don't even think the steps to myself. After a while of doing this, it just becomes an energy movement you do, and it happens so quickly you can do it within seconds. When you're first learning it, you kind of have to do it step by step. So I don't confuse you and just run you through it the way I do it, for just bang, bang, be like, wait a minute, where was that? What step was that? I will read this through to you so we can go step by step. I'm not going to do it quite yet because first I'm going to tell you what it does. Yeah, it's the moment of reference. It's on the second page of the itinerary package, the one that has the color thing on it. This is a relatively simple looking exercise. What it is advanced ascension mechanics in operation. Some of the best things are the most simple. I won't kid you, it's not simple. You can make it happen simply, but the dynamics of what it does are not simple. I would suggest if you want to understand more about it, begin taking the Kathara program, because it will tell you about flashline sequences, and it will tell you about different levels of the Kathara grid and the morphogenetic field and all sorts of real heavy stuff. That's like a 2-week course, really. I introduced it in a weekend in New York. And it was like, without the book, you're not going to do it. So I basically taught the basics of Kathara. We're doing it as a healing program, but it's much more than a healing program. It's an ascension program, because if you clear out your code so you could ascend, you're going to naturally heal yourself anyway. Now, these techniques are similar to what are used in Kathara Healing Level 1. In Kathara Healing Level 1, we teach something called the Maharic Recoding Process. The Maharic Recoding Process. The big word there that's going to put a question mark to anybody who hasn't been part of it is, what is a Maharic? Maharic is the tonal resonance of the scalar template of harmonic 4 for the personal body. It's called the Maharic shield. It simply refers to the 4th harmonic scalar template, your D12, 11, and 10, parts of your scalar wave anatomy. That part of you holds the original imprint, your original ascension codes, before they were distorted, before your karmic imprint or miasmic imprint began to build up in the body. When you begin to reset, you can put a whole reset button on your holographic program, because this is a hologram that you're projecting out through your body. If you use the Maharic shield, just like when we use the Maharic shield of the planet, the shield of Aramatena, to connect the pieces again, you are restoring the pattern of ascension progressively, the original electromagnetic codes that will manifest in the DNA, in your consciousness, in the body, in the Kundalini. They're all interconnected. The first part of this exercise is a very quick version of what we taught in Kathara Level 1, when we taught people how to create a Maharic seal, which is a process of linking your own energy fields to the planetary energy fields through something called the Planetary Biofeed Interface System. That's where you can literally open up your auric fields, energy fields, chakra system to the planets. Talk about getting an energy rush. You can really get one through these processes. First you open it up, then you use your energy to activate and reset and add a part of the Maharic shield of Aramatena, of the planet. Get that moving and start to create those scalar frequencies in the Earth grid. Then bring them up to right below your feet, about 12 inches below the feet, is where your Maharic shield will be stationed when it is activated. It is a scalar grid. You're activating a set of scalar waves. Scalar waves you don't see with your eyes here, but you can see them from higher dimensions. They look like patterns of light, moving patterns of light. They're fixed, but they move. They have like a fixed flash line sequence, like a marquee, where you can set it on different rhythms. That's what they look like. And they're in the form of a disc. And there's several shields that we have. Each harmonic of our being has a shield. It's a scalar grid composite that holds in interdimensionalization the consciousness, the part of your consciousness that is located in those dimensional frequency bands. When we use the Maharic shield and bring it into activation by bringing up energy from planetary Maharic shield that we activated with our consciousness and with certain symbol codes that activate those frequencies down there, we will begin resetting the morphogenetic core that our bodies are built on. It's not just the body that's built on it. It's the body, it's the mental body, it's the emotional body, it's the spiritual body. You are simultaneously restoring to the imprint of health the physical, mental, emotional, spiritual aspects of being. It's a very powerful healing technique that was not available before. It was not available before because this grid did not hold 12 dimensions of consciousness before because of the blockages, because of the damage that was done to the pattern of Irma-Tenna. You couldn't even reset that pattern in here until certain things were done to the electromagnetic grids of the planet. You couldn't even reset the pattern of Irma-Tenna. It all has to do with something. It has to do with what I was talking about before, a stellar activation cycle. In a stellar activation cycle, there's something called a stellar bridge. It's a set of frequency spirals that come down on a vertical axis, and this only happens once every 26,556 years. They come down from the fourth harmonic, third harmonic, second harmonic, and into the first harmonic, and into the planets in this system. It creates a frequency bridge of energy, interdimensional energy. It allows the energy patterns, the frequency bands from higher dimensional fields to come down into lower harmonics and change the orientation of matter, space and time, within those harmonics. Even though this can happen on this planet in its time cycles, once every 26,556 years, it can only happen if there's a certain vibrational rate reached in the Earth's core in order to be able to pull in that level of frequency. If the Earth does not oscillate fast enough in the Earth's core at the time when these energies become available through the interdimensional spirals, it will not pull that spiral in. The spiral, the big spiral running vertically through the interdimensional field, is called the stellar bridge. And in order to have a Stargate cycle, you have to ground the stellar bridge electrically into the Earth's core. This can happen not at all if the planetary core cannot handle pulling in that frequency. This can happen partially, and that's when real messes happen, when you only get part of the stellar bridge grounded, which means it blocks out some of the frequencies that are supposed to come in, and they end up crashing in on the planetary grid and you get pole reversal. This is what happened the last time, and almost happened this time, except for a wonderful group of people who came down to Florida and did some grid work with us over on January 1st. What commences the stellar activation cycle is the grounding of the stellar bridge. This time, it was going to happen come hell or high water because the higher councils of Elohim intervened. Because if it didn't, okay. If it didn't what? You broke my chain of thought. I love this. Anyway, I'm back to Florida. What we did in Florida was we made sure the stellar bridge grounded appropriately, because the last time it didn't ground appropriately. It's a 12-dimensional frequency spiral, and to get the stargates to open the right way, it needs to ground on a 12-code pulse, which means there's a pulse in the Earth pattern that has to pick up the 12-dimensional frequencies there and ground them and lock them in. If you block out any of the frequencies in the receptors in the planetary grid, it will block out some of the frequencies that are going to ground. When that happens, it starts to throw off the electromagnetic balances on all three levels of the planet, Earth, Terra, Gaia, and it will create pole tilt. That is why we ended up not having to release the seals the last time. It wasn't going to matter anyway, but at least it blocked the negative ones from coming through into Mintaka. So a lot of the negative guys like to say, yeah, but you guys made the poles reverse way back then. You're bad guys. Look what you did to the human race back then. Excuse me. It was going to happen anyway. Because what they had done the last time, the negative side did this. They know these grid mechanics too. You're dealing with D11 avatars that decided they didn't want to play with the law of one. They wanted to be creator gods unto themselves. So you're not dealing with dummies here. When you deal with the dark side, there are some really big dark siders. They wanted to make it so their legions down here, that means their legions that are more in solid embodiments, would be able to access and infiltrate the stargates. So they did grid mechanics that made the stellar bridge ground on a 10-code pulse, which means there were two frequency bands out of the spiral that could not ground. They back up in the atmospheric fields. They throw the magnetic balances completely off on the planet. They do this because it's more important to the negative side to get the territory and to get control of the stargates than it is whether anything lives on the planet or not. This is where they're coming from. Dominion, expendable resources. Humans, to them, are expendable resources. Just like our military. Wonder where we got that program. Okay. Human beings are not expendable unless you happen to be coming from a perspective that values power and dominion more than true understanding. It teaches us a lot about our military. A lot of good people give their lives in service of the fact that they think war is going to bring peace. Never will. Only temporary. Only temporary till it comes back on you. But anyway, the last time when they grounded it on a 10-code pulse, they did a number of things besides pole reversal and the mess that it made. It made it so this Earth grid could only process 10 out of 12 frequencies. You could not, as a consciousness on the planet, fully activate your own Maharic shield because it would block out those other 2 frequencies. The 2 frequency bands that were blocked out were those of the 8th dimension and those of the 12th dimension. These particular dimensions, to block those out, is how you sever your connection to Source. It's how you sever your connection at D12, between D12 and D13. When you go into D13, 14, and 15, you're dealing with the level of personal identity or planetary identity. That's called a Rishi. It's a collective. Well, the avatars of the Elohim family that decided they didn't want to have to listen to anybody anymore about the law of one, disconnected themselves at D12, and then they disconnected themselves from something called the monadic imprint. It's connected to D8, and it goes through into the ascended levels, into something called the monadic imprint, which is the original imprint of your God seed pattern, your first individuation from Source. The way they created independence for themselves, where they could become creator gods and make their own little legions and their own little universes, was by severing the 8th and the 12th dimensional frequencies out of their consciousness, out of their morph field, out of their DNA. They have 10-code DNA because of it. They grounded the stellar bridge on a 10-code pulse so their biologies could go through. Because if they tried to go through the halls of Amentai on a 12-code, they'd incinerate. Because they don't have in their bodies the receptors to pull in the 8th and 12th frequencies. They didn't care, and they still don't care, that if this ascension cycle, Stargate opening cycle, commences under a 10 code, it's going to wipe out most things on the planet. They do not care. You're just an expendable resource to them. They want the Stargates, they want the access it'll give them, and they'd also like to use this as a petri dish some more. Mm-hmm. And if there's anything left after the mess, we'll hybridize it. That's not the original plan. That's not the Emerald Covenant. It's not the Paladorian Covenant that got you all here in the first place. When we did the energy work, a lot of people that were, oh boy, you guys are weird. We're out there doing toning and doing grid mechanics that even the police came out to visit us on the beach that night. What are you doing? Because we were moving around in a circle singing the Ria Kumnare. And very sincere, what is this group of wild people out here? There's, I think, like 25 of us or something like that. We also had a group up in New York and a couple of other groups that were synchronizing with us. What we had to do was block a 10-code pulse that was coming down. It was being sent from Bermuda through Montauk. Because Montauk is a base, underground base that's used for, primarily these days, for electromagnetic pulse transmission of the not so nice kind. It's a receiver for what's being sent out from the Bermuda bases in the Bermuda Triangle area. They're controlling a lot of things through these spaces that we never hear anything about, and they'll deny to the hilt. Like, go ahead and ask the government, see where you get. What bases? What EM pulse? We don't know about EM pulses yet, right? Anyway, there's a pulse being sent down. It was being orchestrated by the Illuminati family lines that are here and presently in control of most of our world governments. It was orchestrated by the Zetas and the Dracos that are presently working with this government that pretends it's not there and controls everything else. They were going to make sure that the stellar bridge grounded on a 10-code pulse. They weren't expecting a little handful of Orifeme when you put them all together and they're able to bring in D12 frequency. Orifeme have some of the highest gene potentials on the planet right now as far as rapid ability to accelerate to a 12-strand pattern, or at least receive bursts of 12th dimensional energy. They're the only ones that have the genetic capacity to hold a 12-code pulse being beamed through them to help set a grid without exploding. So this little group of Orifeme was called together. Orifeme that didn't even know they were Orifeme yet. They were moved to be there. In the work that we did, because we had right on the ley lines that run down from the Montauk area down through, and they kind of go out into a very special area right off Siesta Key, Florida, which is called the Kathara Center. It's one of the 3 main control points that control all of the vortices, all of the ley lines on the whole planet. There's 3 spots. Number 2, which controls the other 2, is right off in the Gulf of Mexico. It's about a quarter mile out and down into the earth from Siesta Key, Florida. I was asked to move there before I knew why. We reset, and we intercepted that pulse coming through. And by using vibration in the form of movement, when you vibrate, when you step on the earth, you are making a vibration. You're moving your energy into that energy, and your energy is changing what that energy below is doing. You combine that with very specific toning, sounds that are vibrational rhythms that go with certain parts of the Earth's vibrational rhythms, such as those like the Uriya Kumnari, which open up the 8th dimensional ley lines. You are putting vibration in very specific places where it can be directed to do very specific things. We intercepted the 10-code pulse coming down. And before it hit what it was aiming for, which was the Kathara Sphere Programming Center for the planetary grid outside of, on Siesta Key, we intercepted it and recoded it to a 12. They didn't think we could get organized that fast. They didn't think we'd be that effective. And we were really hoping we would, because we didn't know either. Seeing that the books were out a year late and all sorts of interference was given, so this material could not get very far very fast, so it would have had more people behind it. We intercepted the 10 code and turned it manually into a 12 code by using the Uriya Kumnari and allowing the higher parts of ourselves, our avatar levels, to beam down impulses of 12 code, of 12-dimensional frequency. We turned it right before it hit. We turned it into a 12 code. Now, the interesting thing about the Kathara Center that is off in the Gulf of Mexico, it is the control center for the planetary grids. It's connected directly. It goes through Stonehenge area, it goes through a few other places, and it goes right into Giza. We were able to ensure that the stellar bridge grounded on a 12-code pulse, because the stellar bridge grounds right through the Great Pyramid. That's one of the reasons it was put there. They were having all sorts of preparations. This is some of the stuff that I wanted to make sure I didn't talk about too loudly before we get kicked out here. They had some preparations about setting up some things, some mechanicals that were connected to other mechanicals that they don't talk about at all, that are down under in the Great Pyramid. They were going to do a capstone project. They finally canceled it when they realized we were actually going to do what we were going to do. And they're renegotiating what they're going to do as a counterstance. As a counterstance, the negative side, okay? You got to realize the negative side of things goes all the way up to D12 and all the way down to our dimension. There are family lines of consciousness down here. They do not know what's directing them from higher levels, but they are directly being used by the negative matrices of the fallen Elohim. They are being used just like we don't remember who we are in those higher levels. Well, imagine yourself severed into 5 pieces. And you're piece number 4 up there. And you know you have a lot more information, you're a lot more powerful, you get the whole thing. And you know that your little pieces down there don't remember a lot of that stuff. You can pull their strings and put them wherever you want. All you do is push their instinctual buttons. Why do people do what they do? Most people have no answer for that. Where do your thoughts come from? Where does your motivation come from? Where do you get that gut instinct that tells you to do something and not do something else? Where do you get that instinct? Take a guess. It comes from your higher levels of identity. And if you happen to be unfortunate and you are someone who was born through the negative Elohim matrices, they're not going to be nice parent cells, parent parts of yourself. They're not going to tell you the whole lineup so you can grow up and re-expand to be them. They are stuck in time because they severed their connection to their own higher parts. They can't expand. They know themselves as finite, like we know ourselves as finite. And finite beings that don't realize the connections will try to control the actions and energies of other beings. They will try to control their children. They use their children as a means to create dominion and also to suck energy off planets down here so they can be continually self-sustaining. It doesn't matter if you have a body right now that has that coding in it. It's a different path of ascension you would have to take. We're going to talk about some of this tomorrow when we get into the races. And we're going to get into talking a little bit about, 10 minutes, sorry. There's three primary gene lines here. You have black sun, you have diamond sun, and you have Balil sun, which is a combination of the two. It's a very simple way to understand what the DNA of humans in relation to the Ascension program is doing. There are people here, now nobody here knows, if I said to anybody that hasn't had a private reading where we identified any of that, and if I said to you, well gee, which one did you come out of? I don't know. How do you know this stuff? You don't until you get your higher consciousness opened up in you. And if you happen to be somebody that's from a consciousness family that's trying to repress your knowledge and to keep you phase locked in D3, you'll never know because they'll never tell you.
And you wouldn't be here.
You wouldn't be here. You're very right. People that absolutely despise my teachings are those who are being manipulated. Why? Because the teachings that I will give you, guaranteed, you don't need me. All you need is these teachings and to use them. You will find your own freedom. So a lot of the teachings that are not teaching what I'm teaching, that are actually teaching you to be subservient and good little humans so you can continue to be jerked around on a string by your own higher parts that haven't realized they have to integrate themselves, and that means you too. These teachings will help you to understand what it means. It will help you get to the point where you can look inside and read your own DNA matrix to see where there's distortions, to see what needs to be fixed, to see which family line you're out of. You can guarantee you're no more than a high Balil if you're in this room. A high Balil means you have primarily light codes, maybe a couple of strands have a problem with the darker codes that don't allow for ascension. Anybody that's not a high Balil wouldn't have been able to respond to the frequency that was sent out to whoever wants to be on this trip. It was a frequency. Okay. Most of you are probably not even that. You are probably what's called the Diamond Sun Matrix, which is the 12-strand matrix. Some of you, and maybe all of you, they haven't told me this one yet, so maybe they're going to reveal that as we go along. Some of you would be a double diamond, which is the pure Orifeme. That means your 12-strand here, plus your antiparticle doubles 12-strand, put them together. You get the full pattern that can blow you out of dimensionalization. That's what an Orifeme is. It has not just the 12-strand of the Trinicium imprint, which allows you to evolve up to harmonic 3, and then you have to work on the rest. Double diamond is the Orifeme codes. It means that you were part of the original set of consciousness that came in to inhabit the original pattern that humans were built on. You're part of the Paradise Sons. So the good chance is that everybody that responded to this call to come is part of that soul family group. We call it a soul family because of soul over soul, avatar, it's more than a soul family. It's an Eckhart family. It's an Ascended Masters family. But it's easier when I say soul family, I'm using that as a generic soul in that concept, just that higher part of your family. Okay? And like when I say soul, when I'm being very specific, I mean just the harmonic 2 part of yourself. When I say soul contracts, it could be a soul contract, could go all the way up to the Akkadic level, because it's easier to identify each level all the time. Anyway, you are probably a part of the Orifeme family, hopefully by the end of the trip. I think what they want to do, the councils I work with, because I work with the Emerald Council, and I take, I wouldn't say I take orders, I don't take orders from anybody. I'm a feisty one. Anybody that tries to give me orders, and I just kind of look at them and say, yeah, right? It's like, some people you just don't tell them not to. You can ask them if they please wouldn't, and they'll be glad to comply. But if you say, don't, it's like, yeah, right. Did I just hear, go ahead? They know me, and I'm kind of like that. I don't take being bossed around. So anyway, those councils, I trust their judgment. I know I can trust their judgment. They're councils of beings that would look like light if you saw them from here. They're councils that my family of consciousness is a part of, and probably yours is a part of it too. We come out of, on the Akkadic level, we're part of the Melchizedek Cloister family, which is a huge cosmic family. They not only see things in our 15-dimensional matrix, they see things in other 15-dimensional matrices. This is why we call ourselves the Melchizedek Cloister. Now, when we come down a level, and it's not dimensional yet, we're still in the energy matrix, we have another level of identity that's called the Rishi, which is not the 15-dimensional Rishi, it's bigger than that. It goes with the polaric matrix, the second middle level of the energy matrix. There, this collective, the collective of Orifim, and this is where Egypt mythology will make a little more sense. There's a Riche that has the tonal resonance, or its vibrational signature translates into the sound tone of Ra. It's called the Ra Confederacy, and it's a universal family of consciousness that many other families of consciousness come out of. It's an Elohistic family of consciousness. There have been problems in the families of Ra. One of the families of Ra was Aton-A. Another one was Amane. They're kind of like brothers who fight. When we had the Atonist movement that Akhenaten tried to bring back here, that was when there was too much mess being made by the ones that were coming out of the Amane lineup from the Rishi Ra, that they were trying to reintegrate and trying to get the races back on their ascension course. So he had come in as a representative of that part of the family to try to reset things, but he made a total mess out of everything because he took a stand against the other ones, which he wasn't supposed to do. It's not about against, it's about bringing them in. There's no sides to a circle. He made squares. He boxed people off and said, you're good and you're bad. And he offended everybody, and he got himself killed because of it. We're all part of this family, the Orifim. You are Orifim. You are a part of the Ra family. It's known as the Ra Confederacy. The Azarite Council is, if you could look at a Riche as the face of a clock, having 12 primary families, the 6 and 12 position are the ones that have the most control, the most power, and the most consciousness. Then you have the 3 and 9 position. So they're like the governing families in the little family matrix here. The Amanes were, I believe, the 3, and the Atanes were the 9. We have the Azarites in the 12th position. The Azars, which are very close to the Azarites, are actually one that's split into its first polarity too, would be in the 6th position. The Azarite Council is the 12-6. They're the governing body of the Ra Confederacy. They're the governing body of the Emerald Order and the Syrian Council and the Melchizedek Cloister families as they manifest in the strain. These are the big guys. But they're not big guys that need you to dwell on that fact. If you can realize the level that the teachings are coming from, you'll have enough respect for them to apply them. If some of them affect you like, gee, that's silly, that's weird, yeah, right. Remind yourself, do you know this much even? Maybe there is something right about it, you just haven't got to it yet. And maybe if you work with it, it will start to make sense to you. That will help you to open to the work that needs to be done. Now, we don't have too much longer for this lecture, so I think what we're going to, because they're going to kick us out of the room, basically. Because we have to, buy the time in the room for, a certain amount of time. We can do this. I mean, this can be done even outside, okay? What they don't realize is we can still go out and sit over by the pool and have our nice little conversation and continue it as long as we wanted to. Okay. At least this gave us a private environment for the hard stuff. I did not want to talk about heavy grid mechanics out there. I did not want, especially this, I did not want people out there, Egyptian people, that might take offense, or Muslim people that might take offense to where I'm coming from. When I start talking about Black Sun family lines, I don't want people jumping to conclusions here. We're not saying anything against you necessarily, just like, I'm afraid of, if they knew what we were doing here, first of all, that the permission that was granted, that it took some finagling to do to get in to do private ceremony in the Great Pyramid. We're considered a spiritual group, which by the persons who gave the permission, that's kind of like a fluffy New Age, whatever thing. We're just doing our weird, wacky stuff, and it's not important. If they realize the level of science and grid mechanics I'm working with, and the fact that I'm using sound tones consciously with specific knowledge of how they go through the grids, these particular individuals who allowed us to come here and go in the first place have already seen demonstrations of certain sound frequencies opening areas like the stele between the positive sphinx. If they realized that we were doing some things at that level, and not just a little flaky group of New Agers, we would be considered a science research team. That's when you get into trouble. That's when you get into major permits, major buying off who's is going to let you get in there to do anything. As long as they think we're dumb. They don't know anything. And we're just a bunch of weirdos. We're fine. This is why tomorrow when dear Mr. Hawass is going to grace us with a lecture, which is wonderful. He knows wonderful things about the new stuff that they found. I know stuff about history that they never even heard of. And I know some of the things about the other history, too. We'll talk about a little bit about where the pyramids came from and that kind of stuff tomorrow in the history lecture. When we're dealing with Mr. Hawass, it's very, very good to respect the fact that he was good enough to allow us in, because it is him that got us the permission to go into the sites. If he likes us, he'll continue to allow that. So it's important that he not think we're here to hide anything from him. Heaven forbid, not us. It's important that we don't talk a lot in front of him about two things. One, the history that I'm going to be revealing as we go along. Don't talk to him about Anunnaki. Don't talk to him about that stuff. Because he'll have either two reactions. A, he might know something about it, and that's going to tip him off that we know more than we thought we knew. And that's going to put us in a category of more scrutiny. Or B, he'll think we're just totally nuts and, argue with you about it, which will put him just on the, if we aggravate him, he didn't aggravate the man. The big thing is, let's keep all references to grid mechanics and sound and statements like that in the same breath, where he could realize we're doing more science. Because they don't realize science and spirituality go together. And that's why we can get away with doing spiritual work, because they don't realize there's a science to it. We just need to keep him as innocent as possible to the level of grid mechanics we're working. This will work much better if we get into the sarcophagus to drop these codes.
When are we going to do this?
We're going to do that tomorrow. Now, they keep playing around. You'll notice they keep playing around with the sequence of when things are going to happen, and I wouldn't doubt that's because somebody's helping them to annoy me. Which I'm amazed that everything's going as smooth as it is, because I've had before every major workship where I was given the next level of information, I had stupid things thrown in my way constantly that I had to muck my way through just to get there and show up. So I'm used to interference. I've learned to be flexible with it and roll with the punches. We are going to that pyramid.
At a time we can do this.
Oh, yes. We have a private sitting in that pyramid.
Did we get that for the morning, like you said?
Originally, it was supposed to be dawn.
And they changed it?
Last time I heard,
when did they
put it
change
toward tomorrow afternoon.
Wouldn't it be better in the morning, though?
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
This is what I mean being flexible. We can moan and groan and complain about what we have to work with here, or we can just deal with it.
What are we scheduled to go then? And when are we scheduled to go?
Okay, that's on this thing. To
No,
some
it says
degree.
no.
What time
No,
were we
that
originally
says the
scheduled,
dawn.
Mary Ann?
We were originally scheduled at 5 a.m.
5 a.m. And they moved it last time to what?
We're probably going to end sometime around 3, 4-ish.
3, 4-ish.
So that's
On
it.
behalf of you and everything else, intervention is granted. That's what we're doing here. I have talked to this group at a higher level as far as no holds barred than I usually do. I usually am very, very careful how much of my personal self I let you know about, because I don't want to overwhelm you with a level of a paradigm of self-understanding that doesn't make sense to you yet. She's like, what? Yeah. And most people will be left with, she's an ascended master, one of those things, she's hard and everybody. No. If you take our programs, you'll realize what we're teaching when I use those terms. You know that. I think you know that. I think you can feel that. But I've been very, very intimate with you in this particular lecture by explaining to you what I'm affiliated with. Most people do not know I'm in Elohim. Most people don't know I got here by the process of making an agreement that's called a surrogate twinning with one of the other souls from my soul matrix. I couldn't fit my consciousness into a fetal pattern here. I had to make an agreement with another incarnate I'm of the sixth soul in my oversoul. That's one of the power positions, the stronger ones. I had to make an agreement with one of the 3 soul incarnates to blend. She'd start the incarnation, and then I'd come in later after she got the pattern expanded enough. I'm considered a walk-in because of this agreement. But it's not your standard walk-in where it was somebody else entirely in there, and then, they shifted. We had an agreement before birth. She would raise the body till age 12, and then I was going to walk in and take over. But in the meantime, the negative side got a hold of the body. They did alien abductions on it, and they messed with the DNA. I didn't get in this body until age 33, and boy, was she mad, because she knew she was supposed to leave at 12. The part of me and it's a part of me, because it's part of my identity as an oversoul, even though it's not somebody who, her incarnations were different than mine down here. We're more like sisters. You can kind of like sisters, cousins, kind of cousins. Sisters would be out of your same soul matrix. She's out of my oversoul matrix, not my soul matrix. So it makes it a walk-in rather than a soul braid. But I've had a very unique way of getting in here this time. Some people have heard that I'm a walk-in, some people have heard I'm an ET contactee. I don't know what the heck I am. Basically, I am an Elohim out of the Emerald Order. I had to get here in a very unique way by combining and by, working with this surrogate twinning. I am a walk-in because I did trade places finally where I got control of the DNA and the genetic code, and her personality imprint was able to shift out, and she ascended, and I came back in. It wasn't a forced one. I wanted to wrap up a little bit about who exactly am I, because I've left a lot of question marks, because people have different pieces of this story of who am I. I came in with a conscious memory. I remember the fetal integration. I remember birthing. I remember where I was before I came in. I remember I spent 400 years as consciousness just in the Sirius star system, picking up the electromagnetic coding to be able to sequence this information the right way before I incarnated here. I remember overshadowing, hanging out in people's fields and whispering in their ear. I was their guide. Those spirit guides that you think they're your imagination. A lot of times they're real. And believe me, on that end, it's frustrating as all heck. I'm here. Really, I'm here. Really trying to help you. Go away. I'm just hearing voices in my head. People get scared. People won't listen. People think it's their subconscious. Go into modern psychology. They'll try to put you on lithium or something so you don't hear it. So I've had a unique and colorful experience that got me to this point of who I am. I know who I am, and I really don't care what stupid label psychology would put on me. Am I a split personality? Not at all. I can tell you the difference between a split personality and a multiple identity focus, which comes from expanding your DNA and going back into your original soul and oversoul and higher level of awareness. Multiple personality syndrome is a fragmenting process. The personality fragments into smaller and smaller pieces that all fight with each other down in the subconscious. Multiple.
And often they're not conscious of each other.
Oh yeah, and they'll take time, take turns vying for the body sometimes, where you get some real strange effects. Multiple identity focus is a natural part of human consciousness. That's not the same thing as split personality. Multiple identity focus is realizing you are a simultaneous time being. Oh, we got to get out of here. Okay,
They're moving in.
Okay.
What's next?
We can.
Good night. Good night.
You know what? Once you know, it's like the point of no return.
Yeah.
You just can't look at it the way you did before,
Right.
and not at least think, but what if it is that way?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I can see where it's coming from, especially in his perspective, because he's a tour guide teaching it all the way. I know it. If that changes,
No
what
job.
position's that going to put him in? You can't exactly go teaching this side of tours, which would be great. Great way to get information out.
Put him and Akeem together in a tour. For the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, water's good. I apologize for my raspy voice. Something seems to have got me since I've been here, but we'll work through it. And usually as I get going, it'll clear. My voice will clear. So can you hear me okay? Kind of raspy and froggy as I may sound. All right.
Oh, yeah.
We have cough drops.
That's okay. This is actually down here. We can't even reach it with a cough drop.
No, it's a kitty coats it. It's Swiss herbs.
You pull it out.
Thank you. Okay. Tonight's lecture was supposed to be done before we did our first visit to the pyramid, because things are constantly getting rearranged here, and it's kind of like very volatile as far as where what fits. We're getting it after the fact, which is okay. You're a great group. You kind of like just went along with the whole thing, and we plugged in and got done what we needed to get, what needed to get done, having no idea what it was we were doing, except, we knew, I knew what we were doing. The Guardians knew what we were doing. But you followed along very well with that, and I appreciate it very much. So do they. In order to understand the significance of what we've been doing on this trip, you need the context of history. And not the history that you've learned in school, that you learn in history books, or even in books on Egypt that you'll get. Because it's a part of history that has not been here for at least 10,000 years. And even in the ancient Atlantean periods, which are relatively recent, this history was not fully available. So we're dealing with a level of history that to many scholars of our time would appear to be mythology, simply because they don't have the references, and most of them don't want to expand their frameworks to include these things. I know that the history that we speak of is quite accurate because I've had incarnations in numerous of these periods. I've seen the temples that we talk about before these temples were here. I've been a part of those, and many of you have been a part of those early civilizations too. There is a period in the history of our race here that's still relatively recent, because anybody who's read Voyagers 2, Secrets of the Mente, knows that we have charted human history going back to Tara in Harmonic 2. And when I use the term Harmonic 2, does anybody not know what I mean? Does anybody need a basic rundown of dimensions? Oh, good, that's
No, I had the book and I like loaned it out, so I really didn't get back into it after I kind of glanced over things a couple
Okay,
months
so
ago.
if I say harmonic 1, 2, 3, you don't know what I mean, right?
You gotta help me remember.
Okay, very simply, our time matrix is a 15-dimensional structure. The 15 dimensions are broken into groups of 3 dimensions each. Each group of 3 dimensions is one harmonic universe. The reality field, there are 5 harmonic universes in a 15-dimensional system. Each one has a progressively less dense state of matter. We're in harmonic 1. It has gross matter, physical density, carbon-based biology. Harmonic 2 has a semi-etheric matter density and part silica, part carbon-based biology. Harmonic universe 3, which is dimension 7, 8, 9, has etheric matter density and pure silica-based biology. Harmonic universe 4 is free matter liquid light, which is not even full form. It's a different type of existence. Biology is conscious, but it doesn't even qualify as biology as we know it. And harmonic universe 5 is pure waveform, or light from this perspective. It appears light. Okay, so that's the basic framework we're using when I'm describing these things. In Amente, we described how our race started, was created about 560 million years ago on Tara, which is the counterpart of Earth in harmonic universe 1. Tara is in harmonic universe 2. This creation was not the first creation. There were many things that would go back in terms of Earth time, billions of years, many different races, stellar races. And to understand the craziness that has happened here with our history and who did what, when, and why, it helps a little bit to understand, first of all, what those other stellar races were, why the Turnicium human experiment, because it was an experiment to try to help the other races re-evolve and give them a new pattern to evolve through, because they were fragmenting, their DNA codes were fragmenting, their consciousness was fragmenting, and they needed a new pattern to evolve into that would allow them to go through the stages of de-densification so they could release themselves from the time matrix. That's why our race was created in the first place. So in this, I'm going to get a little bit into, not too much, but just a little bit into the period before the Terra things happened, before our race was created, so we understand who is who and where they basically came from. And we get into Anunnaki, Anahazi, Orphi, these kind of words. So you just get an idea of where did that start. Because these different stellar races have had a tremendous influence on what has happened here. Now, a lot of the basic rundown on what happened after Terra was key pieces we put in Mente, but there's millions of years of history in there. You can't put that all in one book, or probably even in a dozen. So what I'm going to do is, the most important parts, I think, are seeing where it all started, or the basic concepts of that it all started with the ancient stellar races. Then we're going to leapfrog over what's in the book, because you already have that available to you. And in the little chart pack thing, it's not quite a chart pack, but in here, in this little thing that I handed out at the beginning, there's a basic list of, when I talk about root races and cloister races, on page 3, there's just a basic analysis of the things that are contained in Mente, if you need a reference to that. So what I'm going to do is leapfrog over that. We're going to go past the first seeding of our race here, because that's covered in Mente, and they were destroyed, they had to be reseeded again. And then we're going to go past that, because we're part of the third season, and that's what affects us most. So I'm going to pick up from the time before Tara and come into the time of our seeding and what has affected us here. Because if we're ever going to understand the politics of what's going on right now and the dynamics of what's going on right now in our drama, we need to understand who is on what side and what agenda was behind it. We begin to realize that some of the things that are happening right now, and all I have to do is look at the internet and go into a bookstore and see all these books about people communicating with things from elsewhere. This stuff is real. We've been trained and brainwashed to believe it wasn't real, and we've had our DNA unplugged so we couldn't see that it was real. Now, the things that are happening now have not happened at this scale for 200,000 years, since the last time the stargates have meant they opened. They are due to open, as anybody who read the book knows. It is very important right now for us to be able to have some idea as to who has what agenda. If we're having visitors, and these visitors can be very close to us, they don't have to drive in spaceships. They can literally move into a dimensional field where you are and affect you. They can communicate with you. There's millions of channels out there at this point, and half of them don't know what they're channeling. They take the channel's word for it. And this is very dangerous because you can get anything with any agenda saying it's God, and trust me, I'll lead you, and you may be led off a cliff as far as your own evolution goes. So it's really important that we begin to realize that in this time period, particularly in the next 12 years, our very ancient past, our future, and our present are coming into a full circle, a meeting. It's a meeting point. And what happens in this period of time is literally going to change the course of human evolution into one direction or another. There's going to be several directions, and groups of people will be going in each of those directions. By understanding the basic framework of things, we will have the ability to decide consciously which path we want to be on. Because there are basically three agendas running. There's an agenda of beings, some of them human in human form, some of them from other places, that want to see humans evolve back into their heritage of the Turnesian pattern of 12-strand DNA, which gives them the ability to not have to die physically. They have the ability to transmute matter density progressively through the harmonics until they turn themselves back into pure waveform consciousness. You don't lose your sentience. You have all of your memory. It's a progressive expansion of identity. That is the ideal way to evolve out of time. There is an objective to evolution. It's continual expansion. And you can expand, and then you get to a point where you contract, and then you expand back out into the wholeness of all that is. And some people call that God, some people call it Allah, some people call it all sorts of things. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's a massive collective consciousness that we are all a part of, and we all take place within. Evolution has a purpose, and our consciousness evolution is directly connected to our DNA evolution. That's why it's becoming very important to understand that DNA has always been a primary factor in any visitation that has happened here. We think DNA is something recently discovered, that our scientists just figured out that we have DNA and it controls the genetic code. They know very little about DNA, though they will not like to admit it, and they will challenge me on it. There is something behind the DNA they're perceiving with microscopes and the tests. There are levels of the matter pattern that are not in the range of those instrumentations. There are dormant codes in the DNA that they do not understand. And one thing our scientists cannot give us right now is an understanding of what the heck evolution means, why it happens, what was an original design, was there original design, and what was it supposed to do. That is something that we can find through this material that is very important. Because if we don't know what we're aiming for, it isn't going to matter what agendas are doing what. If you don't know your objective, you don't care who's directing you where. And that's what's happening here. We have people who are starting to open to interdimensional contact with beings. We have a government, several governments, that are actively dealing with ET visitors and finding out very rapidly that they don't live up to their promises, and now our government's out of control of the situation, and now they're being pushed around. And here we sit thinking there's no ETs because we've been under a propaganda program for so long. It's getting very dangerous to be not informed. So the purpose of the work that I do is to bring the information to anybody who will listen. And you're going to hear, you guys are great because you've had some exposure to it, to the information that I bring here. I would hope that as you learn more, and as you begin to see the context that's happening here through seeing this history, that hopefully you'll be able to touch others with that knowledge. Hopefully you'll be able to see how important it is that we begin to realize, we begin to connect past and present here, where we can see where a pattern's going to repeat itself again, and it's going to be even worse this time if we don't stop it. All right, our revolution was hijacked a long time ago. Our DNA was messed with, and it stopped our ability to integrate naturally the higher levels of consciousness that were our natural heritage. This is going to be done, and it's going to be done almost permanently if there wasn't intervention. The visitors that come from other places that do not hold human evolution as their primary objective do do not care if we ever see that 12-strand capacity again. In fact, most of them would prefer that we don't. If we don't, then what do we become? We become something different, something that we weren't intended to become. We become something that's enslaved by our gene code and controlled by something else that has a higher level of evolution. That is our option. So there's 3 agendas running right now, and they are the same 3 agendas that have been running for millions of years. This is what, if our historians could figure this out, they would start to tell people, you know what, we're in trouble, guys. If they realize what has been going on here, 3 agendas are this. 1, there are a group of beings in the higher harmonics that want to see us get back to what our potential was so we can become equals. We can become co-creative creators with them. And that's what we were created for, and that is our potential. I represent that team. And there are many, there are at least 10 million different race strains from the higher harmonics involved with the Guardian Alliance alone. And that's not 10 million beings, that's 10 million race strains with millions and sometimes billions of beings each. So it's a massive organization. Some of them are from levels of existence so high that they no longer even have biologies. They're gestalts of consciousness. Some of them are beyond dimensionalization. They're considered by some ascended masters, where you have ascended out of the dimensional time matrix, and you are into other levels of reality that aren't even dimensionalized. It's hard to conceptualize what that means from here, because our perceptions are totally dependent on dimensionalization, which is breaking down our consciousness and having it look at itself at different angles. And it gives us the holographic projection that we call matter density. There are beings in existence that we are all connected to that are far beyond that. They exist in a state, it's almost like a sea of consciousness, where you are fully sentient. There is no identity blur where you lose track of yourself. You just get more and more aware. That is what our potential is, to re-evolve back into that state. So, I represent the Orifeme of the Emerald Order. It is a Lyran-Syrian strain of consciousness, and there are numerous different biological associations in the middle harmonics that are associated with this. I'm in a human form, you're in human forms, but human forms are not as cut and dry as our society would like to think. We may have faces that look human, but in those gene codes, we have substrand DNA matrices, which contain our stellar coding. We're all connected to something up there. Those races we see that are up there somewhere, they're not strangers to us, even though we don't remember who they are. They're literally parts of our own higher identity gestalts that are kind of at war with each other. The parts that are trying to harm us have lost the understanding of something called the law of one, which is a connection between the levels of consciousness, all the way up the harmonic universes and out through the ascended master levels of identity. So we are dealing with biologies in different forms from up there, but they are consciousness that is part of the families of consciousness that we ourselves come out of. It helps to realize that, so you don't go into major polarity when you see a history like this, because it's been a history of bloodshed, it's been a history of extortion, manipulation, and just not very nice treatment of this race. But there were times when, in our beginnings, when we were very great and powerful, that portions of our race also became corrupted and did heinous things to other life forms. So it's a way that consciousness teaches itself not to do that anymore. In a way, what we're going through now is a race karmic issue. We're all here because we have some affiliation with it. And most of this group is affiliated with the Orifeme, whether they know it or not. And the Orifeme have come in here to try to get human evolution back on track. They've done it many, many times. We'll discuss some of those times as we go into the history. So the one agenda that we're working for is, no matter how bad the original humans might have been and how much mess we created in our learning, we still deserve the chance to re-evolve back into equality. And there are many, many of the higher councils of beings that disagree with that completely. They think it was an experiment that went bad. They look at humans as a cosmic virus that they do not want to be let loose on the universe, because they watch us down here. And if you watch us down here, watch the news while it's like, you want those on your planet? You know? So you can understand why other counterstances would be taken to the perspective of, yes, give them the freedom, give them the knowledge, tell them how to fix the gene codes. there's a fear of what we could do unleashed because of what our race has done before. So if we can understand the negative ones, we call them negative simply because they hold an agenda that's negative to our better health. Okay? It's not that they're bad guys and we're good guys necessarily. We've played bad guys too. We've had bad agendas sometimes, and we've run really bad trips at other life forms. So it's not the old distinction of good versus evil, and they're baby terms at this point. It comes down to what is your objective and what is your agenda. And when you know those two things, you can determine whether something will get you to that objective or not. And if it won't get you to that objective, therefore it is a negative influence. All right? So I am not saying we hate these beings. I'm not saying that we're right and they're wrong. We all have our right to our opinion. And the three groups of beings, there are three agendas. The one is ours, to give back what was originally belonging to this lineage, the 12-strand DNA imprint of full transmutation, full ascension out of the time matrix. There's a dark agenda, which comes from a group that are the same family of consciousness that created us. They're called the Elohim. We came out of the Elohim, which are harmonic 4 race. They're in the liquid light avatar range. They created the base Lyran imprint for hominid form. And some of them decided to sever their connection from the higher levels, those ascended mastery levels I've talked about. They decided to cut off their power supply, their perpetual power supply, from source, because they did not want to follow the law of one. In doing so, they became finite unless they sucked energy off other things. They came in with that connection. They became what we call the dark avatar matrix. They go all the way up to dimension 11, where the good avatars go up to D12. Above that, you have Rishi, which are collectors of consciousness. Now, all of the dark avatars have Rishi, but they severed the connection to them. They refuse to take counsel from them. They refuse to be directed from them. Eventually, if they're ever to evolve themselves, they will have to evolve back into the light, which means reconnecting with their higher parts. But right now, and for billions of years, that hasn't been the case, and they're not interested in doing so. They've had agendas all the way down through the many, many millennia in regard to human evolution. And right now, they hold some particularly nasty agendas toward human evolution. Right now, they are particularly interested in getting as much of the 12-strand imprint out of the highest coded humans as they can for hybridization projects. Then, they would like to take those highest coded humans and exterminate them because they are a danger to their plans of covert manipulation of this race. We have the ability to see higher dimensions once we activate our codes. That's where they do all the manipulations. They are attempting to put our cultures under what's called a frequency fence. It's a bioneurological block. It's sent out through EM pulses on different dimensional frequencies. They can literally, through your own biology, neutralize your ability to activate DNA strands, therefore neutralizing your ability to bring in the higher dimensions of consciousness. You will be phase locked like we have been for centuries into three-dimensional perception. They will be able to send programs through those subliminal waves, unseen waves that come right through the ground and right up through your biology. This is what their agenda is: mind control, extortion, exploitation, for the purpose of hybridization until they can create body forms by combining with ours that will allow them to, in fleet, take over this planet because they want the territory they always have. They want the territory because they want the stargates of Amente that they have always known existed at the core of this planet. The stargates of Amente can connect to the stargates in Mintaka, Orion, which lead out of our time matrix to other time matrices. This is prime real estate if you want to take over lots of reality fields. And if you can get to Amente, which is the weak point, because we're running around down here clueless, not even realizing we're sitting on something so valuable. You can take this over, you can work your way up through the different Stargate systems, right into the center, into Mintaka, and out into other time matrices, and do the same thing to their system. If you happen to be a collective of beings who need to suck energy off other things because you cut your connection to source, you want as much food as possible, energy food, and that's why they take over systems. So the dark matrices have numerous legions, just like the light matrices do. The light matrices and the families of Elohim that are still in good standing have the light worker humans that are really trying to assist the Elohim that have fallen, considered the fallen Elohim, the dark avatars. They have their legions too. An avatar is a being that's in harmonic form. it's considered an avatar. Avatars create groups of oversouls. Oversouls create groups of souls, and souls create groups of incarnates. Just like the natural process in a light being. You come in as the Rishi creates avatars, the avatars create oversouls, the oversouls create souls, and the souls create incarnates. The incarnates are down here, the souls are harmonic 2, the oversouls are harmonic 3, avatars are harmonic 4, and Rishis are harmonic 5. They've created their own little universe of legions. And that goes right down into our gene pool. There are people here, unsuspecting people, that have their DNA coded to those matrices because they came out of them. They're called Black Sun DNA matrices. These people are simply used. They're expendable resources to suck energy off other things for these matrices. They don't care about them. All they care about is using and dominion. And this is why, even though we represent the light side and we're very much against those agendas, the people that are in human form that have Black Sun DNA matrices, it's not their fault down here. They didn't choose it down here. They're just being used as puppets. So if we can help them, and whenever we can help them, we don't look over the evil people. There are no evil people. There are people that need help in various ways, and that goes for here and also in the stellar races. So this is not a paradigm that's going to teach you to hate one group and raise another one up over them. It's a potential in the paradigm that we bring to allow the races to come together. Forget color, economic status, all this stupid stuff we fight about down here, religion, all of that. And forget the fact that yes, there are different stellar substrate DNA matrices that do make us different. And some of us are more vulnerable to manipulation than others because of that. If all of the races could understand that we came out of the same place, and right now we are under major psychic attack that is not just in D4. It's starting there and it's moving down and it's infiltrating day by day into our culture. It can be seen in the operations of the government. I won't quote from using any other government, but it won't, especially not being on home turf. But I can at least point fingers at the government that I'm a part of as being an American citizen. There are Illuminati families there that are running things, and if you realize the level of mind control that's already in operation just through propaganda, through what's taught from kindergarten onward, if you realize the control factors that we've all been raised under already, you start to realize how real what I'm talking about is. It's not as if, oh, they're gonna come and do mind control. It's not as if they're gonna come and do anything. We have been raised under progressive mind control to the point where we don't see it as mind control. We're led to believe we're free, yet we are in a society where very few people have enough money to have luxurious lives. We have to work, we're slave people, is what we are. And this is in America where we're free. Free to do what? To go work 25 hours a day so you can put a roof over your head that might be halfway decent. Think about our culture for a minute. We have the best culture on the planet, they tell us. And you know what we do? That is scary. Because it's worse in other places. How many Americans are really doing well? How many Americans have time to spend turning inward, get in touch with the insides? What kindergarten class teaches kindergartners that you have higher parts of your being that you can integrate? Go find your creativity. Be unique. Be individual. Express who you are. Bring it out. You're just starting little Montessori programs and those kind of things, which are help. But the control factors that are just the foundations of our culture, even in America, are so much a part of us we don't even realize they're a violation. This is how much we have been controlled here. It's been for centuries and centuries. These programs were set up by the Anunnaki. All right? Where do we think we get the gender distinctions that have been playing havoc with our cultures for so long? Well, God said man was superior to woman. Oh, really? What God was that? I'll tell you what God it was. There was a whole bunch of them up on Nibiru that decided they were going to be our gods. Because the true collective consciousness does not view it that way. We have been viewed this way. We've been persecuted. We persecute ourselves. How many mothers raise their little boys to treat other women that way? How many women take being stomped on by their men because they're told that's what God wants them to do? I mean, really? How many men mistreat women because they're told this is the way they're supposed to behave? What if they were simply told they're your equals and they're supposed to be your friends and you're supposed to work together? It's not a power play. Our culture would be very different if boys and girls had been raised with a different set of ideas. We have been raised and pitted against each other on purpose because where the man-woman thing is, there is tremendous power there. When you get into the Kundalini energies, you can access much higher dimensions. They wanted to make sure we never got along just well enough to really make those connections with the chakra systems, because you can bring in such higher levels of consciousness, you can activate DNA very quickly, you can override what was done. So they set up conflict between the genders, then they set up conflict between their race strains. They gave religious creeds, some of them were good, and then twisted them, decided to twist them, to the point where you don't know what God ever said or what God said it. And we still use these principles as the foundations of how we run our lives. And they operate on a subconscious level. You know, well, we were told this, we were raised with this, and this is the way it is. And we saw a little bit of those tensions in operation in the beginning of this trip, where there was, you know, two different cultures being represented. And I found myself having to be very careful of how I presented myself, because I'm not a feminist per se, I'm an egalitarian. And some societies just are not. And that's the way they are. I try to respect other cultures, but other cultures don't always try to respect everybody else. If you're not coming from an egalitarian perspective, you're saying, I reserve the right to not be fair. That's what it comes down to. I reserve the right to put one above the other and not be fair to the one I'm judging as well. I don't care what culture is saying that that is the way it is. It's always been that way, so it's right. It is not right if you want harmony, peace. If we start to see what's been done to us, we will begin to change it. We will teach our children to see differently. And that is really hard, because right now, if you happen to have ideas that are more egalitarian, that are more free, send your kid to public school and see what happens. You get a little terrorist in your own house that turns on you because the peer pressure has said, no, it's this way. Don't you tell me it's that way, mother or father. No, it's this way. We don't even have control at all over influencing our children unless we have the economic status to take them out of that environment and shelter them and raise them with a set of beliefs that will allow them to open up to higher consciousness. The repression that goes on here is so subtle and so covert, it seems perfectly natural. But it is not natural and it's not healthy. And I want you to be aware of that. Because if you can see it, you make changes. And when we get into this history, you'll see how it evolved, why it evolved. And the fact that it evolved for one purpose, to control our evolution so we never were able to reclaim what we once were. We can change that. We're the first wave. The first wave of souls down here that for thousands of years have had the information put forth directly without getting killed doing it. This has been brought in before. And every time it was brought in, the people involved with it were tracked down, they were hunted and killed, and the books and the teachings were destroyed. Over and over and over again. It's not as if the higher councils never tried to bring this stuff here. It's that every time they did, or every time they tried to get their gene line strengthened here, so this could be passed on, we were wiped out. That's going to happen again, unless we take this opportunity to change things, and that's what we're doing with the grid work and things. So, in going into the history, I don't know about you, but I always hated history class. Like, who cares? Leave me alone. You know, it's done. But it might have been because the history we were being taught had very little to do with real history that influences us right now. The only thing we got out of that was, well, you can look at this and this happened, history can repeat itself, so you better learn from that. Well, we can even look at this in that perspective. We can learn from what has happened here over and over, and we can begin to change it. I will try not to bore you to death like they do in history class. I won't tell you before you do this happened. You know, it's like, wake me up when you're done, please. Does anybody take notes? There's a test because I didn't hear that. I will try not to do that to you. I will try to give you a basic rundown, and I'm going to use notes because there's so many dates that I want to not miss. And I don't want to do what I tend to do. I'll get on one subject, this happened here, and I'll do this one. Oh, and back here, by the way, this happened. I'll have you leapfrogging through history to the point where your head will be spinning. I'm going to try to do it linear for the logical sense.
This is all the book.
No. This is new stuff. Okay, this has been given within probably the last 3 to 4 months. That's why I'm doing it this way. But it's just in the book, it's every book. You say, here's the trouble, be the trouble. It takes what's in the book and it starts filling in the blanks. There's lots of blanks between 560 million years ago and today, believe me. All right. they're trying to give us enough history so we can begin to identify who's who and what the heck is going on here, so we know how to posture ourselves in relation to the drama that we're in right now. All right, the history in the book in Imante sets the beginnings, basic origins of this race, how they ended up down here, and the fact that this is the third seeding. It gives us information on group races and cloister races that were part of the Imante seeding, and we learned that the cloister races carried a higher DNA imprint that would keep the 12 strand alive in the potential bank of the gene pool for the human race down here. And they weren't intended to be superior to or to dominate the other races. They were actually responsible for helping them to evolve. Group races were beings, some of us are, well, probably not too many of us here. Most of us have cloister in here. We wouldn't have even come to hear this kind of information. But the idea of the cloister races was to allow a higher consciousness soul to come into a body here, and a group of them. Because the root races would actually come through them. There would be a smaller version of that cloister race strain. It would work on only one DNA strand evolution. There'd be cycles. All of us have had cycles of incarnation. Through the process of evolving our DNA strands, we'd have an incarnation in one race cycle, and then a cloister cycle, another race cycle, and a cloister cycle, progressively building up the activation level of our DNA. This was not an overnight evolution plan. It was a very long-term race evolution program that we're a part of. We're not even halfway through, actually. Okay, so we learned those things in the Imante book. It set the framework, the groundwork for the rest to come. Now we're beginning to get the information that is showing, especially the third seed of information. We can always fill in the blanks later as far as seed 1, seed 2. There are our distant forefathers. What we need to understand is what happened in our lineage, the third seeding. And there's a couple of key areas. I mean, again, you could go for the last 800,000 years, you could have a lot of history books written on that. Yeah. And it gets really boring because you get, you know how if you have a community of people and they start out as two races, but then they live together for like a few hundred years and they start to blend, but then somebody else moved in and blended. So you have, you know, some base races that started, the root races, the cloister races, but then you have them evolving together and blending. Then you have stellar interference and hybridization, and then you have inner Earth, which is a place we're going to talk a little bit about too. This is when I was talking about the Rama races today. They're coming from a place that's known as inner Earth. It's a frequency modulation zone between the frequency bands that Earth takes place in and the frequency bands that antiparticle parallel Earth takes place in. There's a middle zone. And it's all about frequency. The only reason we perceive it as solid is because our consciousness is stationed one dimension above. So you'll progressively see other dimensional fields as solid as your consciousness moves up the scale. Right now, we can perceive parallel Earth, but we can do it through visualization and projection. It will not appear as solid here until we get our consciousness stationed at 4.5 accretion level, which is what the DNA is going to do if we are successful in the grid work that we're doing, in the DNA work that we're doing. We will be able to perceive inner Earth. Our reality field is going to blend with it if what we're doing with the grid work is successful. If not, we will most likely see pole shifting. We will repeat history. The history that happened the last time the Imante Stargates opened. And it was a mess. It wiped everything off the surface. And this can be avoided. Of the three agendas that are running, one dark, one light, and one in the middle that just wants to hybrid the race and make sure, they don't want to kill the race, they just want to make sure it doesn't get where it was supposed to go. Out of those three groups of agendas, those who serve those three agendas, there is only one who wants to stop the pole shift, and that's us. The others look at it as a cleansing. We'll get rid of a lot of the problems. That is not fair. They know that's not fair. But they figure they're tired of nursing this evolution. You can't blame them on that side. I mean, how long do you play parents? If you're good parents, you don't have to play parents as long. But if you raise children that are out of control, that says something about your parenting skills, we try to tell them that, but they don't want to hear. The others, either side, well, we know that the dark avatars do not want to help us. We're used to that, so that's nothing new. But there's a group in the middle zone. They're coming out of the planetary matrix of Nibiru. Some of them are coming up from inner Earth. Some of them, a lot of them are parallel at this point because that's been taken over. They used to be part of the Guardian Alliance. They had covenants with us. They promised to uphold the agenda of letting humans, helping humans to evolve back to what they were, and they broke those promises. They decided for their own best interest that they liked the Anunnaki better, and that they would help them evolve at the expense of humans. And they call themselves our friends. If you'd ever like to check out what's happening with that, check out on the websites for something on the Galactic Federation. They used to be part of Guardian Alliance. They chose not to be. They chose to basically stick it to something called the Emerald Covenant that was a re-promise on the original Paladorian Covenant, the Covenant of Pleiador that started the whole Mente Resi Commission. There were agreements, just like you have treaties between countries. There have been treaties ongoing regarding human evolution and who would do what to help that situation. Right now, the Guardian Alliance is the only representative of the High Council Elohim family that want to get you back to the 12 strand path. They want to stop the pole shift and allow the planet to move into a different time vector. It's a very complicated situation for working with grid mechanics. A lot of it's in the Mente. That's why a lot of people read that and go, oh my God, what is this about? It's like really advanced grid mechanics, the introduction. So when I get into the history, you're going to basically be able to see how it evolved and why, who's on whose side. And you do need to identify the sides. And it's not so you can say, you're over there and I'm over here. It's so you can see, you can dodge who's trying to undermine the whole thing. And what the ones that are trying to evolve the 12 strands are trying to do is say, listen, all of you, this is an option for all of you. If you would stop manipulating each other. That goes for the Galactic Federation dudes who want to appoint themselves as over the demigods. They're planning to come down here and introduce themselves, if all goes well in their agendas. They want to do an ET visitation. They're going to do a whole hybrid version of our religious stories. They're going to come down probably in America. Probably only one ship at first. And they're going to walk off that ship and they're going to want to meet our president and all that kind of stuff. And they're going to be tall, thin, beautiful, blonde people with huge information banks. And they're going to have names like Moses, Abraham, Jesus.
Great.
And they're going to say, we've come back like we promised. Because they twisted those stories. There were stories, there were beings with those names. But these aren't those beings. But they're going to pretend they are. Do you realize what that would do to those people? There are other planets to infiltrate cultures here. Come down and, all you do is say, you're the descendants of those who the stories said created you. And people will follow. And they want to set up very sweet unification programs, which are mind control, one world order programs. We need a new world order, yes, where things are done in a new way, because the old way is not working for people or the planet. But there's a big difference between new world order and one world order. One world order means the whole planet is controlled by a central force, and anything that's outside of that paradigm is therefore an enemy to that paradigm. That's what's happening in parallel Earth. It's centralized, covert control. This is what we're trying to avoid. Okay? I'm being very, very open with the agendas here with you. I'm not treating this group like a baby group, where I don't want to tell you that we're in the middle of trying to be taken over. You guys are mature enough to deal with that. It's not to terrify you. You've already been taught techniques for field protection, so you can protect yourself against infiltration on the D4 level. You could protect yourself against HARP, the HARP project. That's going to be one of the vessels that they use to transmit mind control frequency that will do you bioneurological block. Okay? When you know how to do your Mahar shield, you will be able to transmute things and block a lot of it. We're going to learn Cathara too, some techniques that will assist the immune system from some of the biological warfare agents that they're beginning to use through the chemtrails that they're dropping all over the map. There are agendas here that are insidious. And we sit around. You don't hear it on the news. Worse, you don't hear it on the news. Because the media is filtered and it's controlled. And anybody that tries to come out with it finds themselves without a career at best. Possibly without a life at worst. There are scientists who have tried to come forward telling us that there are solar changes happening that they can't explain. And that information is being suppressed. and they've been terrorized by the CIA in America, by the government. There's a major repression thing. And I can point you to the networks that are dealing with that information if you don't believe me. There's thousands of people involved in these underground trying to get this information out to people. So I do know what I'm talking about. And it all starts back here. It all starts with what happened here and who made it happen. So I'm going to go into that now. I'm going to use my notes for this so I don't miss anything important and get off track. Because linear sequencing, I am more of a circular reasoner where I put things here and kind of bring them together this way. History, it's helpful if you can put it this way. And then later you can link them. So I'm going to try to do this. I think the most important, I've talked a little bit with this group before about what happened in the war. So I think I'm going to not cover that first. I was going to cover it first. I'm going to go back to that later, if necessary. What I want to get to right now is, I'll start with the seeding of the 12 tribes, which was seeding 1. When they talk about the 12 tribes, they talk about the Bible and Hebrew books. They're looking for 12 tribes of Hebrews, is basically what they're looking for. That wasn't what it referred to. It was the original 12 tribes of humans that preceded here. It was the five cloister races and 7 root races that they're talking about. Okay, so go back to our history. 12 tribes meant what we're talking about here as far as the root and cloister races. Now, coming up to the third seeding, which is our seeding. Each seeding, before a root race could come in, there had to be things done. There had to be a host race to birth that race through. The host race that we had were called the Urtites. The Urtites were a hybrid race that combined something called the Ceres Egyptians, which I'll explain a little bit, from Ceres B, and the Hebrew Palladians, and the Rama races from the Earth. Now where are they going? We're seed 3. Okay? These guys were remnants from seed 2. Now, seeding number 2 ended because all hell broke loose, and it was war again. It was major war. It was called the 1,000 Years' War. And basically, we ended up in full tilt with that. We ended up where the higher councils of, we call them councils of light, because they look like the Rishi levels, had to intervene or they would have totally blown the planet out of the galaxy. And there was an agreement made. And again, it was between the Anunnaki races, and I'll get back later, I will get to where they started. Anunnaki races versus the right for human race to evolve here. There was a treaty made called the Treaty of El Anu, which the Elohim agreed to allow some of the Anunnaki strains to hybridize with the human lineage so that they could evolve. They're trying to be fair. Okay, you want to evolve from 12 strands, you want to get rid of your genetic mutations. Yes, you can do this, but you have to not try to wipe out the race like that, because they have been trying. The Anunnaki have been trying to wipe out our race all through the seedings. This is who we were fighting with from the first seeding. This is who we were fighting with on Tara before the fall of man down here, before the mess happened here. The Anunnaki races were originally part of the Lyran races we came out of. The Anunnaki are a mutated version of what's called the Anahazi. The Anahazi are the core first founder race that every race in this time matrix came out of. It was one host race, and it was an Elohistic family that created it, and that was the Anahazi race. And they were liquid light beings. They were harmonic 4 liquid light beings, and then they downscaled into matter-dense races. The Anahazi hold the original 12-strand imprint, but they also hold the imprint for the other 12 levels of codes. They go up to a 7 master for the whole lineage, for everything, for the Syrians, the Palladians, everybody. Okay? What happened to create an Anunnaki is you take an Anahazi and you combine it with one of the race creations of the Dark Avatars that severed their matrix. And you start mutating Anahazi codes. You start unplugging the 8th and 12th DNA strands and the ability to hold 8th and 12th dimensional consciousness. That's where the Anunnaki came from. Anunnaki means Anahazi mutated with Draconian coding. The Draconians are one of the reptilian races created first by the Dark Avatar matrices. All of them are Elohistic families. We have not fallen elves and near fallen elves. And that's what it's all about. This is a family feud in the Elohim territories. Okay, and we're all part of it. All right, now, so we have a little bit of where the Anunnaki came from there. Okay. Now, when we... where the Anunnaki came from there. Okay. Now, when we came in to the third seeding, it had been after the 1,000 Years War, where everybody was destroyed. Some of them were evac out, depending on whoever they were connected to. Either the Anunnaki strains, they take their guys out, or the good guys take their guys out. Some of them went into the inner Earth portals and just stayed there. They never came up again. They became the Rama races. The root races that had been part of seeding 2, which were the root races that were left from seeding 2. You had the Lemurian root race, its cloister race, the Urantrians. This is where you hear the stuff in the Urantrian books coming out. They're associated with the consciousness from there. And a race called the Brenoe, which were the cloister race for the Atlanteans. Okay. Now, these guys were ones that went underground rather than being taken off the planet. They evolved there to become the Rama races, and later the Rama races divided. And the Brenoe became the Shambhali, and the Urantrians became affiliated, some of them with the very dark matrices, and wreaked havoc on our evolution here in connection with our Anunnaki beds. Okay? So we're dealing with races that were here because of the fact that we had been seeded here before. They're still part of our lineage, but they evolved in their own little pockets because most of the lineage had been destroyed here. Alright, now, let's see. Alright. When I'm talking about us being hosted first, we came in this third seeding by the Urtites, you also need to know who the Saris Egyptians are. Alright, first of all, the Egyptians were a sub-race of the Atlantean race. That was their original, what an original Egyptian was. That imprint has been changed and modified and upgraded so many times that it's something much different at this point. The Saris Egyptians are a hybridized version of Egyptian that became the primary Egyptian strain. They became the pharaonic line here. They were hybridized not just with cloister races, but with a race called the Saras from Harmonic 3, which is an etheric race. They gave them a lot of extra coding to try to get rid of some of the Anunnaki distortion that was happening in the gene codes there. So you ended up with basic Egyptians, which had the Anunnaki, was getting more and more Anunnaki coding infiltration. And then you had the Saris Egyptians, which came in to recalibrate the whole pattern. Alright, so they were made in seeding 2. They were, when everything went crazy during the 1,000 Years War, most of them were taken to Sirius B. And in Harmonic 2, and that's where they evolved. Now, there's another group created in seeding 2 called the original Hebrew people. The original Hebrew people were actually a mixed cloister race. They were half Melchizedek cloister, which is the cloister that went with the fifth root race that's not here yet, and half Nibiru cloister, which went with the Aryan race. So they were taking 2 cloisters and making a hyper cloister, so it would have even stronger coding. This is how you can get some of the higher than 12-strand coding, but you can't activate all of it in one human body because it can have multiple codes. So you had these 2 amped up races, basically, the Saris Egyptians from Sirius B and the Hebrew Palladians, because this is where they got evacuated to when they were taken off the planet. And they evolved there for a time until the third seeding. And then you had the Rama races from inner Earth. Well, what they did to create the third seeding was they took some of the Saris Egyptians, some of the Hebrew Palladians, and some of the Rama race, and combined them. And it created a race called the Urtites. And refers to light. It refers to light. It's really an ancient Anahazi language where it started. It means light, or light of the one, is what it really originally meant. So when you see priests of Urtites, it's an affiliation with the Ascended Master Heroes, is what it's meant to mean. And that meaning was lost a long time ago, but that's what originally was associated. So we came through, our seeding came through the Urtex. And our seeding began about 800,000 years ago. A lot has happened between then and now. The most important things, they evolved for a while. What they first put in through the Urtex was the 5 cloister races. They didn't bring in the root races yet. They brought in 5 cloisters. In 5 cloisters, you have the one that goes with the Romanians, which is Erantrian. You have the one that goes with the Atlanteans, which is Runaway. You have the one that goes with the Aryans, which is Hyperion. You have the ones that go with the Valerians, which is Melchizedek. And you have the ones that go with the Southern root race. And that's, I think it's hard to pronounce. You and Jackie. It's in the book. It's hard to pronounce. So they brought the 5 cloisters in first. And they evolved for a while, and some of them intermixed. And already these cloisters were hybrid cloisters because they were brought through the Saracen-Egyptian amped up ones and the Hebrew amped up ones. The Urtite imprint itself was amping up the gene code. When you amp up the gene code, you accelerate the evolution. You give the biological form a capacity greater than one it had to bring in the higher levels of consciousness more quickly. So a planet and its people could evolve more quickly. And that's why it was done that way, because we were trying to get this going already. It was like seed number 3. When are we going to get done with this? We never even got past root race 4, you know? Because we're stuck right in the middle right now. We're the Aryan, we're the most people on the planet. I won't say we, but most people on the planet are of the Aryan root race. There are still 2 root race cycles to go after us. These cycles last thousands of years, and if they get cut off in between, they go back to square one again. So they amped it up this time to try to get us to the finish line, hopefully, in this season. The most important things that have affected us and the agendas that are happening now began about 669,000 years ago. It was during the cloister period. And the period I'm going to talk about, these things that happened during the cloister period, before the root races even got in. Okay, this time. The first thing that caused us problems, big problems, and divided things up into your basic 3 matrices of DNA that we talked about, the 3 agendas, was something called the Temple Wars. There were temples way before these temples, and very, very deep down, there are remnants of those temples under these temples. They haven't found them yet, but they found pieces. They're starting to find new pieces, and they don't fit with the Egyptian period, so they're Atlantean. They're older than some of the relics that are there. There are some things that were left behind. There are some things called signets that were left behind, which are metal discs that are key to the stargates. And there's at least 5 of them on the planet. There's 12 altogether. There are sites, and I know where 5 of them are, but I'm not allowed to tell on film anyway. So there are a few little telltale signs that this history is true. There's also things that are being found now in different areas, not just, I don't know if they've been found in Egypt, but I've heard that they were found in other countries, of humans with elongated skulls. What are they? We supposedly came out of the apes, right? Yeah, it's a non-synthetic fetus. We didn't come out of the apes, we came out of the cloister races and such. The cloister races had elongated heads. That's what they looked like. They had, if you see the little statues of Akhenaten that run around, now, Akhenaten didn't have a head like that. I hate to disappoint him, but he absolutely loved the Anticloister races. So he tried to make himself appear as that eternally, forever, because that was his affiliation. But that head shape went with the cloister races, and there are variations on it that went with the Rama races, and that's what we saw on the wall in Nefertari's tomb today. And it amazed me because I'd never seen any of the paintings down there. Look at that! Oh my God, it's a Rama! They actually have a painting of a Rama on that wall. And it was perfect. It was like, I'm sure that was set up by higher levels for me to trip over a Rama. So he's going, look. We're going to talk about that today. Okay, so remember, the Ramas are the ones that were from the inner earth levels. Now, when the first set of temple wars, there's 3 basic temple wars. I mean, they're worn all over the place, but the 3 big ones, the first one started about 669,000 years ago. We call it the Vegan Wars, because where it really started was in the Vega and the Lyra star system, and in harmonic 3 and 4. It wasn't even our war. It was their war. It was the Elohim war. And it came out of the group of Elohim that had severed their connection from Source, wanting dominion over the Lyran system, and the ones who had just been there because they'd always been there, and they were just trying to be themselves. And there's just like every person has, you have your levels of consciousness, levels of identity, and the harmonics going up to 5 harmonics. Every planet does too. There is a planet, a liquid-like planet, in pre-matter density, in harmonic 4, that was called Aramatana. That was the corresponding planet to Earth. We had harmonic 4, Aramatana. We had harmonic 3, Gaia. Harmonic 2, Tara. Harmonic 1, Earth. Well, the Anahazi Lyrans were those who resided in the areas, the reality fields, and they're not exactly like this, but they were from Aramatana. And they were attacked by the ones from Vega. And Aramatana was destroyed. Before that destruction, there was a group of them that got out before the consciousness got blown apart. They had agreed to come and hold the coding piece by piece of the original pattern of Aramatana. So one day, it would be set back into the grids of Earth, Terra, and Gaia. So Earth, Terra, and Gaia could once again become a planet that was capable of passing back through the matter densities. A planet or a person that can pass through transmutation through the matter densities to get out of the time matrix is considered a person that can ascend or an ascension planet. Once upon a time, Earth, Terra, Gaia, Aramatana was an ascension planet. During the Vegan Wars, 669,000 years ago, that potential was taken away. That's where the Emerald Order came into play now, because we were part of the group that had agreed to hold those codes and to reset it into this grid when the time was right. All right, so it's back to the third time we had temple wars. I'll tell you about that in a little bit. Now, what happened down here, as they were doing that up in Vega, it created a mess down here. The Rama races got involved. Both sides of the Anunnaki story got involved. We had the Cloister races, and the Syrian Council was trying to protect them. And you had the Anunnaki races and the Dracon races that were trying to wipe out our pattern. There were the middle zone ones that wanted to hijack the evolution, not destroy, hijack it. They actually did something called a forced matrix transplant. Now this is something, if you did it on a person, it would be taking that person's energy field and forcefully plugging it into another consciousness field so that consciousness would take over and recode it to its own. It's like bodies. This can be done in planetary fields too, not by us, but the higher ones. They took the Gaian imprint of Earth harmonic 3, an electromagnetic imprint of that, and they merged it with a planet called Avian that was never meant to be what we were plugged into. It was a control matrix. It was a control planet that was run by some of the Vegans. And they not only took away the ascension capability, they put it into a total control mode. And that is why the Emerald Order who were the original ones, the original imprint that started the Turnician lineage, or the post imprint that Turnician lineage proceeded into. I'm sorry, I just lost track of myself. I just lost track of myself. I didn't want to do that. Anyway, I'll go back on where I was. When we got involved with these Vegan wars 669,000 years ago, we lost. All right, the light side lost. They lost control of the planetary grids. They lost control of what the races were doing as far as who's going to hybridize with who. And there were hybridization programs with the Anunnaki thrown into the Cloister races, which contaminated some of the Cloister races. Nothing like taking an amped up Cloister and then turning it to the dark side. Great. Now you have really powerful negative ones. And they did a lot of that during that period. That calmed down for a while. There was some climatic changes that happened just for natural reasons, because at certain times the planet kind of pulls itself around a little. It wasn't full pole shifts, but it was enough to create a situation where a lot of the races went underground. Some went into Earth, some literally just went into tunnel systems and went underground, some left. It stabilized for a while between 669,000 years ago. That's when we first lost control. That's when we lost control of the planetary grid. And this is directly what we're correcting now. We're fulfilling what we tried to commit, as the Emerald Order tried to commit 200,000 years ago, to do the same thing, and we got flattened again. This time we're coming in to do it from how hot water we're going to, because it has to be done, because this planet's not going to make it through another cycle if it isn't done. Okay? So when I talk about Aramatana, the most important thing to know about the Vegan Wars 660,000 years ago was we lost the imprint of the Earth's Maharic shield on Hammurabi 4. It was disassociated, plugged into someone else that didn't belong to it. As long as that happens, the evolution of humans on this planet is going to be misaligned with what they were originally supposed to be. It will not be aligned with the Anahazi imprint, the Lyran imprint of the avatars. It'll be aligned with, instead, the ones who hijacked us, which means they will always be able to control and manipulate our consciousness. So, in setting back the pattern of Aramatana into this grid, we're also setting back the proper coding that comes through the grid into the human DNA that will align your consciousness with your own ascension pattern rather than those who hijacked it. Okay? Now, we'll go to the next set of temple wars. These were called the Rama Wars. And they happened, let's say, about 247,511 years ago. They began in the inner Earth, or who's going to control the inner Earth territories. We're having the same problem, dark versus light. Okay, I'll try to speed it up. I see people getting tired. Do you want me to rush this? Or do you want to you want a break? Okay.
Break, just a bathroom break or
Yeah,
walk
because it's
around.
up to you. If you want to do the lecture even at another time, I will do that. Okay. I left off after the First Temple Wars that happened 669,000 years ago. The next most important thing, and this is very important, because this is where something very special was created. I'll tell you about in a minute. The second set of Temple Wars occurred in 247,511 years ago. Okay, that involved the inner Earth groups that began to fight. The inner Earth Rama races had begun to fight, and it divided the stellar nations in relation to them. It also divided the surface cultures in relation to them. I could get down to who was on which side. That's okay. But that's okay. But yeah, that will just take up an awful lot of time. It basically created within the Rama races two divisions. One that still identify themselves as the Rama, and another that call themselves the Shambhali. The Shambhali aligned themselves with the Emerald Order Orifim, and were very supportive of the 12-strand pattern. Some of the Orifim actually came in at that period to try to help the the Shambhali to defend themselves against the Ramas, and they were trying to defend the surface humans, the races and cloister races that were coming, from being infiltrated and hybridized by the Ramas and by the Anunnaki stellar races. During that period, because it was all going crazy again, where everybody was fighting with each other, and it just keeps escalating and escalating until it gets to the point where somebody much higher has to intervene because the planet's going to get destroyed. Before it got to that point, there was a negotiation made called the Emerald Covenant, and that was taking both sides and getting them to agree to allow the human lineage to evolve to its 12-strand, but also allowing hybridization programs for the other Anunnaki and Raman-based races who are at this point getting what's called code convolution, where they're losing their ascension codes, their ability to evolve, because of their infiltration of the draconian avatar matrices. It was ripping down their coding progressively. So it was like, all right, stop fighting, you guys, for 2 seconds, long enough to see how we can face this problem for both of us. The Emerald Covenant was entered into by both sides. It involved a whole bunch of different races. It involved the Shambhali on one side and the Rama on the other. They agreed to not fight with each other. It involved the Elohim and also another group called the Seraphim, which were the ones involved with Vega, that originally had been Elohistic families that got involved with the Dark Avatar matrices and created another strain that they called Seraphim. Now the Saras that had helped us before were out of that lineage, but it crossed back over. So they were good guys. The Saras and the Seraphim are not the same thing. Okay. During the Rama Wars, when the Emerald Covenant was negotiated, some interesting things happened in the Elohai families, in the Emerald Order councils themselves. There was a group that really was more pro-Anunnaki evolution, even though they were, originally part of our side. This is where you've had a division form between the Guardian Alliance, who upheld and always willed the Emerald Covenant to evolve humans to 12-strand, and then another group, they call themselves the Galactic Federation, who associated themselves more with, all right, well, let humans evolve to a degree. We're more interested in evolving the cloister hybrid Anunnaki races. And you still have that division today. You can look on the websites and see some of the propaganda being put out by the Galactic Federation about where your forefathers are coming to rescue you and follow us. They have contact committees set up all over the planet. It's a real ET movement happening here. So this is where that division started, was, 200,000 years ago. We all agreed that we would assist in the evolution of all of them. Once again, reconfirming that we're not just trying to evolve humans, we're trying to help everybody here. With the Emerald Covenant, a race called the Nephites was created. Now, in certain other people's material, they have talked about the Nephites and the return of the Nephites. The Nephites were a race strain that took cloister race, human races from here, and combined them with the race from Tara that originally was part of this race but had got contaminated by Anunnaki. When we fell from Tara, or when our consciousness ended up down here, there were two divisions made in the Turnisian race strain. One was the Adami Kudman, which are the Adami races that we came out of. The other were the Beli Kudim. They were the ones who had been Turnisian but had gotten involved with the Anunnaki and had draconian coding in them because of that. Right? The Nephite experiment was intended to bring in the rest of the human lineage, the Beli Kudim, and the Anunnaki races into hybridization where they could get their flight codes back, where they could get their DNA, back into, up into the diamond codes. What happened during that experiment was it was being observed by the real dark avatar matrices that just don't want any of us to particularly evolve. All they're interested in is using us. They infiltrated some of the Nephite races by literally body snatching during the fetal integration process. When the soul of the incoming soul is trying to get into the body pattern, they would literally knock it out and put one of their own in. And they raised within the Nephite families a strain of pure draconian dark avatars that had high coding and they could fit the D11 dark avatar. They became called Nephidim, and they have been giving us problems for ages. They invaded inner Earth, they got mixed up with the Rama races, they got involved with some from Sirius B and contaminated them, and they have been involved with certain cloister en route races here, where we've evolved something that wasn't supposed to be there at all, which was pure Black Sun DNA lines right within the human lineage itself. It was because of the Nephidim, which was the part of the Nephite experiment that went bad. Okay? These guys are coming back. I mean, there's some people in other teachings, they're saying, the return of the Nephites. Yes, they're coming back, which is like, all right, I'm kind of glad about that, as long as they're, as long as we know they're Nephites and not Nephidim at this point. It's also the return of the Nephidim. They're making their presence known, trying to get control of the Mente again. So these guys all started back in the period of the Rama Wars, the Temple Wars and the Rama Wars. A number of us were probably there. Okay, we have in our DNA, in our cellular memory, association with at least one of these periods of Temple Wars and with the cloister races. Because when the calling for this particular series of presentations was put out, it was put out for those who had that coding in them. Nobody else would respond. So you can rest assured that somewhere in there this applies to you. Some of these periods apply to you, which can be helpful in trying to place your own incarnational history and your feeling tones as they come up as you move through the journal that you're in now. All right. Now, with the Rama Wars, the negative side won again. They keep doing that, unfortunately. And that's why this time we're being very aggressive with our intervention. The light families tend to take a stance of non-intervention. They're not aggressive and pushy because they try to be fair to everybody. But it's like dealing with an army who marches in perfect order with their little drummer in front and a bunch of snipers that just takes them out because they're hiding in the bushes and there's no rules to the no rules to the war game. So being nice guys has not always been to the benefit of us, but it has allowed us to keep a level of consciousness that didn't turn us into them, where we didn't get as bad as they were, because that's not going to solve anything. But at this point, I mean, there have been times when Guardian Alliance has been in major battles. They've been in stellar battles. They were a part of the 1,000 Years' Wars, which was Star Wars right over our heads. They were part of the Electric Wars that ended the first season. So they are not complete pacifists where they'll just let, reality systems get wiped out without defending them. because when you're in polarity, sometimes it's necessary to do that. If you can get your consciousness out of polarity, you don't have to deal with that. That's what achieving Christ consciousness is about, that you can blow yourself out of here and not deal with any of this nonsense anymore. But if you choose to come in as a helper, where you're here to put yourself into the polarity to help harmonize the drama, that's what a lot of us are here for, or because you're working on your polarity conflicts too, then you need to find a medium stance. You can just lay down and let people walk on you all the time, or you can learn an assertive stance, and that's what we're taking. Okay, what happened in the Rama Wars was the Nephilim got primary control. They started hybridizing with the races and really contaminating the race strains again, which is a setback for our goal of achieving 12 strands, DNA. They also knew that in 210,000, 216 years ago, that's when the Amenti Stargates were due to open again. And they wanted to make sure they had control of the planet when that happened, because they want to use those Stargates to infiltrate Mitaka and Orion so they can go out into other time matrices. Okay. Well, in the last period, and they got control, and a lot of us went underground, or some of us were evac'd out, and just the races, part of those races was just evolved in other systems, because we were under dominion down here, negative dominion. It finally culminated again into another set of wars that occurred during the time when the Stargates opened, when they were due to open. It began a little bit before that, and about 211,000 years ago. That's when the big guns, the D11 avatars, decided to really show their force here, the Dark Ones, because they were hell-bent on getting control of Mente. And at that point, because so much higher level negative interference was being sent in, the light families also sent in major higher level interference to interfere with their program. The light forces decided this was the time for intervention. We'd already lost the pattern of Aramatana in the first set of temple wars, which stunted the planet's evolution. And now they're just going to hybridize the races to the point where they're never going to reach a 12-strand evolution. So both of the big guns got involved on the Elohim families. You had the Elohai councils, the Orphi and the Emerald Order came in and fleet. And we came in and we aligned with the Shambhali races and the Cloister races that were still, carrying loyalties to, the Emerald Covenant. We came in to defend the Emerald Covenant and to reset the pattern of Aramatana into the Earth grid. That's what we came in for, but we came in too late. And I was personally a part of that scenario, and I know there's a number of people in our group, in our extended group, that were also. We started to trip over those memories in January, when we did some grid work on January 1st, and I just started seeing the movies running, and I saw all the faces, and I knew their names. So it was very moving. It was heartbreaking, really. It happened 210,216 years ago. We came in about 4 years earlier than that, and we're trying to secure the temple complexes, because the light side had managed to have certain temples, complexes and fortified areas, and they had weapons that are like Star Wars compared to what we have. They had crystal weapons that were used through the temples for defense and that kind of stuff. We came in, and we also still had control over a good portion of the grid. We couldn't use the portals the right way because there was too much interference, but we needed to come in and hold the fort, and we tried. We aligned with the Brenno races, which were the Cloister races that have been the Atlanteans, and tried to protect their interests until they had stayed out of the Anunnaki interbreeding. And we came into their temples and tried to fortify them. And there were massive air raids coming, and there was also what is happening right now in our culture is what took us down. It wasn't the air raids that took us down. What took us down was, for the 4 years that we were there, and for the years before that, they had used propaganda. The Nephilim looked like us. We all looked very similar to each other. And they came in with a song and dance line of, well, everybody's supposed to be unified. You can't take a stance against us or anything. We're trying to be part of, we're just trying to unify the races. If that were true, it would have been fine. But that was not what they were trying to do. They knew that through sexual union, they could progressively contaminate the codings of the light-coded races. So they seduced them continually. And they would seduce them physically, and they would seduce them in loyalties, to the point where you didn't know good guys from bad guys, or that there were really any bad guys. And meanwhile, they're trying to get control of the grids through the codings they're getting from you. This is what they were doing then. This is what they're doing again. They were doing body snatching right out from under people. They would get somebody with light codes to have a relationship with them and get them under mind control, and then allow one of theirs to essence displace, pop them out of body, and put one of theirs in it. This is the stuff they were doing. They were setting people up, smiling in your face, telling you sweet stuff, and spouting unity consciousness. Well, at the same time, what they were doing was body snatching. And it was horrible to watch because it ripped apart the light races because it was so believable. And the light races wanted to believe that that's what was going to happen. Yes, unity, that's what we're all fighting for. That's what we're trying to do. So they believed them. So the people that were part of the Orpheum, part of the Glenoi, they look at each other and they started to divide among themselves. The ones that were saying, oh, well, we should be nice to them. They're really not that bad. I don't think they mean harm. The others are saying, please don't. We know what they're trying to do here. We're not against them, but they're trying to take us down. It divided the light workers as well, which left huge vulnerabilities in the temple security systems. And that's what took us down. Finally, they got control. In the particular temple I was a part of in that incarnation, they infiltrated, and these were temple cities. They weren't just a few little pyramids. These were major pyramids, many of them step type, and they had areas where large crystals would be used. Like you'd see a crystal sticking out the top of it, went all the way down to the earth, growing huge. We were invaded, and you're talking about hundreds of thousands, armies of hundreds of thousands. We had fortification of hundreds of thousands. They invaded our temples because people let them in, because they decided to trust them. And the inner council, watching all of it happening, oh no, we're in trouble. By the time it became obvious we were in trouble, it was too late, and they had taken aggressive military control of the temples because they wanted the crystalline technologies we had to control the stargates. We had control of the stargates. The Emerald Order has the security contract and always has since the beginning of Amente when it was set up. We always were responsible for the security. That was the only way we got permission to do the Amente Stargate thing because it was such a risk to the Mintaka portals. We had to be responsible for making sure those portals did not get invaded. And they came in and they would have gained full control over the Stargates and they would have accessed Mintaka. We were trapped here. And this was like major. There were places that are now in Florida that were involved. There are places in Egypt that are involved. There are places in Peru that are involved. In China, like the lands of China. There were temples all over the place. And it was a massive attack. This is like a global war type thing. We had to destroy our own temples. And we couldn't get a lot of our own people out. It was either the earth grids go and Mintaka gets taken over, or we have to sacrifice ourselves. And it came down to we'd get as many of us out as we could. They were evacuating all over the place, but it was all happening so fast. We had one more seal to release. You know how we're releasing seals on the halls of Mente now? These are the security seals that we were responsible then and now for releasing. If you don't release them, the whole thing goes in a pole tilt, cleans itself off. Okay? It's a restart system. It's part of the security system. That if the ones who hold the key codes aren't here, there's something wrong. And it shuts down, so nothing else can invade the portals to Mintaka. Alright, that's what we're facing this time as well. But in that time, there was one more seal to release. And they were going after the person whose body was keyed to that seal. If they got it, they would have taken Mintaka. And Syrian Council sent in the air raids, and they flattened the temples. They nuked them, they blew them up. It's not exactly nuclear, it's a crystal-based technology, but it kind of works like that. Many of us were trapped, and many of you may feel a resonance to this because I think a lot of you were there in some context. And it was just like the final hours, you knew Fleet was coming, and you knew that you loved them, they loved you, and they couldn't get you out in time. You were stuck there. You were stuck in the temples. You tried to get out of the temples, the Nephilim would get you. They'd kill you there. And that's worse because they torture you and they had like mind control things to read your memory matrix. And so if they got you, you had to be dead. They couldn't do it if you were dead. So they would torture you and to get your memory matrix out, turn you into a total vegetable. So it was like the lesser of the evils was getting blown up actually. In those times, that has affected us tremendously here because we didn't get to reset the grids. They got control again over the planetary grids, except it was set under what's called a 10-code pulse, which means the 8th and 12th dimensional frequency bands were literally blocked out of the planetary grid, which means the consciousness on it could not plug in their 8th and 12th strands. They made it so we operated like they did because we couldn't access our own strand imprints. And it got worse from there. So this was a big period of time. And I think for this group, it was a big period of time because I think a lot of you were part of those days. After that, there were progressive, right after the temples were exploded, because the final seal was not released, clearance seal was not released, it went into shift. And a lot of the negative ones went to inner earth or got evac'd out. We got as many of our guys out as we could and down to inner earth. But it went into full pole shift. And it wasn't full reversal, but it was a shift. And after that, there was something that has to do with solar frequencies, that there's certain things that they align the wrong way with the magnetic fields between Earth and the Sun. It's called a red pulse. It's a D1 frequency burst that gets transmitted from the Sun that literally vaporizes anything that's white on Earth. There's nothing that can sustain that vibration. And we were hit with a red pulse here, but everybody was wiped out from tidal waves and stuff anyway, so it didn't matter. But it was, here we go again, restart. The ones that didn't escape were flattened. And eventually there will be things found that can just as easily confirm this history as not. You know what I mean? Archaeology is like funny science. Well, we think it's this. That's the key word, think. Okay, everything is an interpretation in archaeology. So eventually they will find, and I think they already have some stuff that would support this, but they're interpreting it differently. Okay. Now, after this period, we got into a period where the Nephilim and the negative ones were fully under control here, and anybody left from the good side that came up from the inner or whatever, they were just hiding. They lived in underground tunnel systems. They hid from them. And we got very lucky because we got visitors from the Orion system called the Zephelium, which were the original race strain of what's now the Zetas, those sticky little gray things. Only some of them are icky, depends on their agenda. But the Zephelium brought with them organisms from their systems. They weren't originally Zeta Reticuli either. They were originally out of the Orion Bellatrix area. And they brought here plagues that only affected the reptilian races. It was beautiful, karmic justice for once. They brought in certain organisms that over generations began to create a weakness to exposure to sun. In the reptilian strains, it did not affect the regular cloister strains. The more reptilian gene codes you had, the more susceptible to these diseases you had, because they were, like accelerated by the sun. This is where our stupid vampire legends come from. There were groups of them who were literally going into, decomposition, cancer type things, because of this viral thing that was brought here by their own kind. And they went underground, and they found that, and this is where you get the blood drinking legends, they found that by consuming the blood of diamond suns, they could temporarily give themselves some immunity to sun, where they could get on the surface and do things. But they lived underground, and they fed on the blood of things that had the diamond sun coating. And because they didn't have the little DNA monitors to go around and check them out, they just go for whatever they could. They go for certain race populations that they knew were concentrated light guys, and they would go after them. So that's where our legends are coming from. There's a lot more to our mythology than we realize. All right. So let's see. The period of the plagues was about 200,000, 200 years ago, and it lasted until about 150,000 years ago. All right. Oh, by the way, they called the ones that they didn't call them vampires. They called them Necromaton. They were called the Necromaton. And it's these guys that are behind the stuff, the teachings of like necromancy and all of this kind of stuff that has surfaced. These guys got involved with Rama races, and got involved with the Syrian blue races that decided they hated humans, and they started this real underground movement of the black magical teachings and that kind of stuff. They plug you right into their matrix so they can feed off your kundalini and use you for the purposes. Okay, now get past that. What am I doing? Okay, anyway, I'm going to bring it up real fast from the root races because I don't have to tell you when and who they were. That's in the book. Okay, after we got through that period in place, the light side got some control over surface because so many of the reptilian strains could not tolerate exposure to the sun. They had to go do hybridization stuff, and most of them went to the inner Earth. Some of them were evac down. We got some control over the territories of Earth. We got to the point where we could reseed or seed the third seeding, finally get around to it. We put in the cloister races and then their root races, and that began about 75,000 years ago. That's when the first series of cloister and root started to come in together. This is where we started to come into the picture, or like this particular time frame's race line came into the picture. I have all the dates on which ones were entered where and when. They're in the book, so I don't need to go through that right now. Let's see. Then there was a bunch of different wars that continued to happen with the Anunnaki from Sirius B, from Nibiru, the Ramas from Inner Earth. It was constantly these groups of people, okay, fighting. This is where the temples that we're looking at out here came into the picture. These were originally created by Syrian Council and their races. They were created by the Saris Egyptians and actually the Hebrews that were working with them at the time, and the Anu Melchizedeks, who had been seated in here as per the Treaty of El Anu that we had agreed on to stop the war that ended the last seating. So they had built the first pyramids. They weren't built for fun. They weren't built for tombs. They were built to show as a show of force, because the Anunnaki were starting to invade the Anu Melchizedek race strains. They get in control of Atlantis. Atlantis had evolved to the point it was a continent at that point, and it's over. It is where they say, like in the Atlantic Ocean, there was a continent that extended out. And the negative ones were again building up their strength. And the Syrian Council came in to make a show of strength. They built the Sphinx and the original pyramid. Let me get the dates on this. The first ones were built in 46,459 BC. That was the first time those two sites were built on in this generation. Okay, the ones there are not from that period. These were wiped out, and they were rebuilt, and then they were wiped out, and they were rebuilt a third time. So what you're seeing there is the third rebuilding of those pyramids, plus a lot of other stuff tacked onto it after that. So the first time that they were built, this is Cheops and the Sphinx. They were built specifically. Cheops is positioned almost dead center on the fourth planetary vortex that leads to, it's the main doorway to the fourth dimensional frequencies, to harmonic 2. That's where they all come in. It was built as a protection thing. It marked that vortex, and it marked Syrian power on that vortex, the light Syrians power on that vortex. And it was on our behalf, on the human lineage behalf, that they were built. The Sphinx was built directly over the main inner Earth portal. That's what's under there. Everybody's looking for Hall's records and things like that. What's the big thing about the Sphinx is it's the marker and the protector of the inner Earth portals. One of the main ones that goes from this area down into the frequency modulation zone that takes you into the inner Earth territories. It's one of the main ones the Rama kept coming up and invading through. So they sealed the portals to the light codes, and these were fortification stations. Now, the pyramid was more than a fortification station. It had been, in its first building, a teleport. It was aligned with, I believe it was Sirius B at that point, so they could have almost instantaneous fleet intervention. It was meant to show, we're not going to have you guys push around anymore. You're not going to push us around anymore. They could immediately align with Sirius B through the pyramid, and they could come in. It worked as a harmonic resonance chamber, and they could open local portals. I won't call them stargates, because stargates are the full vertical lineup, and they only open on cycles. But portals, you can open at different times. They're like horizontal and and diagonal, and stargates are vertical. They could open up the portals, and they could get here fast. And it was it worked. It worked very well. The reason it was designed, the Sphinx was originally the face of a lion. And it was a lion because the Anunnaki that had decided to stay with Council, that wanted help from Council, got help from a race called the Leonines. And I believe they're called the Araka. It's a strange sounding name, so we just call them the Leonines. And they look like cat people. And they're from harmonic 3, etheric matter density. And they intervened and they helped the Anunnaki who wanted help to evolve. This is where you get Hathor. The Hathors got involved. There's another race that brought in, that's not exactly cow, but that's where that affiliation came from. So the Hathor is actually part cow, part cat, part Anunnaki, and part human. All right, that's what the Hathor god is. It's a race, and the Sphinx was not meant to honor the Hathor in particular, but the race that made all of that possible. It was trying to bring the races together, which were the Leonines, and the Anunnaki that helped to build these temples, and they did. They were Syrian Anunnaki, but they were Syrian Council Anunnaki that set the foundation. They gave plans. This is an Anunnaki design as far as the temples go, and they taught the Egyptians how to do it, and they built them together. So the first time they were built as a show of power on the light side, saying, we've had enough. Then we got into, the first fall of the pyramids. Okay, the pyramids got in trouble when Atlantis got in trouble. In 28,000 BC, there were some problems with the Anunnaki bringing in the Draco strings to try to infiltrate, and they lost control of them. The Dracos started taking them over and everybody else. So everybody decided we had to get the Dracos out of here. And they decided to use the power generator crystals. They had those power generator crystals from the time when they first seen the races here and everybody was starting to try to get along. They tried to use the power generator crystals to block in certain areas of the underground tunnels to contain the Dracos until they could be evac'd out by forcefully evac'd out by the good guys. And the crystals blew. They blew the grids. What happened with that? Now before this, I won't even go into this, but Lemuria fell before that. All right, and that was another one that wasn't exactly done on purpose. It was a stupid accident, and they literally decimated Lemuria. It was like 52,000 years ago. But we'll bring it up because I'm trying to get to the
What happened?
We lost power. Maybe it's something to do with the locks that we were, oh no, it's probably.
It did that the other night, I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Not that
did.
long ago.
Yeah, it did.
Send
And
up
the
the
road.
more
That's a punctuation.
Yeah.
It's a signal.
Okay.
But he gave us, you know what he gave us that needed poof?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
We're
it's
waiting.
good. Yeah.
So you were saying the
Or
crystals
go back
blew,
up.
you were
Yeah.
saying
I didn't do that.
Gee, that was good.
Yeah.
Do it again, huh?
Maybe Hathor did. We were talking to her earlier. All right. Anyway, as far as these pyramids go,
No, not music. No, just
music,
you have to live with it.
Yeah.
here's one of your music on the
Settle
soundtrack
on
of the
it.
video.
On this night, third,
Yeah.
shut it
Okay.
down.
Anyway, 28,000 BC, Atlantis blew up into 3 islands. All that was left of the continent were 3 islands. And it remained an island nation, but we also went into pole shift again. When we go into pole shift, it misaligns the pyramids that are aligned to special things. And the pyramids out here, where they were stationed out here, no longer were aligned with Sirius B. So here we go again. We're vulnerable again. They have to take the long way in to get here if the Anunnaki try to do anything. And the Anunnaki are coming up with the Ramas from inner Earth. They're already here. So it's not like they had to take the long way, and they were already here. Let's see. So that knocked it out. And that also was where Atlantis did its first fall. Let's see. I'm trying to go through this as fast as I can. Let's see. Just go. Now, let's see. The pyramids were not fully destroyed during that, the original pyramids, but they were heavily damaged. They had to be rebuilt after that. But they were still using, these pyramids were originally built. I hate to tell Mr. Awas, he's right about the last building of the pyramids. They were built manually. But the first 2 buildings of these pyramids, they were built with the Ankhs. The Ankhs were huge power generators. They took them out of here when they took the crystals out of here. Now I just have the little ones left in the shape of them. They don't work anymore. They were machines. They could bend electromagnetism interdimensionally, and they could cut through rock like butter, and they could levitate rock. And that's how they were originally built. And that's how the calculations that were done with these things were far beyond what our science and mathematicians can do. These pyramids were a lot nicer than the ones that are out there now. So the original ones were built rather quickly because they had advanced technology at that point. Let's see. Okay. Period. Here's another period that's a major problem in what has happened with our gene codes. 22,236 BC. This is called the Lucifer Rebellion period. This is when the bunch of them have been involved with the Hebrew races from the Palladian system and the Avianites that we talked about before in the Vegan system. They all decided to be buddy-buddies, and they formed, and then the Beli Kudim that used to be part of our race, and the Galactic Federation that used to be part of the Guardian Alliance, they decided to take the whole thing in their own direction. They were going to hijack human evolution and amp up Anunnaki hybridization, but higher coded Anunnaki. They hated the Draconians. They were not into that Anunnaki matrix. They created a middle ground, a gray zone in between, and they messed with their gene codes totally. We ended up with something called the Palladian seal, which is something that blocks the DNA from working the right way, and it's something that we're using cathartic healing to clear. So they got involved. That was a major issue, again, in our history and what we're trying to deal with, because they're back. They're the ones behind the Galactic Federation stuff that's coming out now with the channels. They're behind a number of other things. They're behind what we call the fake Michael Matrix. There's a lot of angelic contact happening these days, and nobody asks, what is an angel? Where do you come from? What are your references? They really should ask these questions, because one of the things that this group responsible for the Lucifer Rebellion is doing, they're still trying to do their old agenda. They're still trying to hijack human evolution, and they're using our religious stories to do it. They're saying, oh, I'm Angel Michael, I'm Angel Gabriel, I'm Emmanuel, I'm whoever, I'm whoever. Now, there are legitimate Michaels and Gabriels and these guys, but these guys are using the names and pretending that they are those, and they're plugging people right into their matrices, and people are going, oh, isn't this wonderful? It's happening again, just like it did 200,000 years ago, with people saying, sure, take me, because they don't know the difference. Okay? Now, let's see, there's a lot of things. If I try to cover this, we'll be until 6 o'clock in the morning, so I won't do that. I want to get back. I'm going to focus on just the temples, okay, out here, since we've been studying what they are. Let's see, they were rebuilt, I believe, rapidly after things stabilized from the pole shift, the first pole shift that happened with the first Atlantean mess. Let's see, I'm trying to think. I have the dates here. Semperles is when they were rebuilt that time. They've been around 10,500. Yeah, around 10,500 BC. They were reconstructed again. They were functional again. This time they were aligned with Alcyone. In the Palladian system, it was closer because of the way the axis tilted on the planet. So again, it was used as a teleport station. And that was all fine and dandy until 9,558 BC, when the Atlanteans did it again, and they attempted to take over the inner Earth portal, the one under the Sphinx, because they wanted access to the Ark of the Covenant, because the Ark of the Covenant was actually a portal bridge between Earth core, the halls of Amenti, and system in Andromeda, and it ran all the way up through the dimensional scale. If it was opened the right way, you could draw fifth dimensional frequency out and charge objects with it. This was free power, okay, very high power, free energy, and you could control all sorts of things with it. They wanted to set up their own little civilizations free from the grids that the Syrian Council controlled with the crystals that the Syrian Council had given. So they were trying to find their own way to take power, but they had to take control of the inner Earth portal and get control of the Ark of the Covenant. So again, this is the time they tried to blast, using the crystals, they got control of the Atlantean crystals, tried to blast into the Ark of the Covenant to open it, and it backfired. There's too many seals in the Ark of the Covenant, you can't do that. And it backlogged the signals and blew their whole grids all the way back and caused chain reaction, with their crystal generators. At that point, we lost a lot of friends on our side as far as the Guardian Alliance went. All right, we're sick of this already. A lot of them went over to the let's repress human evolution thing, because this is getting ridiculous down here. What happened then was they blew Atlantis completely. The 3 islands were no more. They went under. There was a lot of damage done. We had another slight pole shift. And when you have the pole shifts, you usually end up with major flooding and sometimes rapid freeze, that kind of stuff. And then it all has to rebalance itself, and everybody goes scurrying, either get evac'd out or go down under, but it's get off the surface fast. Right. And this has happened numerous times, and this was the last time that this happened. It was like 9,558 BC. That's when Atlantis finally officially sank, the whole thing. That's when Council came in and pulled all the crystals and took all the Ankhs and shut it all down and said, this is ridiculous. They also had to, the Ark of the Seal and the Ark of the Covenant was damaged, which would have caused, because of certain ways that Amenti works, also Amenti, it would have caused, I want to get everybody a good tape that doesn't stay around here. Always distracts me. Where did I leave out?
This would have caused.
Just would have caused. What would have caused? Anybody backtrack me? I hate when that happens. When I get distracted, it breaks my train.
Seal of the Ark was damaged.
We're talking about the Ark and everything.
The
seals.
Because of the halls of Amenti.
Oh, yeah. Okay, this is where quarantine came in.
not only do we lose the power stuff, the technology that was taken out, not only do we lose the alignment of the pyramids that were there, but because the Ark of the Covenant was damaged, they had to block out certain frequencies. The good guys had to block out certain frequencies in the Earth grid to keep certain energies from coming in here that the Earth was not ready to handle, that would have made it explode. So that created what's called a frequency fence. A frequency fence is literally a frequency barrier. It's a block in frequency that will register in the DNA and anything on the planet, first of all. So it created a block, another block in our DNA as far as integrating our consciousness. It also kind of freeze-framed us in time. Our perception of anything of the higher dimensions was just not able to happen while the frequency fence was up. It also created very much difficulty in visitation for any of the good guys or the bad guys, because every time something came through the frequency fence, there was a chance that it would throw the frequency fence, and if it dropped the frequency fence, the planet would explode because of these frequencies that would come down through the Ark of the Covenant. So we went into a period of quarantine, literally. They call it the 11-11-12-12 frequency fence. In the New Age movement, you hear a lot of these people like Solara and those kind of people talking about 11-11-12-12, the magnetic codes. What are these? We just had that recently lifted, finally. And the dates are in the book, I forget, it was like the early 90s. They just started to fix that part of the grid and release that frequency fence the first time they could. So all of these things have directly and progressively affected us. Now, I'll get back to the pyramids again, so we have a little bit more to say on those. Up to Atlantis sinking, have rebuilding the second time. It's hard to go through this fast. It's easy to slowly walk you all through it, but I'm not able to do that right now. We'll be here forever. The last time the pyramids were set up. Now again, during this time, they were flattened. They had to be reconstructed after the final fall of Atlantis in 9,958 BC, whatever it was. Okay, third time that they were rebuilt was not until 5,546 BC. This time they had to be rebuilt manually. And this time there was a lot of other problems of getting the grid stabilized, having to get the cultures back up and restart them, went back to being primitive. But this time there was no power source like there was before. A lot of things were lost. It went back to food, basic survival issues. So it took the culture a long, long time this time to get itself back together. In the meantime, we're still getting some of the manipulation primarily from the inner Earth Rama races, because they didn't have to go through the frequency fence. They were kind of underneath it, inside of it. We evolved very slow from that point. We ended up with Sumerian culture, which was primarily out of that middle matrix Galactic Federation bunch from Nibiru and the Pleiades. That was primarily theirs. And from there, they infiltrated what was left of the Egyptian cultures that had come back up. The Saris Egyptian lines that originally had been, purified lines, ended up getting hybridized with the Rama races and with the experiment from the Pleiades with that Hebrew group, and totally changed the coding. We ended up with primarily Anunnaki influence here. The temples ended up under their control once they were rebuilt. And the whole culture that we look when we look at the cultures that have emerged out of here were primarily Anunnaki. They were either the Anunnaki that were coming up through the association of the Anunnaki cloister races of inner Earth that were in association with the Ramas, or they were the ones coming out of the Nibiru matrix that were dealing with the Hebrew and the Hebrew-Egyptian lines that were trying to hijack the evolution. There were very, very few families of Diamond Sun codes or any Emerald Order left, except with a small group of Shambhala in the inner Earth territories who have held their ground for many, many, many generations. It's been a real mess here. When we go to see these beautiful temples, we are, and a lot of the gods they worshipped. And there are certain periods. This is going to be in the book Return of the Emerald Order. I'm going to get the different periods in the Pharaonic history. The Pharaonic history was fighting constantly. Which group? You had the three DNA matrices represented at this point. You had the Black Suns, the Belil Suns, which were half and half, and they went with the Palladian, Nibiru, Egyptian. And then you had the Diamond Suns trying to somehow survive this mess. Depending on the gods that were being worshipped at the time, you can tell certain things about them. Now, some of the gods that were worshipped, the gods they're worshipping are the ones, the visitors that had come in. They had, in ancient times, they had direct interaction with him. There is a person named Thoth. There is a person. Well, Hathor was not so much a person. That was representative of a race. But ones like Thoth and Enoch and these guys, these were guys that had bodies that came down here and visited physically. And they left their legends and their teachings behind. And they were worshipped. They're from Harmonic too. Most of them are from Nibiru. Some of them were on our side, or came over to our side after a while and said, this isn't working. I think we like your Guardian Line stuff better. We'll work with you. We're basically affiliated with the Isis, Osiris, and before it got corrupted, some of them were using it in the wrong way. But originally, the Isis, Osiris, Horus, Hathor, and Anubis concept. Those Egyptian gods were the ones associated with the diamond sun or the emerald opal matrices. And that's why when you go to some of these temples, you'll feel better than if you go into primarily Anunnaki temples. This is why when we're going into temples now to recode the grids, every time we run our Maharic shield, we are setting a piece of the D12 pattern back in. We're setting a piece of Aramatana back into the Earth's grids. That's why we're doing what we're doing. And it's helping to activate our Kundalini in our process, but it's also helping the Earth grid to heal. Okay, so that kind of, does that give you a roundup of what led us to this point? I know you're all getting really tired, but is that enough to bring it into focus? That's what I wanted to do for this trip. Okay. All right. Did you enjoy learning about history? I know it's late. We'll work better tomorrow noon. But at least it gives you a primary framework to use. So we know where our friends are. We have the Shambhali of Inner Earth. We have the Guardian Alliance and those affiliated with the Guardian Alliance who are coming from all sorts of different systems. They're Elohim, but they call themselves Elohai to make the distinction between the Elohim who fell. And we are working with all of the groups, and we'll help to host Matrix, any of the others that want to come over into the positive agendas. And then you have the ones that are based out of the Draconian matrices of the Orion system, a lot of which work through the Rama races of Inner Earth and the Anunnaki that are definitely on the very dark side. And then you have those middle guys who just constantly mess everything up and leave the door open for the dark guys to come in. And you have those across the board, but they're manifesting themselves mainly right now through the Galactic Federation stuff coming through the channel and ET contact, and through the Michael matrices, and through several other teachers like me that are very, very popular, who I won't get into because I'm not here to point fingers. But they're very active in influencing groups of people right now, these three groups. Just wanted you to be aware of it and the history behind it. So I hope that's enough, and I'll let you all go to sleep. Thank you for staying.
Thank you.
Nothing to most people because it's a very ancient concept. It's not more. It's more than a concept. It's the name that was given to a soul family. We call it a soul family for simplification. It's much more than just a soul, because when you study our program, you know that the soul is only the next level up of dimensions 4, 5, and 6. It is a collective of consciousness that is connected to the highest levels of creation. That in our system, see, I have to modulate between the people who have studied more of our structure of identity in the dimensional framework and those who are just coming into that. So, bear with me as I try to give enough information to the ones who don't have it and not bore the ones who do have it to death. Okay. The keepers of the flame are a security team in certain ways that are sent in and choose to come in from higher levels of creation. And they come in many places, not just to the Earth system. They come into various reality systems within the 5 harmonic universes in order to, at different times, stimulate the evolution of the races involved in those systems into their higher evolution, into their own path of moving into higher evolution. When consciousness comes into manifestation, it chooses a path of dimensionalization, which means it chooses to fragment itself into different configurations that allow different levels of individuality to occur, individuation progressively. First, we go through 3 levels of separation from the collective consciousness of Source, and we go into the 3 levels of ascendant mastery that I sometimes talk about. They're expansive levels of consciousness that cannot be contained in form, and they are ever present and eternal.
We all are connected to a level of that kind of consciousness. You can view it as our cosmic family of consciousness. We would be one manifest aspect of that cosmic family of consciousness. Now, as consciousness continues its journey, it goes into dimensionalization, and it goes into the 15-dimensional structure. There are more than one set of 15 dimensions in the universe. There are infinite sets of them, but they come in packages of 15 dimensions to form a time matrix. A time matrix is a dimensionalized structure that allows for space, time, and matter to be experienced. So more individuation, but also the experience of linear progression through time can be experienced as an experiment by consciousness. We all got into this game as an experiment of consciousness, something to do to learn things, to experience new things. It was an experience in polarity, in dividing portions of the consciousness up in one way and other portions in another, and having them relate to each other in various ways. And that means various different things on different levels. You have your physics level of it. It can be translated into physics. You also have your gender level. It translates into gender with male and female. It also translates into forces of dark and light and those in between. All right? All of it is part of a collective. And this is what I want to... I know most of you understand it, but if some of you don't know where I'm coming from, I would like people to understand that even though I talk about dark sides and light sides and I talk about polarity, does not mean I'm coming from polarity consciousness. It means I'm teaching about and identifying what polarity consciousness is. Other people, especially those that come in without walking through this with me first, misinterpret where I'm coming from because they think I'm talking about she always talks about the negative. No, I don't always talk about the negative. I talk about both sides, but a lot of people think that if you talk about the negative at all, that you're negative. I'm not coming from a negative space at all. We are all a part of the one consciousness that chose to experience itself in individual parts. When I talk about negative energies or intruder races or this kind of stuff, they are not outside of that oneness. They are a part of the same thing we are a part of. They are a part of us and we are a part of them on the higher levels. When we're dealing with ourselves, we will have polarity while we're in dimensionalization. That's how dimensionalization is created. It requires polarity to arrange consciousness in that way. So you will have, even within the self, a lighter side and a darker side. The darker side is not evil. Evil is a very old word applied to things that are lower in frequency as opposed to things that are higher in frequency. It can be very simply understood, and the old battle concept can be upgraded and evolved if we understand things in terms of the physics where this comes in. If we understand it's all energy and it's all frequencies. We have higher and lower frequencies. One is not any more valuable or better than the other. They are both equally a part of the same unified field system, just as both the dark and light forces are. So when I talk about dark forces and things like that, I am not talking about something or expecting you to position yourself against it. Not at all. When polarity translates into human form and into the human drama, or even into the matter form dramas, you end up with people, races, playing both sides of the game. Some will hold lower frequencies of consciousness, some will hold higher frequencies of consciousness. Ideally, they progressively learn to blend and progressively move up and hold higher and higher frequencies until they expand back into the oneness that they were. In the time matrix system that we're in, just like in all of the time matrix systems that are exploring this polarity drama, there were certain things that weren't exactly part of the original plan, certain twists that went a little too far, and it really amplified the polarity consciousness in our time matrix. It created like really dark sides and really light sides and a lot of really weird space in between where certain consciousness, once it's down here, doesn't know which side to go on because they don't even understand the sides. We're in a drama like that. That drama manifests here on Earth. It manifests in harmonic 2 in the semi-etheric matter density races. It manifests in harmonic universe 3 in the etheric matter density races, and even in harmonic universe 4, where we have pre-matter states of being, but they're still states of consciousness that are pre-matter liquid light. So you have this polarity issue and this amplified one in our time matrix all the way up until you get to the 5th harmonic. That's where unity starts to begin. You start with the 12th dimension and then it moves into the 13th. You start to go mend those polarities and bring them back together. So when you go into those systems, which are really back into consciousness expanding into waveform, it's not even in form or linear time anymore, that's when you really start to hit the unity consciousness where you don't have polarity dramas like we're dealing with here. While we're in a polarity drama, it's important to identify that you are in one, because then you can understand how to position your own energy field in relation to it. And depending on what your objectives are will depend on how you want to position yourself. If your objective is to expand through the levels of dimensionalization and reclaim the parts of yourself that are there, to expand out of the time matrix and back into wholeness of your ascended master levels, then there are certain things that will get you there and certain things that will not. So therefore, the things that will get you there, if that's your objective, are the things you want to do, and the other things we would suggest you avoid doing. So when we're in the dramas with these negative energies, positive energies, the negative ones, in what we're calling negative, are not bad. They're simply ones that are not going to give you the objective of attaining your own levels of mastery. They won't get you out of the time matrix, they'll get you stuck in the time matrix. If that's your objective, by all means follow them. It's fine. You know, nobody's judging you. You will just simply experience the reality of your choices. So as long as you understand that we're coming from a perspective of unity, just simply identifying the rules and parts of the game, you might understand that I do come from a very lighthearted place with it. I'm not coming from a negative place or an anti-this, anti-that place. It's all about the agenda. Most people that are interested in these teachings at all are people who want to expand themselves. They want to get mastery over themselves in time and then expand beyond that into their fullness and their wholeness. Therefore, there are certain energies they are better off doing without than with. Certain energies have the desire, because of their own states of evolution, to manipulate other energies. You'll get to a certain level where you do not want to manipulate anyone. You believe fully in freedom for all beings, even if they're making bad choices, even if they're harming others, where you realize they have a right to be what they are. This is the place I come from with all of this. There are beings in this universe, even in the higher harmonics, that do not realize this yet. They still inflict their will on other beings. Because there are these levels, these higher levels that we're all connected to of ascended mastery, there are portions of all of ourselves that care enough about the portions down here that realize if you let everybody be stuck forever, no growth can occur, no expansion can occur. So they will intervene, and they try to direct both sides back into harmonious interaction. When you get into the ascended masters levels, you're dealing with collectives of consciousness. And this, I wanted to give you this frame before I start talking about the Orifim and the keepers of the flame. The eternal flame that they're the keepers of is the full expansion back into waveform. It would appear as a spherical sun of energy if it were to be perceived from the lower dimensional frequencies. It is the life flame, the life force, the consciousness force. Now, the keepers of that consciousness force, every being is a keeper of some of it, but the keepers of the flame are those who made choices from the ascended masters levels on down through all of their levels of identity to protect the ability of all things in the time matrix to re-evolve if they so happen to run into trouble when they get in the time matrix. When you get into time, it's very easy to get your consciousness caught up in distortions, and particularly in this time matrix, because there's been some major distortions on higher levels up in harmonic 4. It can be very, very confusing. You can get yourself trapped in time where you really forget how to get back out. And that's not good for anybody. Now, if you set a master level of your own consciousness, because it has part of itself stuck down there, and it's not good for you because you become very frustrated and progressively more tired as a being as you're in here. And you can literally lose your connection to your ascended master levels and become finite as the form of consciousness that you're in. You can never become finite and disappear. Energy just changes form. It's not created or destroyed, always was, always will be. You always will be and always were. But the form you take can change. The ideal in evolution is to maintain the form that you're in and expand it, which means expanding your memory of who you are. If you lose your connection to Source, you do not lose your affiliation with Source. You are still composed of the consciousness of Source, you will simply lose the coherence between the particles of your consciousness, if you want to put it that way. If you go back to space dust is still consciousness. It's particles of the consciousness of Source, or the collective that we call God. So you can't get lost, but you can lose yourself, where you're no longer sentient and aware and focused as a being. You lose track of who you might have been, what other forms you had. What we're trying to evolve into when we say we want to evolve and re-expand back into what we were is maintaining all of our parts and the memory thereof, so when we fully expand back into the oneness, we have full memory of the journey we had. We learn that way, we grow that way, we become conscious co-creators that way, and it gives us more freedom and more self-expression than a unit of space dust will have. A unit of space dust gets acted upon by other more developed consciousness. We can choose to be something that's acted upon or something that is acting to direct things like space dust or other things. Now, with the Keepers of the Flame, they have a commitment to maintaining the mechanics of energy, physics, that work in a dimensional system. So beings can maintain and have available the electromagnetic scalar coding physics that will allow them to stay connected to Source and allow them to progressively expand back into their own highest levels. It is a commitment to keep the doorway open for all races. The Keepers of the Flame manifest in many systems. The ones who manifest here were first involved with Tara before they were involved with Earth. They were involved with Tara in Harmonic 2, or its counterpart in Harmonic 2, way before the human form as we know it was even created. So they were a consciousness collective, and they've taken many, many forms in many different races, stellar races, human races, but they were committed to the evolution of the life forms in the area they were put into. They were beyond polarity consciousness themselves. They already learned. They'd already gone through their dramas and learned those lessons, and they chose to come back repeatedly as teachers. They would put themselves back in the polarity dramas and have to experience some of it in order to bring in a higher level of information and cognition. Now, the Keepers of the Flame that are involved with this system come through a specific family lineup. Like I said, we have families of consciousness. We're here, we have a soul family, then an oversoul family, an avatar family, a rishi family. That takes us into the dimensional structure. Then when we get out of the dimensional structure, we have an entity that we're all a part of, which is a larger collective. Then we have a Rishi, which is a larger collective. Then we have an Eckhar, which is a larger collective, and a God Seed, which is a huge collective. They're like cosmic families of consciousness. All right. The Melchizedeks represent the God Seed level of things that were created in this particular time matrix. Everything in this time matrix is connected to that cosmic family. They don't have to acknowledge it. They don't have to use the word Melchizedek. Melchizedek is simply a tonal signature. It's a sound tone signature of energy that represents the core signature of energy that all things came into this time matrix on. So whether or not you choose to be a Melchizedek, we all are one. We just choose to, in the Melchizedek cloister, we just choose to acknowledge that on a conscious level. It doesn't matter if you ever do. You're still connected to a God Seed. If you want to call it Joe, you're welcome to. It doesn't matter. Okay? Now, with the Melchizedek cloister, I'm going to show you. I'm actually ashamed of this diagram because I usually have very nice diagrams that I typeset and make very perfect and drive myself crazy with. This is just a simple structure that is really messy when I do it with a pen. Many of you might have seen this, okay? You don't have to read the words, I'll explain them. Simply get the concept, kind of like the onion skin thing, of levels within levels within levels, spheres within spheres within spheres. That's how our identity is structured. That's how our cosmic families are structured, coming all the way down to our personal selves. You'll have the collective all is out here, let's say, with no boundaries, no borders. Then you'll have the first individuation, which is the God Seed level, then the Eckhar level, then the Rishi level, the entity level. Then in here you have the time matrix with its dimensionalized levels. In each level, there is an aspect of consciousness that can be identified. And with the Keepers, I just want to show you their basic lineage. So you'll understand when I talk about terms like Orifeme and things like this, you'll know what I'm talking about. Because right now they're just terms that kind of hang there and they're not connected to anything. when I use them. So people kind of say, well, okay, it's something. Whatever it is, sounds good. Okay. This shows a family lineup coming down from what we call the God seed level, for lack of a better translation in English. It's the God seed level, first individuation level, first cosmic family of consciousness. In our time matrix, that would be considered the Melchizedek tonal signature. Now, the Melchizedek tonal signature makes many, 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 many different families on the next level. The next level is the Eckhart level, and there are many, many, countless numbers of manifestations of Melchizedek in that level in relation to our lineage and what's happening with the Turanicium race, which is our core race, the human race. The next level down was an entity, or actually an Eckhart, called Ra. All right, it was another tonal signature. Names are simply tones that translate into scalar patterns. So it is a way to identify a scalar wave signature. That's what the language is, too. It's built on scalar signatures, but that's very complex, and we won't get into it in our discussion. Okay, so we come from Melchizedek down to Ra. Ra makes many, many different families on that level. It goes down into the Anahazi. Okay? No, this is, all right, I'm sorry. The Azurite, I can read my writing. The Azurite Council fits in here. We are the Azurite Council that I talk about, and that's where we take the name, the Azurite Temple, the Melchizedek Cloister. This is the Rishi level of this family of consciousness. Okay, so we go Melchizedek, Ra, Azurite Council. Then here, on the entity level, there's a group that's part of the Azurite Council. It's called the Emerald Order. So when I talk about the Emerald Order, that's what I'm talking about. They were the levels that correspond to the Ascended Mastery levels, but we're not just talking about individuals. We're talking about cosmic families of consciousness that make billions and billions and billions of individuals and races and things. So we each have our level of affiliation. We each have an identity part that corresponds to some level of some family of consciousness, all the way up the scale. So this is when the words that I talk about when I say the affiliation, what I'm affiliated with and that many people in this group are affiliated with. This is the lineup of your family tree of consciousness from down here working all the way up, and I'm working downward. So these are the levels in the Ascended Mastery levels, the closest expansions to Source. They're the levels of consciousness you'll pass through on your journey out of here. It may be this time, it may be after you spend some time going into the higher harmonics. When we get into the time matrix, where we have our Rishi identity, the family of consciousness there, the universal family of consciousness that the human lineage came out of, is called the Elohai. Now, the Elohim that many of us have heard of, we try not to use the word Elohim because some of them disengaged their connection at this level because they didn't want to have to follow the law of one. They went into dominion of other races instead of cooperation. And we do make a distinction. We try to refer to either the High Council Elohim, which would be the Elohai, or just call them the Elohai, whichever. They would represent on the whole family lineup of the human lineage the Rishi level. The Elohai created the Anahazi lyrics, which were the original liquid light avatars that began the pre-matter forms for the hominid races that became the Turanicians. They also became other things. They went into the Syrian strains and different strains. They are the core seed race of hominid-type beings that all other races, even the stellar races, were created out of. Even the draconian matrix that I talk about sometimes was created out of that matrix. It was a distortion of that matrix that created those negative, that we call negative energies, because their agenda is not to have us evolve back into expansion. When we get down to, all right, so on the avatar level, we would have the Anahazi Lyran founder race. That would be considered a founder race out of the Elohai Rishi. Okay, coming down from that into the oversoul level, into harmonic 3, the Anahazi created, among other things, they created Orifim. This is where, when I talk about the Orifim, that's the oversoul level of the human race family. Not just your own, but so you would have your own oversoul that would be a part of that somewhere. there are other oversouls that are created out of the Anahazi. So you might be part of one of those. You're not necessarily in this lineup. But the lineup I'm talking about is the pure lineup of the original human pattern, 12-strand DNA pattern. Okay, when we come down from the Orifeme, we get to harmonic 2, which is where Tara happened. That's where we have the Orifeme creating the Turinicium 1, that was the original name for the human lineage. And then out of the Turinicium in harmonic 1, we have the Turinicium 2, or the 12 tribes that are the lineage here that have evolved on Earth. So that is the original lineup of the human family. The lineup is important because there are many other offshoots of this that could happen and have happened. But this lineup carries the scalar signatures of the original pattern that will progressively allow a being from any one of these levels to re-expand back up to the next level. They hold the codes of what's called ascension. Ascension is an interesting word because in one sense, yes, you are ascending dimensionally, you're going up. Sort of. You're really expanding. So it's more expansion than ascension. You're expanding back into what you once were before you fragmented yourself into individuation. That's the process we're involved with ascension. But ascension is kind of the standard word used for it. So what we are teaching really is the science of learning to put those scalar codings back together. Those scalar codings are reflected in the DNA. The Keepers of the Flame, the Emerald Order, and numerous other groups are committed to keeping those scalar grids intact. Because if they all became distorted, a being down in any one of the other levels would lose its direct ability to expand back into at one with Source. So they're keepers of the ability of full expansion back into oneness. Now, in relation to the human lineage, the Keepers of the Flame that are involved with Earth have very, very ancient agreements that they made with those higher councils up in the Ascended Masters levels. They agreed to keep coming back and bringing information back at specific times. They also have had a direct hand in what we call the Amente Rescue Mission, which anybody that has read Voyagers 2, we talk about how there were problems on Tara, and because of that, some of the souls of the people on Tara fragmented down here into Harmonic 1 on Earth and didn't have a way to evolve out. The Emerald Order, the Azurite Council of the Rock Confederacy of the Melchizedek Cloister, which is the lineup on the Ascended Master levels, chose to intervene and create as an option the Amente Rescue Mission, which means they created a set of stargates within the stargates that already exist within the planets, but stargates that would have the scalar coding that would allow this race stuck down here to re-evolve back into its original pattern. The stargates get into levels of physics and scalar grid mechanics and the mechanics of vibrational science that is very far beyond stuff that's taught here now. How close am I in time? Just tell me, anybody.
25 minutes.
Okay.
It's only 7.
It's only 7. Good. I can go forever, you know that, so I just want to keep track. Anyway, this lineup of Melchizedek Cloister, Rock Confederacy, Emerald Order, and everything, we agreed to maintain the integrity of the stargates, which means we had to know the mechanics of how stargates work, which means it's much more challenging than just understanding what the mechanics are within a body of the ascension process. We had to be aware of planetary bodies and how they worked. In order to get permission from the highest councils to orchestrate the Amente Rescue Mission, certain things had to be agreed to. The Amente Rescue Mission, because it involved the creation of stargates within stargates, and these particular stargates had a vertical alignment that went right through, that would take you, if you forget the little body in the middle of this and look at this as a dimensional, as the structure of a time matrix, right at the center you'd have D8, the 8th dimension. Through that point you could come out the other side and get into the outer levels here of energy matrix, and from there go into other time matrices. So the stargates that lead up into D8, and they go in through the stargates in the planetary core of the star Mintaka in the Orion system, they are very, very vulnerable, and they're always under very high galactic security by the Ascended Masters levels. Because if something negative happens in a time matrix and it gets controlled by negative forces that are eroding the evolution of all of the races in there, that gets out. It's like a virus that spreads in a computer. It can take down many, many systems. So they're under high security. For the Emerald Order to get permission to assist the stellar races by creating the Amenti Project, we had to agree to maintain a security system on the stargates, and that's what we have done. For eons upon eons, there have been groups of us returning to release the security seals on the stargates. If we do not show up on planet, if something goes wrong and we're wiped out on planet, those seals don't lift, the stargates don't open in a stellar activation cycle, and the planet goes into pole tilt to clear whatever's on it. Because we will always, some members of us will always be present when it's time to lift those seals. And if all goes well, the seals will be lifted. So the mission that we're on, it's not just your typical spiritual mission. It is very spiritual. It's also very science. It's a level of responsibility that most spiritual groups don't have to worry about. They don't have to worry about planetary grid mechanics. They might have a little bit to do here, a little bit to do there. But we're the ones that accepted responsibility. And I'm saying we because, as you know, I represent a collective. I'm not saying necessarily you. You can decide whether or not you're part of that. But I wanted you to understand the largeness of what we're dealing with here. The things that we have been doing on the sites are part of those advanced planetary grid mechanics. To get down into the specific physics of it would take several years, forget just a few workshops, to explain piece by piece what's being done. Some of you that have had some of the Keylontic science study and that are studying Cathara healing will get a better idea for what's going on, because you understand things like flashline sequences, and you understand things like part of Chi, part of K, and part of Cum, and how they behave, and the fusion of particles and antiparticles and all this stuff. You're getting some education in that. We don't have time in this framework to give people that just came into it that education. But this is what we are doing. The human body and the human mind are electromagnetic and scalar phenomena, so therefore they have the ability to interact with and direct scalar phenomena that are part of the Earth grid. That is what we're doing. When we went into several temples, it was kind of fun this time because I knew that there were things that needed to be done, and some of the things the council that I work for just didn't bother telling me. They knew when I get on site it would become apparent. Like when we bounced the thing out of the Shakti statue. That they didn't tell me about. That was a good thing that we did because a couple things came out of it. First of all, we recoded that area of the planetary grid back into its original scalar pattern. The planet, just like people, just like families of consciousness, have a specific signature of scalar wave grids that will take them into expansion. If there's distortion in those grids, they get stuck at that level. This planet has been stuck literally in the lower harmonics for 669,000 years. We talked about that a little bit last night during the temple war periods of this last seeding. The imprint of the scalar template for harmonic 4 of the planet had been destroyed. And therefore, this planet could not connect to the rest of the levels up above that. 200,000 years ago, or 210,000, 216 specifically, the Emerald Order came in to fix that. It was during another one of the Temple Wars period, the Azerite-Orion Wars. Yeah, Azerite, that's us. We were taking on the Draconian forces from the Orion system, who were insistent on taking control of the planet to get control of Amenti. In all of the times that we've had to do battle in the polarity dramas, it's trying to work out polarities. The Emerald Order does not endorse violence nor attacking other things, but it is not foolish enough to endorse total passivity, sitting there and letting something annihilate you. That's not what it's about either. It's learning to balance your own power and handle your own power. So we have had at times wars over who was going to control Amenti, who was going to direct human evolution, where humans going to be able to evolve. When we came in 200,000 years ago, we came in to reset the grid of our Matena, which was the planetary grid at harmonic 4 that belonged with this planet. We came in to recode it, to bring in pieces through the DNA that we carry, the little portions of the scalar coding that would reform that grid and plug it back into the Earth grid. We didn't get a chance to do that because we got wiped out that time. When that happens, and many of us got stuck here and had to go through incarnational cycles here and pull ourselves back together before we could even get out. So it was a real mess that time. When we came back this time, we came back to assist humanity because it's in a lot of trouble right now and doesn't even know it with all of the visitors it's having that are trying to mess with it again. But the big thing we came back to do was do what we didn't get done 200,000 years ago. The reason it took so long was because those stargates were not able to open until this time. This is the first time we've been able to recode it. So the work you've been doing is part of a huge evolutionary plan. It may seem silly and like we're running these energies and it makes no sense and this kind of stuff. Oh, it makes a lot of sense. It may take you a while to really get into the consciousness space to understand just how much sense it makes. But we are trying to bring back the harmonic 4 imprint to this planet so this planet can once again become an expansion or ascension planet. Because it hasn't been. It's been stuck in its own evolution. And when a planet's stuck in its evolution, so will be the consciousness on it. So as we assist the planet in realigning its scalar grids, we are assisting everything that grows on this planet, and evolves on this planet, in having that opportunity to realign themselves as well. It's, if you want to look at it very simply, Harmonic Universe 4, which is dimensions 12, 11, and 10, can be viewed as the Christos. It's the liquid light pre-matter area where you make the transition either into form from wave pattern or back out of form into wave pattern pure consciousness. The Christos is what the whole Christ stories were meant to teach us about, but that kind of got lost in the translation. So to look at what we have been doing very simply, we are resetting the Christos grid within this planet. We are returning the Christed grid to this planet. So it can evolve to be a Christed planet, which is a planet that is able to transmute and expand back into the full oneness of Source. And it also is a place where consciousness can therefore evolve to do that. So you're part of a huge mission. I wanted you to understand what the keepers are and what they do. So it's not just some like ego trip about, this group or whatever they are. It's a very specific contract. It's a very real situation. And the more you expand your own consciousness, the more you'll get a feel for that. It's probably doubtful that anybody that has been drawn to this trip doesn't fit into that framework somewhere. It's kind of like a keepers meeting.
What's the difference between light workers and keepers of the flame?
Not all light workers are keepers of the flame, and not all light workers, even if they call themselves that, are actually working with light. They may be working with frequency. But if they don't understand these frameworks, they're not going to understand what's motivating them from the higher levels. So many times, especially these days, light workers are being tricked because right now we are in a power struggle over who's going to control the planetary grids when the Amenti stargates open. There are many negative forces, and negative only in the sense that they do not want this to be an ascension planet, and they do not want the consciousness here to become free so it can expand. That's the only reason they're negative, just because of their agenda. But they are, I just lost my train of thought. I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Rephrase that.
What's the difference between light workers and keepers of the flame? You were talking about the light workers that have co-opted into other matrices.
And they're getting messed with right now. The difference between the light workers and keepers of the flame. Keepers of the flame know what they're doing. That was Zara. Okay, I had a little interference there. What just happened? Zara wanted to comment on that. And she was taking a little advice from somebody who earlier said sometimes you can say, a million things in one short sentence. And that was somebody who had said that to me, and they're absolutely right. It's not that light workers don't really know what they're doing. Down here, they know what they're doing down here. But very few of them understand the structure of cosmic family affiliations. They wouldn't be able to tell an Elohim matrix from a Draconian matrix if it looked them in the face, unless they're trained on at least 12 dimensions to sense the frequency behind it. They can have an illusion hung before their eyes or hung in their heads. Things can present themselves as angels and all sorts of stuff. And they will think it's light. They will think it's of the light. They will think it's helpful. That does not mean it is. The Keepers of the Flame are a group that accepted the responsibility for learning how it worked. And it is a responsibility.
It's like, are you going to sit through chemistry class or no? Are you going to sit through physics class or no? Some people will, some people won't. The ones who become good chemists or good physicists sit there. They learn, and they learn to do it well. Not everybody's ready for that commitment, so that would be the difference, okay? The grid mechanics that we got involved with today, this was a big victory, actually, and it went very, very smoothly. There was a little interference thrown in there with some misinterpretation of things that I'd said earlier that had nothing to do with what I said, and it was not accidental. There was a little bit of manipulation of somebody here from the negative sides to try to stir up trouble through that person. And I felt bad because the person didn't want to hear what I had to say. We were walking into a situation where this was a programming center, okay, at Kumumbo. That has been a programming center that's been used for thousands of years to make sure the right lineup of scalar grids on this planet didn't happen there. They used it to send bad programming out through many temples, and not just temples in Egypt. It was connected to ley lines, and it was connected to what they call axiotonal lines, which are even deeper than ley lines. And they were using it as a program control area. They know the dark side that doesn't want to help evolution, they know we're coming in to do this. And they know that this time is time for the polarities to balance. For a long time, it's been in their favor. They have repeatedly had control of things. This time, it is balancing in the whole 15-dimensional structure. It is going to flip over to the light side. So at this point, consciousness living on the planet has a choice. If they understand the framework of the choice, they'll make a good one. But if they're being confused and misled and impulsed, away from knowledge that will lead them to understand the drama, that's when they get into trouble. That's what's happening with a lot of people here. They're being intentionally misled by the higher level ones, the middle level ones, we like to call them, because the high council will not mislead you. They'll help you to learn how to ascend. There's so much interference right here that it's very confusing to tell a light worker from a non-light worker. This group of people has been willing to learn how to tell that difference. And you'll find people who really are very proud of themselves being light workers and they think they know it all. Now listen, I've been around the block a billion times and I don't know it all. So anybody that claims that they know it all, let me see how much more they know than Cathara healing. I mean, if anybody's seen this program and the level of physics it's dealing with, this hasn't been on the planet for over 10,000 years. You know more than that? Great, teach me, I'll listen. People here like to take short little answers and fix-its sometimes, and their ego runs away with it, where all of a sudden they have little knowledge and they think they can just conquer the universe. This is very dangerous right now, because we need to work as a team, all of us. This is a team that is willing to listen and willing to learn and say, okay, there's polarity here, there's dark and light, and we love the dark ones as much. They're part of the collective. They need healing. They're not going to heal if they kill all the doctors. They're not going to get aligned if they misalign everybody else. So we're learning field integrity, how to hold our own, how to do tough love when necessary. This is what this work is about. You're dealing with a very ancient soul, and the reason you're dealing with it is probably because you're part of it. And I would like each of you, and I'm not going to go rambling on about our missions and what we're doing and where we have been. We've come in little clusters numerous times, and whenever they find us in physical bodies, they usually try to kill us. This time, there's protection. This is great. This is what's the beauty of this drama, is this time because both sides, dark, light, and middle, all sides, want the seals lifted on the Amenti stargates. We have built-in protection this time. They're not going to take out the bodies. They're not going to destroy us and just have us assassinated. They need the DNA codes. They might like to invade us and do body snatching, but this is the hardest group to snatch bodies from, because we are able to hold a 12-dimensional pillar if we remember how to do it. That's why we're teaching them Mahara Seal. All right? We are going to be able to finish it this time. And it's a very ancient victory, and a victory for the future races that will ever evolve on this planet. So I just wanted you to understand a bit about the Keepers of the Flame. Think about the fact that some of you know you were part of it. Others of you maybe think, oh, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. Feel it out. Try to get a sense and try to ask your ancient venom, am I part of this? And if so, what part do I play? Because there's always a part you chose to play. If you're part of it, you chose it for a reason. There are certain things you chose to do. This will be your wake-up call. This will be your time to say, hey, it's time to find out what I came here to do. And it will be a release for you also, because if you do, we all have a level of what we came to do.
if you have contracts that you gave yourself as being part of the keepers, part of the people who are the Earth Grid Protection Team, you have very special missions, and you will feel a release and a new motivation to move forward, and you will get the guidance for that direction. The more you work with your personal stuff, it always comes down to you too. Just because you're a keeper of the flame doesn't mean you don't have to work your personal stuff. It means, yes, you have to get your field integrity up. You need to learn to expand the DNA. You're still in a body pattern that has dormant DNA that needs to be activated. You may be an avatar up there, but that avatar's not in here yet. You know what I mean? Work with your personal stuff and realize when we talk about scary stuff, you don't have to be scared, you just have to be smart. That's all. It's kind of like a lot of light worker groups get mad at me because I talk about negative stuff. Well, I talk about it in the context that if you're going to cross the street and you see a car coming, would you rather have the knowledge that when cars hit bodies, they hurt them? Or would you rather just walk across the street, get hit, find out? This is simply the difference. We're teaching you an awareness not to be afraid. We're not saying don't go near roads because cars go on them. We're not teaching you that be afraid every time you see a car. We're simply teaching you that when you see a car coming, learn to stand aside, okay? Learn to handle your energy a certain way, and you don't ever have to be afraid. You don't have to be afraid of the dark forces. You can become a healing influence on them. So I would like you to understand the motivation I'm coming from, and also to really think about, as we go through the rest of our journey, we go through our activations, because these things are real subtle now, but I would like all of you, over the next 6 months, just to remember, I did this trip in Egypt, we did some interesting energy work. Just observe what happens between now and the next 6 months in your life. Just observe of what changes, what shifts, what growth levels. Some may be subtle, some may be huge, depending on what your own pattern is. Just observe and try in 6 months to look back and say, can I really attribute anything in here, any of these changes that took my life from this point to this point, to the energy work that happened there? You may be surprised at the answers. You may start to really make connections where you say, ooh, that shifted. That had to do with that blockage I had in the emotional body. So you'll start to see where what we're doing now is very valid, because you'll walk through it. And a lot of times the way the higher parts of your own self teach you is they walk you through it first, and then you figure out what happened later. They kind of recorrected my program because I had it structured the usual linear way, where, okay, we go in, we have 2 workshops, then we do the work in the temple. That's the logical linear way. But the way of the higher parts tends to be throw you through it, you get through it, you learn by experience, then you figure out what you just did. That's what we ended up doing when we were in the temple the first time in Giza. We didn't get to have the lecture, so we went in there, well, let's do this, and I'll tell you about it later. So we're learning to work with patterning of the higher parts of ourselves. We're learning that really all we need to do is just show up and be aware that we're connected to this huge gestalt of identity. Okay, I'm getting time, so I'm going to say goodbye in a minute. But show up and open yourself through your pillar to the highest of you. Okay? You don't need to open yourself to anybody else but your own consciousness gestalt. Take that with you. Let it lead you. If you don't know what to do with a situation, simply just stand there and say, I surrender it to my God seed level. Or I always say Melchizedek's order because I have no problem using the word Melchizedek as that affiliation. Just say, let me be a vessel for thy good work. Let those higher parts of you come in, and it will guide you through the worst of anything, so you don't have to ever be afraid. And I just wanted to share that little orientation to who in the world is she talking about with you. And we got the time thing that we're on the over our hour, and people want to do their celebration tonight, which will be very good. It will be good to let go, have fun, and just do the festivities. So thank you for listening. I hope you enjoyed that and got something out of that. Okay.
We want you to take a minute to tell you what's happening tomorrow before everybody disappears.
Yep.
Take it away,
Action.
Okay, we're on lecture 4 out of the 5. One more tomorrow. This lecture, we're going to try to get it done in an hour. Okay, anybody who wants to be in the lecture is welcome to be quiet. Anybody that doesn't can talk out there. I think we all hear what you want to hear. But we're going to start finally. All right.
Does she have a mic? You have a mic? There is no
we're
mic.
That's
recording.
for the tape, but I don't have, that was not something that's an option. Okay. All right. The lecture tonight basically is going to cover a couple of things. I'm going to consolidate a couple of things together because they're going to need to be. It's going to cover what we said in the program as far as the Ascension schools, how they've been, like in history, the times that this program of Visited Cloister Ascension schools have been a standard part of our history, but it's a history we don't know about because it was part of the secret history. Some of the pharaohs had access to it. Some of the cloister races before that, the Atlanteans had access to it, but only in parts. So, wouldn't you? I wanted to give you a little bit of history on the program that I'm teaching, so that you'd have some understanding of where it's coming from. You know, so it's being beamed down from space or what? It's a lot more than that. The Melchizedek Cloister Merkaba Mechanics Ascension program is a very, very ancient program that was used not only here, but also in Harmonic 2 on Tara. It was the science of ascension, or the science of dimensional expansion. And when the races were seated here, through the three seatings that we talked about before, portions of these teachings were always provided in order to help humanity to evolve. So some of us would have said there were times in the first seating, during the first set of cloister races, when this was used constantly. And you won't find many remains of bodies from way back then because they didn't stay here. They didn't die their bodies. They were able to use this program and get out of here. They were literally able to ascend to Terra or higher. So it was standard practice on Earth once upon a time. And with that standard practice, it gave humans the ability that we now attribute to gods. Along the line of losing touch with this information, we have also lost touch with the fact that we do have the innate ability to have these abilities. We've learned to view ourselves as small, finite, animal-type creatures, which we're not. And in the return of these teachings, these Merkaba Mechanics teachings, we are going to be one of the first waves of humans in this time frame to have access to these ancient teachings. When I was given these teachings, I was very, very grateful because I had enough memory open of my involvement with ancient culture here in Altara to realize how long it's been since this compilation of information was available to us and how precious it is because it's really keys to the kingdom. It is the beginning of giving you the mechanics that if you learn just the basic processes of how things work, you will be able to do things with your body, mind, spirit that would be completely unthinkable to a person of contemporary times who has not had this training. You can also go on and teach other people of this. This is a sacred trust that we've been entrusted with, and the groups of people that are the first ones to hear this. It is a trust that's given to you from those of higher evolution so that you can be an influence. You can help seed these teachings here again. We're seeding them into the earth grid, and we're seeding them into our consciousness of our race right now.
Getting a microphone.
Oh, that's good. Thank you. Not really, I'm wired over here.
You're wired over here?
Yeah, is there
So
any...
you should use this. If you
Yeah,
like.
but I'm wired for the audio tape.
Oh, you'll get a sound if you put your
We can hear you.
Learn how to be flexible format for me, and I think for all of us on this trip. Anyway, we are in the process of teaching the ancient science that was practiced by the priests of Earth who assisted in seeding this race. It's the first time in over 10,000 years that this information has been compiled in one place, available to one group of people. So when I teach this information, there's a level of humility and absolute gratitude that I have to those who have taught me and reminded me of these things, and the fact that they have used this with me so I am able to at least remember. The other thing, many people know that I talk about my incarnations as if they were like, what I did last year. this is what it becomes for you once you begin to open up your consciousness. I'm not some special godlike being any more than any one of you are. Some of the potentials that I'm demonstrating now are advanced compared to what average people do. And it's simply because I have been working through these programs and with these programs. I've been undergoing DNA activation with these programs. And that has given me back what was my heritage to begin with. And this is what it will do for everybody who takes it seriously enough to actually practice it. So as far as the integrity level of these programs, they're awesome. They were practiced through the cloister races in various parts of history that we had talked about in the history lecture in the cloister race period. They were also taught during the Egyptian period in very select little pockets of teachings. The teachings, when you look back at Egyptian history and in their god paradigms, the primary area that you will find in Melchizedek cloister teachings was in the Isis, Osiris, Horus combinations, and later the Hathor combinations. So when you're dealing with those gods of ancient Egypt, the original pure form of what the worship of those gods was about was really at its core, bringing the initiates into this paradigm. But along the way, it got corrupted and it got taken in all sorts of directions that it wasn't meant to go, as usual. Every time this body of knowledge has been brought to this planet, it has been decimated, destroyed, twisted, and buried. So it was not available to human consciousness because there were forces in the other harmonics that did not want us to have this because they knew it was the keys of the kingdom. If we knew how to work our bioenergetic fields and we knew the science of what it means to be here, we would get control of ourselves and they would not be able to control us. So these teachings, a little bit originally in all the religions, there was a bit of this put in all of them. And then all of them were twisted. The main mechanics information was taken out of them. The Bible, for instance, used to have mechanics. It used to talk about reincarnation and what that really was. It used to talk about how time works. You don't find those books in the Bible anymore because they were edited, and they were edited by the Anunnaki. The Anunnaki weren't the only ones that messed with us. There were other groups like the Ramas from Inner Earth, and some of the Ramas are also associated with Sirius A and Sirius B. So there was a lot of messing with our race evolution that denied us the information that was our heritage. This is the beginning of that information. Working with this, you will begin to open things in yourselves that will lead you to your next level. And you won't need somebody to be your teacher, to be your guru. You might need a little teaching here and there, and a new level comes through and you can learn that. But this is meant to teach you independence and self-sovereignty within your relationship to Source. In the ancient Egyptian periods, they focused a lot of attention on serving to the gods. This was an intermediary step for the consciousness at the time, because at that point, they were dealing with root races and hybridized root races, where there was a lot of genetic distortion, and there were a lot of things that could get a being in trouble when they began to open if they didn't have certain control of their own personality. And it got totally twisted as far as becoming servitude toward the gods, which it wasn't meant to be originally. The teachings as are being given this time are not asking you to worship anything. They're asking you to give worth to higher levels of your own identity, higher levels of your own connection to Source, and reverence for all manifestations of Source, which means for each other, for other creatures, for other beings from everywhere, to acknowledge the law of one. We've talked about the law of one more extensively in some of our other workshops. In very simple terms, it's understanding the physics of what reality is about, where we are dealing with a huge unified field that manifests itself as standing scalar wave patterns. It's a scalar field, but scalar waves are consciousness. They are forms that consciousness can root itself into reality. Beyond that, there is simply pure consciousness. It's an energy force that always was and always will be. There is no beginning or end, and it all happens right now. So we got into this a bit in some of the other workshops. For the people who weren't there, I just wanted to touch base with the law of one. The Melchizedek cloister teachings are based upon the law of one, and they are based upon the highest levels of integrity and respect for all other things. They are based upon learning the structure in which you exist and learning the structures within your body and your consciousness so you may learn to direct them with integrity and grace in relation to yourself and in relation to the whole. It's a course that's often too difficult for many people. It's a course that requires a sincere desire to raise your level of consciousness and to truly transform your existence. It's not the baby course, it's the master's course. And I know that, and that's why it was always reserved for certain pharaonic lines, and it was held within the royalty. Usually the royalty in the pharaoh lines were descendants of the cloister races. So they had not only the root race strand that they were working to evolve, but they had the DNA strands of 7 through 12. Now back in those days, they didn't have the term DNA. They didn't need it because they understood the underlying mechanics of morphogenetic field operation, and that's what even DNA is built on. So the teachings we are bringing here, we could sit through 20 years of lectures to learn all the details of this, and there'd still be more to learn because you're dealing with universal physics and universal science. But it doesn't have to be so overwhelming that you get lost in the process. So the program we bring highlights the most important things first. If you learn these things, learn to do these things, learn to use these operations, you will be able to expand into the next level. And as you expand, you'll be able to understand more, so it won't be an overwhelming process. Now, when we get into the references in ancient Egyptian mythology with the gods, it needs to be understood, and I don't think even many of the current Egyptian paradigms on this understand it, that these were not mythological gods these people were worshiping. There were visitations at various periods of beings from Nibiru, which is a planet. There were visitations quite often from Harmonic 2 of the Anunnaki races and related races. When the people of those times had encounter with these beings, they were very godlike. Some of them were very tall. For instance, on Tara, an average human can go from about anywhere from 9 to 14 feet tall. They're big. When a person down here would see them, they certainly do look godlike compared to us. They also had abilities like telekinesis. They could move things from place to place. They could do things because they knew how to control their consciousness in better ways than the root races down here. Through these visitations from other stellar races, and you could call them ET, you could call them angels, you could call them gods. When you're using those terms and looking back on ancient history, you're really talking about all of the same thing. The only difference between an ET and an angel is the person who is describing it. Because what you're both trying to describe is a being from a higher harmonic universe. Angels basically are the ones from about D6 to D9, dimension 6 to dimension 9 consciousness. You all have a level of angelic consciousness, okay? What we call ETs are ones that are still in body forms of matter that we would recognize. So we have ET going up to about dimension 9. Anything from 4 through 9, you could call an ET. You could also call it an angel. And you have ETs with good agendas toward humans, and angels with good agendas, and you have ones with negative agendas. Just because it's an angel doesn't mean it's going to help you. It still can trick you. This is what most people don't realize. When we get beyond the 9th dimension and into harmonic 4 with dimension 10, 11, and 12, which is where our avatar level consciousness is, that's what we consider meta-terrestrial. Okay, and there are visitations by meta-terrestrial. When meta-terrestrial consciousness comes down here, it downscales itself into an ET form and then to a form that can appear on Earth. So ETs and angels and all these things we hear about in our ancient mythologies are just another way of trying to explain to people down here what is happening in the higher harmonic universes. They were real. They weren't fake. They weren't illusions of a primitive mind like our snobby scientists like to look at it. They are misinterpreting the data. And somebody better recognize that soon because the data is coming back to visit. And if they don't realize this, if the contemporary scientific community, and I'm not talking about the Illuminati government people that already know they're here, but the mainstream science refuses to acknowledge these structures, they're going to be in for a rude awakening because we are being visited. When we learn this paradigm, we learn where things like angels, ETs, meta-terrestrials, and those kind of things fit. There is a rational framework where those words and concepts and divisions of identity can fit. So we will learn what that means. When somebody's talking about ETs, it's not, oh, they must be nuts because they're talking about ETs. that would be immediate reference. Oh, okay, well, they must be talking about something between the fourth dimension and the ninth dimension. If they're talking about metaterrestrials, they're talking about something from D10 to D15. And if they talk about ultra-terrestrials, they're talking about those 3 levels of ascended mastery consciousness that are outside of the time matrix. So when you have this paradigm is precious. It's a roadmap. It shows you the relationship between the pieces of identity and between the races in the manifestation pattern. So when we go back to look at Egyptian history, we're looking partially at ET history because it was heavily involved in the Isis, Osiris, Horus, and Hathor issues. We were dealing with beings who came as representatives for consciousness collectives from Harmonic 2 and Harmonic 3. For instance, Isis. There were numerous individuals and bodies named Isis. And actually it was Isis, it was pronounced, it was not Isis. And there's other translations of the same name that mean the same thing. They're not referring to just some big, beautiful woman. Okay? There were numerous big, beautiful women who carried that name, just like if you go to Mexico, you will find many people named Jesus because they honored what that name stood for. The name Isis refers to a collective of consciousness that has its affiliates and it's connected to the Elohistic races that we've talked about in the histories before. They go up to Harmonic 4, and out of that they have Rishis in Harmonic 5. They're connected to Ascended Mastery, ultra-terrestrial collectives in the higher fields that are non-dimensionalized. So these are literal matrices of consciousness and the manifestations they sent down to interact with this reality field. Those gods were very real to the Egyptians because they were very real. And it got passed down through their oral tradition, through the written traditions, the existence of these beings. So when I talk about Isis and Osiris, I'm not talking about mythological creatures. I'm talking about matrices of consciousness, collectives of consciousness that stood for certain ideas that have a family tree of consciousness from their harmonic all the way up through to the ascended mastery levels into full expansion to source, just like we have a connection. And when we trace our connection upward through the harmonics, we will find the portions of our own identities are part of those collectives. This is the little secret about the relationship between humans and ETs. It's not just about genetics. When we manifest, anything manifests in the time matrix, it comes through as a stream of consciousness from source through the levels of the energy matrix and forms large collectives of cosmic family identities. And they progressively individuate. Okay, when you get into the time matrix, entering that beam of consciousness through D8, it begins to reorganize itself into the dimensional structure, sending pieces of itself into the 5 harmonics, where you get your soul, your oversoul, and your avatar and your rishi levels of identity. In the higher harmonics, you will have matter density characteristic to that harmonic, be it semi-etheric harmonic 2, or etheric, or pre-matter, or a pure waveform. The stellar races are part of us, and we are part of them as consciousness collectives. Some of our incarnations up there are these ETs that are visiting us now. This is why there are people here that are being contacted by groups from the stellar races. They have not only genetic affiliations to them, they are part of the same soul, oversoul, avatar families of consciousness. So the relationships between we and the ETs is much, much closer than most people assume. We talk about that when we got into one of the workshops we've done before, dealt with the concept of stair-step creation. And this is what we're talking about, the progressive downscaling fragmentation of identity into smaller packages in order to experience multiple time fields and space-time and matter in those fields. And there are forms that are more characteristic to each harmonic field. Here, human forms and dense matter biology is characteristic of our present state down here. There are levels of identity where we all share, where we look like silver white beams of liquid light that literally look like beings made of mercury that hold a semi-hominid form. They can shapeshift into whatever they want. At an avatar level, this is what we look like in our home harmonic. And above that, we don't look like any. Because above that, we are pure consciousness. We're beyond form. So are they. Just because their biologies look a bit different than what ours look like now, doesn't mean that there's a huge difference between us. They have parts of our own selves. You may have a soul in harmonic 2 that has part of its collective and manifesting as an Anunnaki. So it's not about hating those guys that have mistreated us here. It's about realizing we're all part of each other. The problem with the middle harmonic identities is some of them have lost touch with that reality. And they haven't learned the lesson yet that us little guys down here that they like to mess with are part of their own matrices of consciousness. And if we don't ascend, they don't ascend. If they're stuck, we're stuck. If we're stuck, they're stuck. We need to learn these lessons. If they don't know them yet, we can learn them, and eventually we become the teachers. Just because we're in harmonic 1 doesn't mean our consciousness is inferior or has to be more ignorant than something in harmonic 3. In harmonic 3, you have Elohim fighting all over the place with each other. We could teach them a little bit about harmony. We could teach them a little bit about not being stuck in time like they are right now because of the attitudes they hold. So this whole concept of the gods and ascension and ETs and all of it all fits into a package and a paradigm where things make sense rationally in relation to each other. It's just when you try to look at it through the filters of science and religion that have been given to you out there so far in this society, it isn't going to make sense because they don't show you where the pieces fit together, but they do fit. Now, when we're dealing with the ascension practices that we are bringing back here, we are dealing with directly and consciously some of those higher matrices of consciousness. You've seen enough of me through this weekend or through this week where you see me say, excuse me, I'm hearing somebody. I'm not crazy. And a lot of psychologists would love to try to tack labels on me. Good luck to them. Because I can out-talk them on paradigm anytime. I'm communicating with different harmonics, different consciousness matrices out there. I had an interesting experience when we went into the Forest Temple that my guys, which when I say my guys, the Guardian Alliance guys that are part of the family of consciousness that I'm a part of, they're primarily, to be a member, an official member of the Guardian Alliance, you have to have at least fifth dimensional consciousness. It doesn't matter if you're down here, but you have to be able to hold fifth dimensional consciousness. It's a stability point in the consciousness. The ones I communicate with are usually from D12 on up. When I check anything or I want information from anything, I go right to the Akkadic level, which is that third level of ascended mastery, because that's where things fit. That's where you can see the clarity, you can see what things are connected to what. So when I am pulling information or communicating with beings, that's where I spend most of my space. I spent numerous lifetimes building up in my morphogenetic field the ability to have those codes, those higher level matrices, so it could be born into a gene code that would hold that kind of information. And it's reachable for everybody. Everybody can evolve that way if they choose to. So when I'm talking to things up there that you don't see yet, a lot of you already feel presences and things like that. You know there's something new. It's important to know what's something and what you're talking to, because you can get misled as easily as you can get led. A lot of people think that, a lot of people open a channel these days, and that's good. That shows fourth strand activity. But they're not realizing that if you talk to a D4 channel, it may know less than you do. And it may guide you in ways that are misguidance, even if it doesn't mean to. We won't communicate with anything as far as guidance that's below D12. It has to at least be an avatar that's connected to a Rishi in harmonic 5. Because the Rishis are where polarity stops. That's where the silly little dramas of everybody fighting with each other stops. Where you reach a level of consciousness where it's possible to harmonize the polarity below it. So in our program, if you work with it, we suggest you can communicate with those middle ones, but aim for your highest identity level to communicate with, and do not communicate with as far as letting them call the shots. Anything below D12. You can take its perspective into consideration, consider what it says, but don't ever put yourself in a position of subservience to it, where it's in a higher harmonic, so all of a sudden it knows more than you. It may trick you with words, particularly if it has a bad intention behind it. It's trying to make you not fine. You need to be careful. You can learn by sealing your Mahara shield and putting out that pillar to seal your consciousness into your own D12 family of consciousness, where you're blocking out communication for anything that's not organically part of the family tree of consciousness that you came in with. That protects you from being infiltrated and hijacked by anything else. All right? It's important to do that. When I draw information, I draw it from the academic level. Everybody can learn now because the grids are fixed on the planet. They're getting fixed. You can pull up the 12-dimensional pillar. You can seal yourself into your avatar consciousness. All right? That is like a prerequisite if you really, really want to move forward. If you want to become a channel and hear the verbal and see the visual and all that, you do it through the heart seal so you don't get sidetracked or misdirected. Now, when we are dealing with the communicators from the higher fields, very often they're parts of ourselves that are in different forms. You know, you may have an Anunnaki communicating with you or tracking you around, and you may be amazed to find out when you go to D12 perspective, oops, that's one of my, what would be future from here, incarnates, or way past from here. Because the harmonics are also different time frames. Basically speaking, it's a little confusing, but basically speaking, what vibrates, I don't use vibrate because it could healing, so what is of a lower frequency will be perceived as your past. What is of a higher frequency will be perceived as your future, or your distant past, because in truth, the future becomes the past, becomes the future, because it's a cycle in one harmonic and it goes back up to the one before. You already came down through that harmonic to get here. So you're down here and you have to go back up here, which is your future, but you already passed through here to get down here. So when you get into time, it's a little tricky. But it's important to realize that when you begin opening, you're opening the portions of yourself that may look ET. Because if you start having ET contact, that doesn't mean that little beings in spaceships are coming to invade you. They might, but they may be little beings that are directly part of your own soul family. And it becomes a family issue. If you work with your avatar level of identity to begin harmonizing this, you will find those relationships and issues changing. These are some of the things that if you want the master's program, you're going to have to deal with. If you can't deal with the concept of that ETs exist, then take the junior program. And it'll get you to a point where maybe you'll be ready for the master's program. But I think everybody here is pretty well focused enough to understand this is a level of pursuit that really there's not a lot of parallels to on the planet. This is the master's program. You'll either be able to hold the frequency of this or you won't. Some of you may get to a certain level with it and just feel you just can't understand anymore. You have to push away from it. You hit your frequency saturation point when that happens, and that's okay. You know, for the people who do the long haul of this, you will be able to make transformation happen in your life. And you may even get to be one of the very small group of people who will stay with it till the end. And I plan to be one of those people, because I'm working right here with you, that actually gets to experience something that's not been experienced here by humans in 200,000 years, which is the ability to walk through a stargate with the physical body. You can pass through by dropping the physical body in death. It's only a transition. Your consciousness moves through. But a very few who are able to get the gene code cleared and activated high enough, fast enough, will be able to experience the literal slider concept. As you see on the Sliders TV show, that is a reality potential. Are we going to have 100,000 people go through? Very, very doubtful. We'll be lucky if we have 100, okay? This is how challenging this program is. But that's okay, because you don't have to go through it that far. Any level that you can take on this program will get you to your next level. It will get you a level higher. So it doesn't matter what way you leave this system. What matters is if you want to get out of the cycles of birth and rebirth over and over in the lower systems, this is the fastest way to do it, this program. Now, we had a little, I was beginning to talk about this before, we had a little interesting thing happen in the Horus Temple where our guide said, you have to go over to this section, there's something here. And I'd already scanned the place, and there was no energy work that needed to be done. But I scanned from about D12 to D9, because that's where most of the interference is coming from at this point. When you get into like fourth dimensional things, manipulating things, they're not even an issue. All right, what we're worried about is the D11 avatars that are doing, negative stuff here. So when I scan a place, I come in on higher frequencies to see if anything's wrong there. Well, our guide brought my attention to something, and sure enough, when I downscaled to like D4, fourth dimension, I could feel a presence in that space. And we walked in. The girls know a little bit about this, and the guys don't, so I'm going to share it with all of you. And it wasn't, we didn't mean to do that, but we were asked to talk to the girls first. Went into this one section of the Horus Temple, and where our guide had showed us, and I started to hear them whisper. It was like you see on ghost movies, and you hear the ghost whisper. Who are these guys? There's somebody here. And I traced the matrix up, and I got a very clear visual on it. It was a group of women. They appeared to be of Egyptian descent, and they were dressed in white garments, and they saw me seeing them, and it upset them a little. They've been with that site for quite a while, and they're not used to humans being able to see them, and they don't like it very much, so they got a little nervous. And then I kind of sent, when you get D4 functional and start running into this, you send a love vibe from the heart. You know, I'm harmless, I'm not meaning you any harm, and you hail them. Would you like to open a line of communication? I'd already had permission from the Guardian Alliance to do that, knowing that they weren't something negative that was going to mess with me. Well, they relaxed with that, and they appointed out of the little group a speaker, and they were a group of females, no males at all present. They call themselves a name I can't even translate into pronunciation. It was some kind of, I don't even think it was ancient Egyptian, I think it was Anahazi, which was the original language. And it was like probably about 40 letters long if you tried to phonetically do it. And asked, what would you call that in English? And they kind of negotiated among themselves what the best interpretation was. And they said, the Virgins of Isis. That works. They're out of the Isis matrix. This was something the Guardian Alliance hadn't told me about. They'd only told me that when I go into this trip, there's going to be some packages of information I have to pick up, some sites I have to clear, and some interesting things I'll run into. And that's what they just left it at that. Well, I put this in the category of one of those interesting things I'm going to run into. I just ran into it. This group of females were very, very sincere, and they had permission to communicate with me from the Guardian Alliance, which means they passed security clearance. They were checked out. They're working a program that it's still a fourth dimensional level program, but they're still connected with their own higher parts through the Isis matrix. So they're not one of those that are being manipulated by negative forces or anything. Now, the Virgins of Isis wanted to help us with the grid mechanics. Once they realized, they didn't know before what we were up to, but they read it in my field when I came in, that we were doing grid mechanics, and they read that we were going to Kumumbo the next day. And they had a particular gripe about Kumumbo. Okay? That was a programming center that we rekeyed the next day. But there was an entity that had been attached to that. And when they say entity, they're talking about probably a meta-terrestrial level consciousness. They didn't say which dimension it was coming from, but I was feeling it out. It was probably a D11 avatar level, but it was connected to an even darker force that these are hard to categorize. There's in the system that I teach, I don't even get into some of the fallen entities that happens on the Ascended Master levels, because this takes you into dark matrices that it's not going to serve you well to even know about them right now, because if you ran into one, you're not going to take it on. I'm not going to take it on. All right, it's something about the polarities of the way the physics are set up that these things need to exist. But anyway, this site had an entity presence in it that had, for the 10,000 years that the Isis virgins had been guardians of this location where the Horus Temple now is. Before the Horus Temple was built, they were there. They were site guardians, and they reincarnated into the Egyptian cycles and became temple guardians. And they always worked with people in that temple and also some other temples. Well, they had a problem with this one entity. It had taken down many of their higher level, what they considered gods and goddesses. And they had asked the Guardian Alliance if they could help with the grid work, because they want to see that site cleared. They wanted to see the number cleared from this energy. And they asked what they could do. And here's where some people misunderstood what the girls talked about yesterday. They asked if they could assist in harnessing off that energy once we released it, to keep it out of the way of the ascension spirit. Only until this cycle cleared. Some people interpreted it as they wanted revenge. We would not endorse revenge. We're so far beyond that, it's silly. And if somebody doesn't understand that about us, well, they don't know us really well yet. But what we did when we went to Kumumbo is we worked with the Isis versions. When we released the energy, they did their little thing in D4 with their connections in D5 through D12 and harnessed that energy so it couldn't remanifest itself at another location to start messing up the grids again. Because what's at stake here is pole shift or not pole shift. If the grid mechanics go well, we don't have to experience physical pole shift here. But if they don't go well, it's a very strong likelihood. So they were given permission to get that one out of the way for a while. It was kind of neat because in return for allowing them to participate with us, they actually look at us in a godlike manner. They're in D4 and they have their specialties of understanding, but they see us dealing with D12 energies, and that is to them like a God concept. So we're actually to them more grown up than they consider themselves. They respect us, even though we're in human form here. But they have an advantage because they're more D4 functional than we are. They agreed to work with us if we wanted. And they have a little protocol. In their systems, they always dealt with only female energy. They won't even speak in the presence of males. And it was a thing not about prejudice. It was a thing of keeping their magnetic coding pure. Where when you get fields next to each other, it starts to change the coding of both. You know, female magnetism will shift the male electrical a little, male electrical will shift the female magnetism. So in order to keep as pure of a receiving magnetic channel as they possibly could as a group, they cloistered themselves off from contact with males. And they still hold to that protocol. And it's not about prejudice for them. And personally, I don't need to do that. And personally, neither does the Melchizedek cloister. But we do honor the belief systems of whoever we encounter, as long as they're really truly trying to work for the light. This group of beings, the girls, as I'm calling them these days, is offering an opportunity, and it was approved by the Guardian Alliance for those who would like it, to men or women, which is kind of a step for them. They're willing to work with both genders. See, we're helping them grow up too. They have a specialty in Keylontic science that's dealing with the geomancies and the symbol codes, the scalar wave grids, that's keyed through the heart chakra. So it's learning to use the geomancies for manifestation through the love vibration. And it's connected to, as far as planetary energies, harmonic 2, where we have Venus, there's an energy center there that deals very much with what's the fourth dimensional love vibration. It connects to the higher levels of love vibration. It's a frequency, and it's a specific little type of specialty class one can take in metaphysics from the higher ones that not everybody be interested in, some people would. The advantage of taking it is that when they will help you to develop D4 consciousness faster, where you begin to plug in that fourth strand faster. They will help you to hear them faster. When you're dealing with the higher levels that we're dealing with, there's that intermediary zone until you have your fourth strand fully activated and you have your audio on and your visual on for D4. It's kind of like you're down here and you can sense your higher parts up there, but it's hard to communicate between the two. This group can help if you want for you to accelerate that process, and they're completely under the, let's say, protocol domain of the Guardian Alliance. They step out of line as far as if their training is not good for you. They're out, and they know it, and they've accepted that. They want to learn from the Guardian Alliance. But they have a little specialty that can help here. Anybody who wants to accelerate the process of it. It would be, when we do the energy work tomorrow, it would be an extra symbol code. And we use the symbol codes, which are geomancies, which are scalar wave guides that set a certain pattern into your scalar grids that will allow certain consciousness to come in a certain way that gives specialization. They're willing to work with any of us that want that particular coding given. If you don't want it, you won't get it. And if you decide you don't want it after you get it, you can just say, I'm done, and it will be pulled. That's the agreement they have with the Guardian Alliance. This was something I wasn't told about until it kind of all manifested itself, through the experiences of going to the sites. When we do the energy work tomorrow, it will be something I'll ask you. You're interested in an ISIS initiation, is what they call it. It's simply getting a symbol code that plugs you into the specialized information contained in the ISIS consciousness matrix. It's a good level of information that can help you with manifesting here. Their specialty is manifesting things through the low vibration, which means if you try to manifest through the power vibration, or try to force your will on stuff and try to make things happen by force of will, you're not going to have a level up with their system. They won't stop you, but it won't help in the process. You'll just be stuck with what you're able to do yourself. But if you're willing to cultivate through working with those energies, a real deep connection to other beings, other things, to the planet, the real low vibration, they will progressively give you symbol codes to use that will assist you in manifesting the type of events you would like to see, as long as you're willing to manifest within your whole higher evolutionary pattern. You set the pattern for yourself in the first place. If your soul wants you to go this way, but you decide to go this way, you were part of the soul consciousness that chose for you to go that way in the first place, so you're only fighting with yourself. The Isis virgins have nothing to do with your problems with your soul makers. If you want to go one way, it wants to go the other. But if you're willing to work through the love vibration and willing to align with your own higher parts, they're not going to help you misalign yourself. They're not allowed to if they're going to work with the guardian lines. But they will help you, give you extra little thrust there as far as manifesting. You can manifest money, you can manifest houses, you can manifest love, you can manifest what you need. They'll help you clear the belief programs that stop you from doing that. You don't have to manifest out of survival of the fittest. That's lack consciousness. They'll teach you about prosperity consciousness, which is a lesson everybody on this planet can really learn from. They'll teach you that as you learn to open, trust, and give, the universe will indeed give back to you. They will teach you very special things in the love vibration that we would like to have time to teach you, but in the master's course, under the pressure that we're under right now to get the grid straightened out, we don't have time to teach you those little wonderful important things. We're teaching grid mechanics and ascension mechanics so you know what to do with your body systems. And these other programs are helpful. So that's why the Guardian Line said, fine, if you guys want to teach them this part, it's a D4 training. And we're just going into D4 consciousness here. It's good for us to learn D4 training. It'll teach us some spiritual manners, some spiritual etiquette, learning how to react a little differently to situations out here coming from the love vibration instead of from defensiveness or from the usual D3 perspective. So that will be offered as an option. I'll simply say, do you want the Isis initiation? No. Okay. Now, I want to talk a little bit about, tonight we'll probably do it after dinner. It doesn't take long. We're going to do the base chakra activation tonight, which is just a real quickie thing that will be done individually. Tomorrow, we are preparing for something that hasn't happened to a group of humans in over 10,000 years. Seriously. This is wild. To have these activations progressively done through the week that we've been building up to. Tomorrow's going to be the grand finale. We are going to activate chakras 5, 6, 7 in everybody. And people who are willing to have a Rishi bond with their own Rishi, their harmonic 5 identity, we will also do chakras 8 and 9. When 8 and 9 are done, that will begin the release of the first pineal seal. There are 3 frequency seals on the pineal gland that regulate and hold in 3 Kundalini spirals at the base of the spine that correspond to DNA strands and the Merkaba vehicles and all of that. For the people who are willing to go all the way with it, we ask that you have what's called a Melchizedek ordination. This doesn't mean you have to be a member of our temple. What it means is you have to be willing to work with your own harmonic 5 level identity, Gestalt. Because if we activate chakras 8 and 9 on you and you don't have that Rishi bond, you're not going to be able to stabilize the fields and it's going to rip you apart. So we can't, if we have integrity, allow that to happen. So if you're not ready to take a step with your Melchizedek ordination, an ordination is simply you get the coding for the 12-strand pattern and then you agree to have your harmonic 5 self do a frequency seal of your pillar. You know, that pillar you keep building, the D12 pillar, where you'll have your D15, 14, and 13 level self beam a frequency down that will hold the pattern for that pillar to build until you can hold it stable and strong yourself. Without that, if you attempted to release the first pineal seal, you would vibrate yourself all over the place to the point where you couldn't keep mental or emotional stability and you would go into physical crisis. So it's just a responsibility thing. It's not that I don't want to give the highest level of initiation to anybody. You don't have to be a member of my temple. It's simply understanding what an ordination is. It's accepting a frequency bond to your DNA with your own higher identity. Not mine, not anybody else's, but your own. That means you have to at least acknowledge the fact that you really think you have one up there. If you're not too sure, then you're not ready. And that's okay, you don't have to be ready. But if you even feel that, well, maybe I do have that, harmonic 5 self, and I'm willing to trust it enough to allow it to do a frequency bridge to my DNA, to hold that pillar for me till I can build it. That's enough to accept an ordination for those who aren't ordained. Many of you, most of you, are already ordained, so you don't have to worry about that. I'm speaking to the people who haven't had the ordinations yet. What we'll do tomorrow is give a quick opportunity for group ordination, as we've done in the workshops, for people who haven't been ordained and want to be. And then we will go through the activations of all the chakras up to 7. And then we will go into 8 and 9, and we will release the first seal. It's a transmission that Azara will do through with the help of the guardians of the 12 pillars, the ones that are part of the earth grid. They need to regulate those frequencies when they come into the planet, because it affects the earth grid literally when we bring that energy through human bodies. So we will get a transmission after the chakras are open into the pineal gland, which is, we'll do through here. And then another one at the base of the spine that will release the corresponding seals. And then you will begin the process of level 1 Kundalini activation. This is a riot where it starts. It doesn't start immediately. A few days afterward, you'll start to feel some effects. When I first felt the Kundalini spiral 1, start coming up my spine, it was the strangest feeling I've ever felt. It's been a long time since these body cells have been familiar with that feeling. Yours will feel weird too. It's not painful. It's just weird. The first sensation I got right before, and I didn't know what it was. They were letting me feel these symptoms and like, what is happening to my body here? And then I figured it out. And then they said, yeah, exactly. We wanted you to walk through the symptoms yourself so you'd be able to describe it. First thing I got was, women will probably understand this better than men, anybody that's carried a baby anyway. When you get into the last months of pregnancy, you have all this weight pressing down from your down. Your legs get sore, your knees get sore, your ankles get sore. Well, unlike pregnancy, it doesn't last for 7 to 9 months, from the 7th to the 9th month. For me, it took maybe a half a day, where all of a sudden I just had this pressure. It was like this really bizarre pressure where my legs felt like there was huge weight on them. And it was uncomfortable. And I had to lay down, more often that day to just regulate it. And then I fell asleep, and I woke up, and the pressure was gone. And I stood up, and when I stood up, there was this little pop of energy at the base of my spine. And then I started feeling like a thermometer, actually. If you notice the thermometer, how the silver thermometers, the mercury ones, how the mercury starts to climb when it gets hot, that's exactly what it felt like. I felt this cord of thick mercury-like energy start to push its way slowly up my spine, in the center of it. It was as if it was going through the vertebrae and around it. And I knew that once you let it go, don't stop it. It has to reach its destination. And it took me it was about 22 minutes for it to slowly climb from the base of my spine up to the center of my head. And then hit the pineal gland. And then there was a little pop sensation, not a hard one. And then the pressure released. Because it was not even a pressure, it was I could feel my cells responding, going, ick, what is that? It was just such an unfamiliar feeling. It felt totally foreign because the body cells have not had these activations in thousands of years for most people. So it's a really unique and strange feeling. It also had a consciousness with it, where it almost felt like this spiral of energy moving up my spine has an identity all of its own. It's a part of your own consciousness. But you begin to feel that consciousness move up and into your body. Once it hits the pineal, it kind of spreads out, and you just get a burst of clearness, more clarity. And then you kind of go back to normal. But normal is a little more expanded than it was before. You may start having more active dream activity. You may start having more walk into a room, you're starting to see things in before. It will manifest for everybody in a different way. But I wanted you to understand a little bit about what these sensations are like. We're going through real biophysical processes here. Your soul, oversoul, avatar, and rishi levels will regulate how fast it goes for you. Just be aware that physical changes come with this. If you get aches and pains a little bit some days, don't run to the doctor immediately thinking you have arthritis. You may be purging things in the cells that need to shift to a higher frequency to be able to handle the Kundalini. So we're going to talk about tomorrow. There's going to be a lecture before we do the activations. We're going to go through the subtle body parts so you know what is what as well. Okay? I'll show you some of the charts I have with our healing manual to point out where the chakras are, where the crystal seals are. This is all very scientific. I mean, we know what we're talking about here. It's not just vague hypotheticals. So you'll know what we're doing when it's being done. It's exciting that we've been given this opportunity. I'm excited that you're willing to learn and to go through this. It's an adventure that you don't turn back from. Because once you get your consciousness expanding on those levels, you start to look back at what you used to think things were, and it doesn't make any sense anymore. You know more now. It's like looking back at yourself in kindergarten and saying, "Oh yeah, I was sweet and cute. Boy, I didn't know too much. I know a lot more now." Once you start having these levels of awareness come to you, you will not be able to move backward to the levels of consciousness you came from. You'll identify them, understand them, integrate them, but you can't pretend you don't know when you do. And that's when you'll start to realize you do need to deal with the fact that we're dealing with multidimensional structure. Part of that reality is ETs, MTs, terrestrials, UTs, ultra-terrestrials, and all those things. It becomes par for the course. It becomes the new reality frame, the new filter that you see reality through, that allows you to expand. So that's what we're headed for. Those who don't feel ready, you don't have to do it. The chakra activations you had will still get you to another higher level to help you ground your higher selves. But those of you who want to go through are perfectly welcome to do so. I want to make a real quick comment on what we did at, I can say this, at Hatshepsut's temple, because people have been asking me to address that. I'll address it really, really quick, so we're trying to wrap this up. When we got on site, Azara knew what she was doing. I had been there before. I've had an incarnation there before, and I knew there were certain portals that connect to inner Earth, but also connect to Sirius B. There used to be a portal bridge between Earth and Sirius B that was used for the second seeding. That's where the consciousness came into birth here on Earth. That was closed down for the third seeding and only used by a certain higher code of consciousness. There was a portal door there. Now, when we went into that site, there had been things done in Hatshepsut's time where certain vortices were opened, but she was killed before they could be closed. And because of that, negative forces had gotten control over them. We recoded them and got the negative ones closed. But we also did something very special, which was activating that temple complex the way it was supposed to be. I can't, it'll take me an hour to try to go into detail of that. But basically, where the people were singing, the area over on this side, we were doing energy work over on this side and taking this energy work, that, and sending it up into the middle where it was supposed to be done. I wanted us to be able to get up into that center space, but they wouldn't let us up there. So I had to, Zara was running around in my body very quickly, trying to move the energies fast enough to get them together to form kind of like a bridge that came together in the center. And she, with the Guardian's help, whacked it into the energies we built on both sides, whacked it into the center. And she did that for a reason. And when we looked, the reason had worked. There was a doorway, literally, where when this place was activated, a person could walk up those steps, walk through that door, and not come out the other side. When it was activated, it was a concealed doorway. It was a fourth dimensional portal that led up through into Sirius B. And we activated it. So it's functional now for the first time since Hatshepsut's time. And that there was a big cheer that went up for that, because that's been a problem area for quite a while. So it was not only recoded to the Guardian grids, it was yet another possible exit point for those who undergo ascension. The people who actually make it into that group, whose DNA is ready, and they can be taken to the portal places to get on out of here when it's time, when the day opens. That will be one of the sites, right on the top of those steps. So, and there's others. We're going to be opening others too. So I wanted to qualify that because several people asked me, what did we do over there? That's what we did. In D4, it looks like a golden sheet of oscillating energy. It's D8 frequency. And it's really beautiful when you see it open up, especially when it's been like just this dark area for a long time. It just went right up, as if it had never had a problem. So thank you for helping with that. The Guardians, thank you for that too. And I guess we'll wrap it up now because we're probably over time as usual, and I think we need to eat. So,
where do you want to do the activation? I mean, the chakra. Dining room?
It really doesn't matter. Any place on the boats do it. Maybe if there's nobody down, like outside of the
lobby, outside the
downstairs by the dining room. Yeah. If nobody's down there watching TV or anything, we could just do it down there. It could be like a prayer circle for anybody walking by. So they don't have to, we don't have to explain ourselves.
9:30 on that, say 30 now, 9:30.
Okay. You mean we actually stayed in the time frame? Oh my goodness. I'm in shock. Okay. The survivors.
Yeah.
How are y'all doing tonight?
Great.
Very tired?
Yes.
Yes. This has been a unique experience for me. I don't know about you. I've never been to Egypt before, nor on a tour before. I'll tell you, if they're anything like this, once every 2,000 years is plenty for me.
You don't have to get up 3:30 in the morning.
I mean, really. I think we've all been initiated into the Azurite boot camp here. And despite how very strange and completely unprogrammable it has been, we've managed to achieve what we set out to do in a rather strange order, but we at least accomplished it. I want to thank you, first of all, for participating in the grid mechanics. It is very, very... I can't even find the words to explain or express how significant it is that a group of people under these circumstances and in our time period, with the very little bit of time that this material has even been available, have been able to assemble themselves, pull themselves together, get here and do major master levels of grid work. That's what we've been doing. And we've been kind of doing it blind with some good direction from up above. We know what we're doing, but I like to basically walk people through it first and then say, let's do it, once you know what doing it means. We've learned an interesting lesson through all of this, that we can think on our feet. I'm getting a feeling that it was allowed to run this way, but airplanes now, for the purpose. Of course, we're trying to make an audio tape, for the purpose of getting us used to that, perhaps. In the next 10, 12 years, there may be some very strange changes for us as individuals. And the more flexible we are to bizarre circumstances around us, the more we will be able to hold ourselves with dignity and grace and effective action within changing circumstances. So when I encounter lessons like this from the universe, I try to deal with them as best I can and realize that there is a lesson in it for me. When you have situations that are not exactly as you planned or the way you exactly wanted them to work out, you can look at them two ways. You can be really bummed out because they didn't go exactly how you wanted, or you can say, this is interesting. What was the lesson in it for me? And realize that on some level, your soul, your oversoul, your avatar, somebody up there in your own identity levels agreed to allow you to participate in the circumstances. This even goes for very negative circumstances for people. I mean, this was a little strange and hustle bustle. We're being moved around like herds of cattle, but we got to see a lot of sights. We got to recode a lot of grids, and we also got to get our own light body work done, which is what I want to talk about a little bit tonight. What exactly did we do? There are people, and we've seen some of that in exposure to this culture, who are dealing with on a daily basis much more negative circumstances than a little bit of jogging around with their itinerary. They're dealing with the standard of living that is brutal compared to what we're used to in America. They're dealing with a socioeconomic and political structure that there really is no way out of. When you compare the levels of discomfort that we sometimes have to endure, sometimes being from America, where we have a lot of privilege,
we forget what that privilege is. So it might help if we can look a little bit at what it could be. If we can take any experience in our lives, if it's negative or troublesome or seemingly chaotic at the time, and realize it's a part of the healing and a part of the reordering to a higher level, and that there are lessons in it that will help you to hold yourselves better and stronger and more powerful and with greater love. We don't get beaten by the circumstances. We don't get run over by them. The people and cultures like we're exposed to when visiting third world countries, and this isn't bad, there's even worse than this. You can go to India, and there's parts of India that are absolutely horrendous for the people who have to live it. There are other countries that have even worse problems. If we can realize, as a group of people who have the privilege of exposure to information of enlightenment, that it is not a pleasant circumstance to move through, but there are reasons behind that too. The people involved with those type of cultures do have reasons for being involved in those cultures, and it's not a punishment factor. It's a learning factor. If we look back in our own incarnational placements, we would probably find numerous times when we walked that path and we learned those lessons. They're lessons in humility. They're lessons in having nothing outside of you, so you have to go inside of you. They're lessons of survival that teach you a strength, and if you're fortunate, it doesn't take you too many times through those kind of cultures to develop a dignity, a spiritual dignity, where you're able to have compassion for other people. We saw a lot of interesting people, particularly in the bazaars, where it's like the great attack, retail assaults every time you take 2 steps. This is the way these people have needed to evolve right now in order to teach themselves things. There's a lesson that eventually will touch cultures like this, and it's the law of reciprocity. The ones that become most giving, not passive and letting others walk on them, but who genuinely give from the heart, will find opportunities come to them more easily than those who are looking for all the time and looking to scam people. So the people that are involved in cultural situations like we've seen are here to learn lessons just like we are. So we can look at the lessons that we might have learned from our very strange experience of having our itineraries every day thrown up in the air and see where they fall. This has been very strange to me because I tend to be very, very organized in my presentations, always right at the last minute. If anybody's been to my workshops, you know I'm like up all night the night before just getting it wrapped up because I don't get the information, usually the full material for the workshop, until 3 days before the presentation. And I have a feeling some of it is to get me to be able to dance on my toes when necessary, but some of it's also a security measure because there are forces that don't want this information out. So it's given to me right before an event so I can get it down without a lot of interference coming in between. When if somebody doesn't know exactly what's being released, they're not sure how to position themselves in opposition. So I am used to this, but many of you may not be used to this, where you make your plans, you set them, they're the way you kind of want them to be, then you just need to trust a higher order of organization for it to fall into place. I hope that you can still take the experience of this trip and find the values in it, the things that were valuable to you. And in retrospect, you'll have time to look at pieces of the journey and to investigate more about what they felt like. When you're rushed through situations, it's good to just kind of absorb the situation. Your cellular memory is recording it just like a video camcorder. Once you have time back in your comfortable environment, you can kind of stretch out after you sleep for a week or whatever. You can kind of take a little bit of ponder time and go back and ask yourself, gee, what did I pick up from this experience? And you'll find things there. You'll begin to find the gems among the chaos of the rushing from place to place once you're able to slow it down. So I hope you've enjoyed it, even though it's been pretty amazing to me. I've just never been rushed through a series of events so fast in all of my life this time around. I hope you're happy with the experience, that you feel it has been worthwhile. If for nothing else, we got to see a lot of places. We got to participate in major planetary service work at a level that's really so far above what's being done out there, I can't even describe it to most people. So the fact that you can even sit here and participate with this and understand it shows a lot for the level of consciousness you carry on your own. This is a master's course. It's not a neophyte course by any means. And to be able to plug into that in like 48 hours and just go for it is very impressive. The Azurite Council and related groups are very, very impressed with the ability of this group to focus themselves despite the sort of adverse, chaotic circumstances. I hope you can go back realizing that there is one lesson here, a lesson of teaching yourself how special you really are. Because you can look at the other light workers out there and the type of work that they're doing, and they're doing good work, a lot of them. Some of them are doing middle ground work, some of them are doing, basic neophyte work, and that's fine because it's all needed. Because you have all those levels of consciousness on the planet. We're even so far out of their range that most of them have no clue as to what it means to release light code seals on the Hall of Records or the Halls of Amente. They don't even know what the Halls of Amente are. They just don't have this information yet. Which means you are a small group of people who have exposure to some of the highest frequency information available right now on the planet. There are a couple little clusters on the global level in different cultures that are dealing with mechanics of this sophistication. I don't know them and they don't know me, but we're part of a team and we work together. Their groups are assisting what our groups are doing. So it's not that we're this elite snobby group or anything. We're carrying a responsibility. The Azurite Council has a huge responsibility for whether or not things are going to be really rough here over the next 12 years, or whether we're going to be able to stabilize the grids enough. So the rest of them, that tend to like to poke fun at you and bug you because they just don't understand the level you're dealing with, we're helping them too, all sides. So take with you, at least, the self-appreciation. And you can look at yourself a little bit differently than you did before. Just for the fact that you've been able to participate in this, plug into it, and go for it. It's really an awesome thing that you have done here with your consciousness. You have leapfrogged 2,000 years of development. This planet and the consciousness, the basic consciousness here, was not ready for this data or to go anywhere near this level of energy work for about 2,000 years. It wouldn't have been given if we would have made it to that 2,000 years. The planet wasn't going to get there. We weren't going to get there. You've done an amazing thing. You've leapfrogged your evolution, at least conceptually, 2,000 years into the future by dealing with this. When it comes to the personal stuff that we've done, we did today, this is the exciting part. Because what has happened in this group of people has not been permitted nor able to happen in 10,000 years on this planet. Not this fast, not all at once. Each chakra level that we open used to take a minimum of 12 years of training before that would be permitted. Before the body, the consciousness, the emotional body could be trained little bit by little bit to deal with those energies being released. Within a week's time, we just released the seals on 9 chakras and activated completely the first Kundalini spiral. When we investigate more what that means, we begin to understand how significant that is compared to what's going on in most people's bioenergetic fields. Now, all of us on the planet are going into an acceleration. We're all going into rapid DNA activation for the period of time that the stargates of Amente will be opened, because the planetary grid accelerates, which makes our biofields and our DNA accelerate. But most people will come nowhere near the level of acceleration that this group has participated with today. I'm going to use some of the diagrams in the Cathara Healing Manual. Some of you have seen this and some of you haven't yet. Just to explain a little bit about what the process, the biophysical process of ascension is, so you know what this applies to.
when I talk about releasing seals on chakras, we can, let me find the graph that shows where the chakras are. I saw some of you looking at it today on the bus. It will show you the placement of the 15 primary chakras, this chart. So usually I have my Mylars so I can point, but this time, a lot of you are familiar with this from taking the workshops. But on this chart here, you can see that these horizontal little crossbow things are chakras. When we activated the 8th and 9th chakra, that was these that run through at a diagonal, through the head, through the pineal gland. An interesting thing I learned while doing these activations today was when I did the release on the seal on the third eye, the 6th chakra, I began to understand some symbology in our culture. The crown of thorns, that's a very Christian thing as far as the Christ story goes. It was very symbolic as well as a literal interpretation of events at the time. Because when I released that seal on everybody, and when I did the first one, I was very amazed because this literal crown of crystals came out and released. When I pressed here and the points here and ran the energy, this very interesting configuration of energy ran through the brain circuitry very quickly, and then literally this crown of what looked like crystal thorns popped out. And I understood what they were. They were part of the Atlantean programming crystals that had been put into us with the Palladian seal thousands and thousands of years ago, that have regulated how much frequency would be able to translate through the brain. With the release of that, the 8th and 9th chakras can come into activation. And when they do, they first just start to activate and they'll spiral the energies through themselves. And when they hit a certain level of speed with that spiraling, which will come naturally, you'll each have your own rhythm with it, they will start to spin. And they will form a halo. So in the Christian mythologies, when you see the paintings of the beings with the halos, they were telling us all along about these processes, but they were telling us in symbol codes that it would take us centuries and centuries to understand. We've released the crown of thorns and it allows the halo to come out. The halo is the scalar configuration. It's one of the scalar shields that goes with what's called the Huva bodies. Now, we've talked about that in the workshops, and anybody that has the Tangible Structure of the Soul course has also had exposure to Huva bodies. For anybody who hasn't, they can basically be understood as, I'm going to show you this diagram because it's the easiest to use for this. And it's the primary thing you need to understand as far as understanding the ascension process and understanding what the activations are that we participated in. So you can find the page here. Okay. Now, this diagram, people in my workshops have seen this a few hundred times too. Okay. This diagram has been used to show a number of things. First of all, it's been used to show a time matrix with its 15 dimensions inside of an energy matrix with its 3 non-dimensionalized levels. It's been used to show the placement of the harmonic universes within that structure. But this can also be applied to your 15-dimensional anatomy plus 3. We're only dealing with 15 dimensions of the anatomy right now, but they will get you to the point where you can integrate the last 3, which are the ascended mastery levels. Now, Huva bodies are scalar grids that, they're actually spherical energy fields that form on scalar grids for each of the harmonics. Each Huva body contains the frequencies of 3 dimensions, and it is a Huva body that allows us a 3-dimensional perceptual field. We have the Huva body in harmonic 1 that has our physical, mental, and emotional bodies contained within it. That's called the Nada Huva body. We have in harmonic 2 what's called the soul matrix, or the Alpha Huva body. It contains the portions of our cells that are stationed in dimensions 4, 5, and 6. In harmonic 3, we have the Beta Huva body, which contains our 7th, 8th, and 9th dimensional consciousness.
these are the ones we're dealing with right now. The activations that we just had done on the chakras. We will begin to merge this ball of consciousness with this ball of consciousness with this ball of consciousness. We are beginning to, when we open the seals, it begins to open the energy fields, the barriers, which are electromagnetic polarity barriers between the Huva bodies, where they can begin to merge with each other. And when I'm showing the Huva body specifically, this one would be a little smaller, this one would represent a bit more expansion, this one a bit more expansion. So we're progressively opening ourselves to expanding first into 6th dimensional consciousness, then into 9th dimensional consciousness. Then we would go through the processes of expanding to the even higher levels. Now, this process constitutes what's called first soul integration, which is the Nada Huva body and the Alpha Huva body merging. And the next one is oversoul integration, which would be the Meta Huva body merging with the Alpha and the Nada Huva body. By releasing the seals on the chakras, which have direct correspondences to each DNA strand, direct correspondences to the dimensional framework with each of the Huva bodies, we are activating several things. We are activating the process of these things merging, which sets in motion the process of the 3 spirals of Kundalini energy, which are really life force energy that's connected to the planetary core, where we open up what's called the planetary biofeed interface system. We begin to plug in and draw more energy from the planetary grids. We are activating that process, opening ourselves to the planetary grids, opening ourselves to the higher levels of our own identity. Each chakra activation that we had creates a DNA activation. It begins to fill out the frequencies that are missing in that DNA strand. When we release chakra 1, it begins to activate dormant codes that may be dormant in strand 1. Most of us have strands 1, 2, and 3 activated right now to have 3-dimensional consciousness. We're just going into 4th strand activation, which gives you astral perception. It would let you start to perceive what happens up here in the Alpha Huva body, that perceptual field. By releasing all of these seals at one time, it is progressively activating all of those DNA strands that correspond to it at the same time. They will find their own sequence. So you will have strand 9 activating, and that'll stimulate strand 8, which will stimulate strand 7. Meanwhile, you're working your way up from 3 to 4 to 5, and they'll meet in the middle. Progressively, your perceptions will expand. When you go into 4th strand activation, you begin to become aware of what's called the astral plane. That's the 4th dimensional frequency bands. You won't see that as fully solid until your consciousness is stationed in the 5th dimensional frequency bands, because you will see as a solid reality field what exists 1 full dimension below the station of your consciousness. Okay? Our consciousness is actually in D4 right now, so we see D3 as solid. We are making a shift now into 4th and then 5th strand activation. We will get ourselves to 5th dimensional consciousness, which will allow us to see first the 4th dimensional frequency bands and what's contained within them as a solid matter reality field. But we'll go beyond that. Now what we're aiming for on a planetary level is to get everybody up to about 4.5 DNA activation, so they can see as solid D3.5, which is the positioning of what is called inner Earth. Okay? It's a reality field that will literally, they're going to be moving into a blend of this reality field and that, which will involve the opening of portals that go to the inner Earth. There will be contact between the Shambhali and the Rama races and the hybrids that exist there within the bridge zone that we've talked about in the Amente book. This group is here to lead the way to that, but we have the potential to go much further. You wouldn't be in this group if you didn't hold DNA configurations that have the potential of being activated rapidly enough to get you to higher levels, because it's a master's levels course. And for some reason, when that frequency was broadcast out on this trip, it's this group that responded. That's telling you something about yourself. You had receptors for master's level understanding. So somewhere in there, you have an avatar just waiting to be born. Okay? You are an avatar, just waiting to ground the rest of yourself here. And that's why you were drawn in to this particular line of teaching. We all have avatars. Even the little guys out there that have no idea what I'm talking about have an avatar level of identity. But not everybody has an agreement in this lifetime to embody that level of consciousness. Avatar contracts are just that. The planetary grids can hold only so many avatars at one period of time. There's a lot of schools out there, avatar, we'll teach you how to be avatars. Well, great, you can teach somebody how to be an avatar, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be able to become one in this lifetime. They can maybe ground their oversoul. That is a potential most people can do if they really try. But to have an avatar contract where you would respond to the frequencies that were transmitted for this particular event that we've been walking through, that means that you had connections before you came in here to higher gestalts of consciousness that had agreed to be part of the planetary portal protection plan. And you agreed as avatars to participate in that program. You would have avatar contracts to respond to this. And to some of you, this may seem very strange because you never really thought about it or cared much. If you could realize just the fact that you showed up is telling you something very, very important about you and about your life and about what choices you might want to make. Because when you realize that you made choices to be an avatar here, that's a high-level contract. That means you came in with the potential to have much more power than an average person, but also more responsibility to how it comes out for everybody else. It's a balance. You might want to think about when you get home what that means. You have within you, and now you have the processes open within you that will allow you to start bringing in the frequencies in which you have stored that information for yourselves. You don't need me to tell you what your avatar contract is. We've given you the tools and the activations. So you would have got these activations, but they would have happened much more slowly. And you might not have made it in time for 2012 when the Stargates opened. You were guided here, and I was guided here, to allow the transmission of frequency to be given that would get you aware enough of your avatar contracts in time. Now, in time will be something different for each of you. There's a different contract for each of you, and only you can find it. But it's there. So let it be known that you have that. You have come here to ground some kind of information or some kind of frequency, but to participate in a world service project. And you will most likely fulfill it simply by following who you are and what feels the most right and the most special to you. Follow where the energy is. If you have a career choice and your heart's saying this, I really like to do this, but it's more practical to do this. If you could possibly do the thing that your heart is telling you, do it. You're here to do it. You will feel the difference when you're making choices where the energy is in you. You will feel, okay, I feel kind of about that. I feel, I'm a little more interested in that. Learn to sense. In this society, everybody's taught to numb themselves to death, where they just follow protocol because it's the way things are done. We need to get in touch with how we feel inside, get in touch with how we feel in relation to choices, and learn to honor our feelings, regardless of how silly they might be sometimes. Sometimes you need to trust spontaneous order, and if you realize you feel a certain way, it may seem impossible to do something, simply say, okay, higher levels of self, I feel the energy here. That must mean something. Show me how to do it. Just guide me day by day. You'll be guided on a path that you might never have figured out trying to sit there and rationally doing it. You need to learn to feel and to sense it. That's how you'll find out what your contracts are. That's where you'll begin to hear your own soul and higher part speak to you. And it may be direct cognition rather than words that it speaks in. You'll just simply know the right thing to do in the situation. You may not know, just like this trip has been a great experiment in being able to surrender it and knowing the outcome would get done, but having no idea how it was going to get there. Sometimes in finding and honoring your avatar contracts and embodying your wholeness, you need to take that approach. Try to map it out in linear logical terms. You're just not going to figure out a way that you could possibly, if you find your goal, let's say, or one of the goals, you can look at your life and look at the goal and say, how in the world is that ever going to happen? It's just impossible. Well, I'll tell you, nothing is impossible. Sometimes it's more difficult, but it's not impossible. If you learn, like we've been having practice with this time, to surrender to a higher will, it's your higher will. Your will is a higher being from a higher state of consciousness. It'll guide you where you need to be. But if you get into the thing, well, I got to do it this way because there's no other options, you're better off spending your time saying, okay, whole self, I know there's a better option. Instead of saying, there is no better option, you're blinding yourself when you say things like that to yourself. When you say, well, it has to be this way because there is no other way, you're not leaving your higher parts room to show you that other way. So it's like retraining your thinking. We've been taught here to think in certain ways. And those ways block our ability to hear and feel our higher guidance. Those ways are given to us on purpose. So we'd never be able to do that. We can rise above that now. Now you've got the activations in your biosystem that will lead you right along. I want to talk to you about the activations in your biosystem a little bit, so when you get home, you have an idea of what this might do or what it might feel like. Now, I don't need a graph for this. Okay, when we go into DNA acceleration, for one, this hasn't been done in thousands and thousands of years. It's been 200,000 years, 210,000, 216 years since the last stellar activation cycle, when people on the planet went through spontaneous DNA activation like we're moving into now. So there's nothing in recorded history that gives you a clue at all as to what's going on. When you go into DNA activation, at least now, you're going into it in an ordered framework. You're learning to use the Maharic shield, which will recode and progressively purge out distortions in the DNA strands. You're going to be witnessing in the next 12 years people out there who have not gone through that recoding process. And what that's going to do for them is if they hit DNA blockages where they can't pull in the frequencies that the Earth grids are sending, they're going to find a number of things affecting them. They may have their physical health deteriorating more rapidly. They may find their mental and emotional bodies not able to keep stable in those frequencies. You might have had that experience if you hadn't been guided to a situation where you would be taught the mechanics to get your imprint for health regenerating itself, where you can get rid of those DNA problems that will block your ability to pull in the frequency. So you're ahead of the game in that sense. If you start to watch in the next 12 years, crime rate increases and people are acting more wacky. I mean, kids are shooting each other in grade school at this point. Is this not a little strange? The grid has been activating already, slowly, on the first, second, and third orders for like about 10 years. And progressively, we are watching accelerations in certain types of negative conditions. These will increase, and we may even have some, localized or maybe even worse, earth changes added to it. The people that know these processes that you're beginning to learn now will have an advantage of knowing how to hold their biofields and know what to do with them so they can stay stable in an unstable planetary environment. You're learning enough that you can go and teach other people, or you can assist other people in creating that field stability so you can do a great service. And as you help others, you also run more current for yourself, which accelerates your process even more. So it's when you help yourself heal, when you help others heal, you are helping yourself heal as well. And the more people heal, the more the planetary grid accelerates back to its Maharic shield, back to its 12th dimensional imprint. So the more you work with these energies, the more you're helping others, yourself, and the planet. And when you're helping the planet, you are helping to avoid the very real possibility of pole shift during this period. So it's a thing that's worth spreading. You have enough information available now. We have a couple of courses, some of you already have them and are already taking them. We have the Kathara Healing Program, which healing is really a mild word for this program, because Kathara Healing is full-blown ascension mechanics. Full-blown ascension mechanics are healing because they restore the holographic imprint back to its original pattern, which is the 12-strand pattern. And that will produce healing on all levels. We're going to also get into in Kathara level 2 very fascinating technologies that have been used by the higher races, higher evolution races, of etheric crystal programming. Using Unique Ethera 1, because it tells you where your body parts are, and not just the identifiable ones on the outside. It'll show you what DNA corresponds to, what axiotonal lines corresponds to, what Kundalini levels, to what dimensional frequencies, so you know where your 15-dimensional parts are located. Once you know that, then you can learn how to directly program what you desire into certain areas to get certain effects. You'll be able to create progressive healing in your life. It won't be instantaneous. You can't go bang, you're fixed. It's not that easy. But you'll learn the mechanics. You're learning to be energy doctors, energy healers. But you're also learning to set yourself free. Because at the end of all this, there are two basic outcomes, which is better than the usual. Because at the end of all this, in any one given lifetime, there's usually one basic outcome. You die, you know? And a lot of people here are not even taught to do that well. They're taught all sorts of weird belief systems where they cross over and their consciousness freaks out because they weren't taught what to do with it once they got it across. Some people, especially the scientific group, don't even realize they cross. They think it's gone because they're under the misinformation that consciousness is created by biochemical reactions in the body. Well, I hate to tell them consciousness came first. They'll find this out. It's the scientists that really freak out when they cross over, that have not acknowledged spirituality at all, because they have no idea what to do with themselves once they realize they're still conscious and they don't have a body anymore. It seems unnatural to them because they believed that being non-existent was the natural state. We have a choice at the end of a life, and most times for thousands and thousands of years that choice has simply been to die and freak out, or to die and learn to do it well so you can cross over well. There's another choice added this time, and there's not going to be many people who are able to do it, but there will be some, and that is amazing. That'll go down in the annals of galactic history for this planet. There will be some people who are able to go through stargates physically. And it doesn't matter if you go through physically or if you drop the body and go through as consciousness, as long as you have enough frequency within your consciousness to get where you want to go. Many, many of us have been here for thousands and thousands of years, circling around and round in dense matter, finite physical bodies, because we could not pull in enough frequency into the consciousness here and into the body to take us out of harmonic 1 and into harmonic 2 or above. This time, we have the chance, and believe me, there's a lot waiting to get through. There's a bunch of beings for millions of years that have been crossing over into D4, but not being able to make it higher. They've been stuck there. Some of them reincarnate, some of them just hang out there. It's like population explosion at D4. So people are going to be leaving the cycles of harmonic 1 from D4, from D3, and some of them even from D2 by getting host matrixed into others. This is a really grand event, but most people on this planet don't have the information to even understand that. You do. This particular group is the highest level group that's going to be trained. And people that get this level training are not training for simply a transition into the 4.5 frequency zone of bridge zone. They may go there for a while. Some of you may have contracts to transition before that and end up on Tara to help people cross over. You may end up on the other side to pull them through. This particular group has the ability to activate full 6th strand within a time period that would allow moving through physical portal structures, physically. This would mean that unlike the ones ascending on a 5th strand activation, which would get into D5, they would take the Alcyone route. Now, in the halls of Amente, the stargates of Amente, there are 6 primary portal bridges that take you into different time zones, into different harmonics. Most that actually make it through into any kind of physical ascension process will find themselves moving through on the 5th dimensional current, and they will end up in time systems of Alcyone, the Pleiades. And they will end up in a time system on Tara that's connected to Alcyone. The ones that are able to activate full 6th strand don't have to go that route. There's still a lot of polarity problems there. There's still a lot of issues that aren't resolved in that time zone on Terra. And there's still a lot of manipulation happening on Alcyon. There's another route out. It's the route that the second seeding, not the third, but the second seeding of this race went through. That was through Sirius B. There was a portal bridge there that was once activated that in the third seeding was only used by certain cloister races and certain pharaohs and certain kings who were actually keepers of the ascension codes, because they were the only ones that could get up a high enough strand activation to go through these systems. This group has the potential to activate DNA high enough to pass through right beyond the Alcyon spirals and right into Sirius B, which would take you into sixth dimensional consciousness, would take you into seeing the fifth dimension as solid. It's a different time zone on Terra. And it's also on Terra, but Sirius B has an active life presence there, and Terra and Sirius B interact with each other a lot there. It's a different way out. And whether you're taking a body out or taking your consciousness out, it's nice to know where you're pointing it when you get over there. So whether you have enough time to activate the DNA to get the body through, or whether you're just going to say, oh, forget it, your soul already knows whether you're going to take the body through or just say, forget it, drop the body when it's time, and go as consciousness. But this group can go either way, through the Sirius B portals, through the Stargates, through Sirius B, to end up in a future time zone on Terra that leads right into the Gaian, etheric time zones. It's the most advanced course available right now. Most that ascend at all will take Alcyon, and they'll end up in time cycles where they have manifestation rather than rebirth cycles in the lower frequencies of Terra. You will be able to go into the higher frequencies of Terra and beyond if you work with the energies. You have the activations now, and once they're set in motion, you can't stop them. But that's good.
Yeah.
Because you wouldn't want to. Why would you want to? I mean, if they're uncomfortable, you can say, yo, up there, higher identity structure here. This is making me uncomfortable. Let's cool it for a while. And your wishes will be honored. But once you get these activations, you have set in motion the rest of your consciousness, working its way into your head, working itself into embodiment here. The people that don't begin integrating the higher identity levels are going to fall prey to some of the manipulation that's taking place here. We have Illuminati through certain various government forces working with electromagnetic pulse technology and beginning baby level scalar technologies, where they're going to do frequency fences. They're bioneurological blocks created by waves that you don't see, that they can run just about anywhere they want for whatever effects they want. It's a technology given to them by the Zetas, and the Zetas are pretty good at it, and they use it for manipulation. The populations that don't go through these activations are going to be very, very vulnerable to having their DNA blocked by invisible waves that they don't see, which will block their perceptual field into the three-dimensional field. So things that are manipulating from the fourth dimension can continue to do that without being identified. It's a form of mind control, and it's already actively being used in test groups in certain countries' military, like CIA-type forces. There are secret governments behind our governments, and this is a rude awakening for many people, especially light workers. They don't want to hear it. They only want to hear about light love and friendliness. Well, it is all friendly, and even if you're playing the negative polarity, the positive polarity still loves you, but it's a reality of the game down here. The activations you receive today will protect you from that. With the frequencies that you will now be bringing into your fields, you are not going to fall under mind control. It's not even an if at this point. Once those seals are opened, your soul and your oversoul and your avatar and your rishi will direct how it flows so it doesn't overwhelm you. It'll be paced for you. But at this point, there are too many frequencies already running through your fields for you to fall into a D4 or D3 transmission of mind control. There may come a time when this becomes extremely valuable to you because you may hit a time, if things go well here, if they go like they're going over on parallel Earth, where you watch the majority of people fall under that. And you will be amazed, like the people on parallel Earth were, when their friends, their neighbors, some of their family just all of a sudden plugged into some program that was being endorsed by the government, and it's like one world, happy, unity, light, love, and surrender your being to central type control and be happy about it because it's really good for you. This was what the mind control thing did over there. And the ones who were able to not get put under the frequency fence watched in horror as perfectly rational people were doing very irrational things. People who once believed in freedom were surrendering their personal power to join mindless collectives. This is how it went over there. It could go that way here. If it does, you will be among the few, and there will be more. The more people we train, the more people we get at least to a 4.5, preferably 5 DNA activation level, will not be able to be affected by those frequency fences. But if it gets that bad, you will also be the first they want to get rid of, because you'll be able to see what's going on behind the scenes. You'll be able to see the messes that are going on behind the political structures. You'll be able to see the infiltration of visitors from elsewhere, making their presence very quietly known to control things down here. So you'll see things that others may not. If it gets to that point, at least you will be prepared. You will have your open access to progressively higher levels of guidance. How do I help with this situation? So by showing up for this trip and going through Azurite Boot Camp, you've given yourself the gift, at least, if nothing else, of freedom of mind. You've also given yourself a body of knowledge to work with, to play with, to teach others with, that you can transform your perceptual field. You can learn to bilocate. You can learn to project several of yourselves in different places and become aware of all of them, and then you can send them on missions. It's not quite as good as having physical clones, but you can gain a lot of information that way. You can become D4 functional, where when you close your eyes at night, you wake up somewhere where you're even more awake than you are here. I do that all the time. When I go to sleep, that's when I wake up. I do a lot of things on the other side, like help people that die cross over well so they don't fragment and lose themselves. And this is just little guide jobs that you get on the other side. They're very fulfilling and rewarding. When you begin to realize how free you can be, you begin to realize how non-free you have been, being raised with the belief systems of this culture. So you're entering a journey with these activations, a journey back into your eternal nature, back into the self that can never be eradicated, that always exists there. You're growing back into the awareness of it, and that will separate you from many, many people on the planet, because they're not going in that direction yet. When you're going in that direction and they're not, compassion is the way to handle it. If you can help them, you do. If they're not ready for it, you allow them to be what they are. But you hold the highest vision for them, because no matter how lowly someone's consciousness is here, even the black suns that we talk about sometimes, and even the nasty avatars that control them, once upon a time they all came from the same place we did. They were pure consciousness. They were light-filled. That is their destiny, eventually. And they'll get there by their choices. Nobody's going to make it for them. So it is a unity consciousness. We don't teach polarity, separating good and bad. We teach you to differentiate between things that will get you back to wholeness and things that will keep you from it. And when you get on the path of wholeness, and you see others that are making choices that are putting them on the path that is not of wholeness, you don't push them away. You ask your higher parts, and eventually you'll be your higher parts, so you don't even have to ask. You'll just figure it out for yourself. What can I do to assist in this situation? It'll take you on a whole new way of perceiving this reality field as you move through this. That's what you have to look forward to. Now, with the activations, there's some little physical things you may feel as you go through the processing of the frequencies. The activations were done very, very subtly. It's a time release thing, rather than just like blowing it all into your field and having you vibrate all over the place and be bouncing off walls in the plane as you're going home. It will release itself. Those frequencies will release themselves in doses and it's being regulated by your own soul and oversoul matrix. You may have emotions coming up from the emotional body. You may have conflicts coming up between your idea patterns. Well, I believe this, but I believe that too, and they don't make sense with each other. I'm going to have to pick one. You know? You'll find gentle confrontations with yourself on issues. Areas that are holding you back in your growth may show themselves, so you look at them, so you can reperceive it and change your beliefs about it, so then it doesn't hold you back anymore. You may have some of that. You may also have some physical stuff, like you may feel tingling running through your body in different parts. You may get tingling running up and down your legs. You may get tingling in private spots. You may get energy running through your whole system where you feel wired once in a while. It'll be cyclic. You won't be like wired from now until eternity where you're just buzzing around. But you may get buzzy periods where you just feel frequency running through you. This is normal. It may feel like symptoms that would be associated with hormone changes, like hot flashes, cold flashes, change in sleeping patterns. You may find yourself awake more just because you're not sleepy. It will balance out if you have little times of where, and it probably won't be right away. It might be like 6 weeks later, all of a sudden your sleeping patterns shift. And you find yourself awake when you're not used to being awake. You're not having an insomnia problem. You're having a pineal activation problem, and it's not a problem. It'll balance out, all right? You need to trust your body to handle its energy. Once it's aligned, it knows how to do that, and it will. So you don't need to go running to a doctor for every little symptom of things that pop up. A doctor's not going to be able to help you with pineal activation because as far as they're concerned, it's something dormant that's not used anymore, never will be, and it's useless. So, and they're not going to help you with DNA activation either, as you probably know. They think we just have the double spiral. They're not seeing any of the other coding that goes with it. They don't understand the pattern yet. When you take this path, you're saying to your soul, all right, we're just going to go higher than what's available on the planet right now. That means being a little bit courageous when it comes to your physical health and those kind of things. If you need to go to a doctor and you really feel you need to, go to one. But if you're having little discomforts here and there, or your system doesn't feel quite right for little periods of time, let it cycle. There'll be a cycle to things. If you have periods of fatigue or hypersensitivity to sound that may pop up once in a while, these aren't going to be permanent, and they won't last for weeks on end. When we went through the early pineal activations, usually it was about a 3-day cycle, where we'd have 3 days which all of a sudden just very, very sensitive to every energy around us. Couldn't stand by Xerox machines, photocopiers. It just made me nauseous. Couldn't ride in cars sometimes. Now I'm hypersensitive, and I'm keyed to be hypersensitive so I can translate this information. You won't get it that bad unless you happen to have an avatar contract to bring in acadic level information. Then you might. But there's only 3 acadic contracts on planet right now. So you don't have to worry about getting to the point where you can't even ride in a car because it's so sensitive to frequency. You just may find times when you're a little grouchy because sound bothers you more, or being around too many people bothers you more. Just honor it. If you're uncomfortable in a situation, simply remove yourself from it at that time. If you learn to honor what your system needs to make you feel more comfortable, it'll cycle, it'll pass, and you'll be better than you ever were. So it's a cyclic thing as you work with these activations. There'll be certain levels that cycle. First, you'll get some for each chakra level. Trust your bodies. Nothing here has been done that's not perfectly organic to your body. All we did was throw in some frequencies that belong to you anyway, but that would be frequencies you would have run into in the future rather than now, so it's just an acceleration. I don't want you to be frightened. We won't get into the issue of karma right now, because that would take a workshop before it to qualify it for the people who haven't heard the workshop, so I've talked about that. But you will also find patterns that are karmic patterns called miasmic crystals, purging, which means your little karmic issues that you have with other people that you might not even know you have will start popping up. But then they'll clear. You may have arguments coming up out of nowhere with somebody at work or something. Where did that come from? Once it processes, though, the energy drops. It's just not there anymore. You kind of look at each other, there's nothing to argue about here, let's let it go. If you have these little situations coming up, it is part of the process of healing and realigning yourselves. some of the earlier workshops for those who haven't been there for what we've talked about in karma, because karma is not just a conceptual thing, it's a physics thing. And we've described that in some of the other workshops. So there's a science behind that word. It's not just a vague concept about somebody pulling your strings and about having to pay debts off. It's not like that. That was trying to explain a physics phenomenon. They didn't have the words to use at the time. So I just wanted you to be aware of these things. I know everybody's tired, and I could go on and on forever, because once I get on a roll, it's like an autopilot. But I won't do that, because I think we're going to have to wake a couple people up already when we're done. What I want to do real quick, and this is going to be scary, because I'm almost afraid to take you into the meditation right now, because you may end up sleeping out here.
Too cold.
Yeah, and it's also distracting, the chill and the wind, and the fact that we're all exhausted. There is another way. There's one part that we didn't get to do at the pyramid because we were rushed through the whole thing, and that was the receiving your Amente passcode. We were going to take you on a bilocation journey that requires the ability to concentrate, and right now I don't think that's going to be real comfortable for the group. There is a way, however. You can be led through that journey, but it's going to require a little bit of independent action on your part. There is one of the priests of Earth, from Inner Earth. His name is Rashahad, has been working with us through all of these activations. He's the primary guardian presence, and he's in a physical form there. He's a primary guardian presence of the Inner Earth portal that's beneath the Sphinx. And he has agreed, and he was going to take us. We were going to go down and mentally bilocate to their space, their frequency, and he was going to introduce himself to you, each of you, in his own way, and he was going to give you an etheric crystal. And it's not etheric there, but it will be etheric here, because when you bring it back, it's not going to be solid in your hand because it's a different frequency. But he was going to give you a crystal that had inside of it a particular scalar program in the shape of a symbol code and a tone that went with your biofield when it first entered through the stargates of Amente to get in down here, to get into harmonic one. We all have that symbol and that tone. It's ours. We just have to remember it and find it. Rashahad was going to assist us in doing this. Now, he can still do this, even if we don't try to go into this meditation tonight. It's not going to work tonight, I can tell. We're going to have most of the people literally asleep on the chairs and maybe falling off them to try to go that deep, because you really need to be more awake for it. You can, if you want, and Rashahad is prepared to do this, and Nazar is prepared to help you, and so are the ISIS crew, for those who have asked for their help. Before you go to sleep tonight, and you may be too tired to go in the morning, but keep doing it. Imagine yourself going down into a blue flame at the center of the earth, and then when you feel yourself in that blue flame, getting sleepy and fuzzy, just tell yourself, I'm going to the Fountain of Artemis. Fountain of Artemis. It is a place. This is where I was going to take you when we were doing this journey. This is where I was taken. This is where the walkout was taken in preparation for the energies that we went through with our walkout. This is a place, a physical place, in the frequencies of Inner Earth, which are about a half notch between here and parallel Earth. When your consciousness is stationed in a certain way, those areas are just as physical as these areas. So the Fountain of Artemis is a real physical place that people of 4.5 consciousness can find. When you mentally bilocate, you're taking a part of your consciousness and putting it in those frequencies. So you will experience it, and part of you is physically there. But when that part comes back here, it will remember it as like an etheric journey. But if you go into the blue flame, very simple, imagine yourself moving down into the Earth's core and into the image of a blue flame. That's the fifth dimensional frequency bubble, you could look at it like. It doesn't mean you're in D5 yet. It's kind of like a vehicle for transport. And just simply say, I'm going to the Fountain of Artemis. And fall asleep with that thought. Rashahad and Nazara will try to pull you through the other end to get you there. And progressively, the more you use this simple suggestion, the more you will be able to remember in the morning. You might not remember for 3 weeks, but if you continue to use the suggestion. You're going to the Blue Flame, you're going to the Fountain of Artemis. They will meet you there. And you will begin to remember having dream-type experiences, except they'll have a different quality than your regular dreams. They won't feel the same. They'll be more real feeling, though. There's a whole different energy to it. You will make the connection there, and the part is you'll make the connection the first time you use it, but remembering it is going to be the tricky part. So that's why you use it repeatedly. You're building the neural networks to remember what took place in those frequencies. You will meet Rosh Hashanah, and it's kind of funny. He looks a little bit like Phil, not facially, but he has the black curly hair, and he has kind of tan skin, and he's kind of trying to think of nationality-wise, but I can't think of one off the top of my head that he looks like feature-wise. But if you see a guy with kind of tan skin and black curly hair and a nice big smile, that's Rosh Hashanah. He'll introduce himself in his own way to you. Those of you who decide to work with the ISIS crew can ask them to help you get there, because they know about it too. They've used these spaces before. These are part of the land spaces of Inner Earth that are connected to Sirius B as well. So the people that are going to be taken out through Sirius B have always been made affiliated with those spaces. It's going to be kind of independent study here. You'll get out of it what you put into it. But they will meet you there, and they will give you, Rosh Hashanah will give you what appears to be a crystal, and in that will be your sound light code. What you can do when you return, and if you have a crystal, what I really wanted to do, and I tried to do before we came here, was to get 40 crystals. But there was no place, I couldn't even find any in Egypt. I tried to find some back home, and I could only find like huge ones. They're like $300, and I don't have that kind of money. But if you get yourself a quartz crystal, preferably double terminated, but it's not that important. Use it in meditation. Imagine the crystal, that you'd been given a crystal by Rosh Hashanah, even if you don't remember it yet. In meditation, remember that you were given a crystal. You just have to remember where it was. Imagine the two crystals coming together in your palm. You actually put it in the left hand, the receiving hand. Take your crystal, draw the program from the etheric crystal into the physical crystal, and then draw it up your arm and into your heart chakra. You're putting it in your astral field. Now it's becoming available to your consciousness. You will have a tone that's actually 3 tones together. You'll first hear one, and then you'll start to hear the 2 others within it. And you will get an image of a symbol code. They belong to you and you alone. They are the scalar patterns that you cross through in the harmonic 1 time. And they are therefore the scalar patterns that you will use to cross back out. They're in there and you can find them. If you do the work, you'll find them. It's a journey. And part of it will be part of you running around in semi-solid form. You need to do one thing. Throw out the old definitions of what certain things mean that you've heard through psychiatry and all of that. Imagination, hallucination. They wouldn't know the difference between a bilocation and a hallucination. There's a big difference. So just, if you think I'm just imagining this, fine, use that word. But you're doing lots more than that. You're taking your consciousness and teaching it new tricks that were its heritage. Learn to trust that, and you'll get far. Yes?
Could you repeat when you said when you're holding a crystal in your left hand, just could you repeat what you said you do with it and bring it to your heart so I can put that down for you?
Right. You would just take your physical crystal, and even if you don't remember yet being given the crystal, you'll be given it the first time you do this exercise, going into the flame and going into the Fountain of Artemis. But you may not remember the experience. But know it was given to you. In a meditation, imagine physical crystal, and then imagine the semi-solid crystal in your palm, and simply bring them together and visualize them merging as one. Let the energy settle a little bit. You're putting the etheric program into your physical crystal. Then you're going to breathe in and inhale and draw that program, that energy signature, up your left arm and into the heart chakra. And if you want, you can then exhale it down to the 3rd chakra and put it in your mental body, putting it in even closer range. You're modulating frequency here. And that's what this is all about. That's what reality is all about. if you work with that, you may be very surprised very quickly with the results. So I know everybody's very, very tired here, and a lot of you are cold, so I'm not going to make you freeze anymore. One more thing on the Melchizedek things. Now, everybody accepted the Melchizedek ordinations. Any of you that just got that ordination today, that wants the certificate that goes with it, makes you an official minister, rabbinic minister of Melchizedek Temple. If you want to do Cathara healing or something, it gives you legal permission for hands-on work in some states that do not permit you to touch people physically unless you happen to be clergy without a doctor's license. If you have clergy, you can do spiritual healing. So it gives you some advantages. If you want it, you can send it. You can send us an email and we'll get it to you, just so we know which ones of you want it. We have all of your addresses and stuff from the original list. But those of you who just got the ordination and want your certificate, you can email us at philgruber@home.net, or you can write to us directly. And if you want to write to us for any reason too, if you want longhand, it's more private than email and that kind of stuff, because we all know the internet is monitored. If you ever want to communicate with me a little more privately, there's still a chance of getting snail mail hijacked, but it's not as invasive as the internet. The address is 1755 Dawn Street, Sarasota, Florida.
We'll be getting a contact sheet in the mail real soon with all of our names, addresses, telephone numbers, email addresses.
Okay, well that's good.
Websites, etc.
If any of you want to do the Cathara healing thing, get involved with that, but haven't been involved with it yet, just let us know. He said he's going to do up a contact sheet, and that's great. Thank you. Yes.
It's going to be a while before we get these tapes. Is it possible when we get the contact sheet to get a typed instruction of this, what you're just giving us?
Tonight's meeting?
Yeah, we were just talking about how to get tapes for a while.
Okay. Yeah, as far as the going to Fountain of Artemis thing? Yeah, I can do you one of those quick. And I'll get the tapes ready as fast as I can, at least the audios. Videos are going to take longer, because that's going to, as far as editing, this ought to be real interesting. But I will get the audios available to you as soon as possible. Is there anybody who doesn't want the audio tapes? That makes it easy. Okay, we'll just send them out to everybody. So we'll just get them dubbed, labeled and dubbed, and get you your copies as soon as we can. And
question, would people be interested in getting the lectures on a videotape with the Egypt tour in the background on the video?
We can't hear you.
Can't hear you, Mark.
Would anybody be interested in hearing the lecture but on a video and seeing your Egypt tour on the screen?
I would, yeah.
Would that be nice? All in one easy package?
That's pretty cool.
Okay? That'd be easier than fumbling with, 6 different tapes and you get them all mixed up, you don't know which one is which, you can get it all on one video. And it's easy to download that onto audio. It's very easy.
So no audio tape?
It's going to take longer. You may get the first set of audios just numbered, which one was which with labels on them first. It's going to take a bit of time to do that one.
Not that much. But it's up to them.
Yeah, I mean, we'll make it available to you. But time-wise, I will try to get the audios out with simple labels. This was this, this was this, this was this, as fast as possible, and then that will be an option. If you want it, that'd be great. But I know this is going to take time. I have 6 other programs I'm putting together. I'm going to be useless.
I'll be working on it.
Okay. You don't even have a computer that can do that yet.
Don't need a computer.
You don't? For the editing?
No.
Okay.
Don't worry.
Great. That's great.
We have
you can do that?
Yeah,
I'm
we can
thrilled.
do that.
gratuity envelope for tour guides.
Yeah, where's the envelope?
It's over here. I'll be a minute.
Okay, we're going to finish passing the envelopes around. I just want to thank you all.
Thank you.
For this wonderful, wild experience. Did you have a good time, even though it was strange?
Very great.
Did you? Is there anybody that feels disappointed that they didn't get what they wanted? Because if there's any way I can help you to feel that you did, I would probably stand on my head to try to make you happy. Because I'm like that. I care that you spent money to come here and do this with us. It meant something to me. I wanted it to be perfect for you. I'm a Virgo, okay, in this imprint, and I'm very detail-oriented. That's why I just kind of watch this thing and kind of go, oh my God. You know, Virgo's like order and one thing after another. And I just learned my lesson of having to totally surrender it. So I hope that despite the fact that we've been herded around like cattle and we're all exhausted, and this will be the third time we're up at 3 o'clock in the morning for God knows what real reason. It's bizarre.
To get home,
I know, this time to get home. Wasn't what I had planned, but we got done what I had planned. So you did get what was promised, just not exactly in the order that it was promised.
That's what the
I hope you're all
universe
happy, and I hope it will be an experience you'll take back and find many, many treasures in once you get time to say, what just hit me? You know? So thank you. I'm going to let you all go to sleep now.
Before we reconvene, can you pause the...